tied as the fifth warmest year on the record with 2015. This is a record that dates back to the 1880s. And overall, this past decade has been the warmest decade on record, with 9 out of the last 10 years as the warmest 9 years in this record. So we're really just seeing these temperatures continue to rise.
So 2022, part of a much larger climate record. How do the changes that you're observing there impact people, impact society?
I'm really glad you asked that, because it's not just about the number. It's about how that impacts us every day. And so we see that with changes in, like what we're seeing now, these atmospheric rivers, like this, these severe storms and rain that's hitting California, as this atmospheric river has these more intense, severe downpours that are happening. We also see this with things like wildfire, where we can have a drought or dry conditions leading to more wildfire. And that can impact human health through air quality, causing respiratory illnesses even far away from where a fire might actually happen.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of great information there, because these are things that a lot of people, have questions about, but they just don't really know those answers. So NASA and NOAA, my understanding here, launched some new satellites to help study Earth this year. So how do NOAA and NASA satellites help us to understand our climate and to understand our weather?
It's really great, this partnership between NASA and NOAA, because NASA really helps to get these satellites into the air, and NOAA helps to kind of take over the operational aspects once they're in the air. But they are geostationary satellites. So they're looking directly at Earth, at the United States, and there's some overlap. And we can just see that as the Earth rotates, these satellites are tracking what's happening to the United States. And we can really get a good, clear picture of what's happening with weather, with climate. We can look at storms. We can also use them to see where wildfires are burning and where lightning is striking. So we get a really good picture of that over time.
All right, this is the question everyone wants to know. What are we expecting to see in the future? Could 2023 be one of the warmest years on record as well?
We're certainly seeing that these numbers are trending upwards, and we don't expect that to end anytime soon. This is closely tied with how humans are interacting with the world around us. As we put more emissions into the atmosphere, we're going to see warmer temperatures as this greenhouse effect grows stronger. So it's really up to what we're doing and how we're influencing that. And so that's why NASA and NOAA and other agencies are working so hard to do so much work to really just understand where our numbers are, so that we can give that information over to policymakers to make the best choices.
So the big question now is, where can we go to learn more about this? Everyone wants to read a little bit more because these interviews are only so long. Where can they go?
You can go to nasa.gov/Earth, and you can also find us on the web, on social media at NASA Earth.
All right. Thank you so much. Elizabeth Hoy there, senior scientist at NASA. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go get back to your day?
Just want to say that we all have choices to make. We're all parts of our community. And so I'm a scientist, but I'm also a parent, and I'm also involved as a volunteer in my community. And so I try to share this information that I learn with others in my community. And I think all of us can do that wherever we are. So thank you for having me on to talk about this today.
Of course. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. Time now is 7:18 over on the East Coast, and it is 4:18 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A sad one right here. I do want to take you out live to Memphis. This is over in Graceland, where unfortunately they are in mourning after the daughter of Elvis, Lisa Marie Presley, passed away yesterday. She did suffer cardiac arrest and passed away a bit later on in the day, according to her mother. We'll have more coverage of that and a look back at her career, her life, her legacy coming up in just about 2 minutes. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I do want to get back into the headlines here at 7:21 on the East Coast. Lisa Marie Presley, the only child of Elvis Presley, died Thursday after being hospitalized earlier in the day. That's according to her mother. The singer was 54 years old. She said, quote, "It is with a heavy heart that I must share the devastating news that my beautiful daughter, Lisa Marie, has left us. She was the most passionate, strong, and loving woman I have ever known." The announcement came just hours after Priscilla Presley had confirmed that Lisa Marie was rushed to a hospital earlier in the day. LA County paramedics were dispatched to a home there at about 10:37 a.m. following a report of a woman in full cardiac arrest. That is according to Craig Little, a spokesperson for the county's fire department. Property records indicate Presley was a resident at that address. Paramedics arrived about 6 minutes later. A subsequent statement from the LA County Sheriff's Department said paramedics performed CPR and, quote, determined the patient had signs of life before taking her to a hospital in nearby West Hills. The city of Calabasas, where she did live, is nestled between the foothills of Santa Monica and another area about 30 miles northwest of downtown LA. News of Presley's hospitalization first reported by TMZ and later confirmed by People magazine. You may remember that Presley attended the Golden Globes on Tuesday on hand to celebrate Austin Butler's award for playing her father in Elvis. She called his performance, quote, mind-blowing during a red carpet interview with Entertainment Tonight. I want to take a look back at her career. Fox's Ashley Dvorkin has the story for us.
Please remember me forever.
Singer Lisa Marie Presley, daughter of Elvis and Priscilla Presley, has died at the age of 54. Presley was rushed to the hospital Thursday after reportedly suffering cardiac arrest at her California home. In a statement to the AP, her mother Priscilla said, "It is with a heavy heart that I must share the devastating news that my beautiful daughter Lisa Marie has left us." She added, "She was the most passionate, strong, and loving woman I have ever known." Lisa Marie Presley was born in Memphis. She's the only child of Elvis and Priscilla. She was 9 when her father died. She had 4 children, actress Riley Keough, 14-year-old twins Harper and Finley. She lost her son Benjamin to suicide in 2020. Presley was married 4 times, to Danny Keough, Michael Jackson, Nicolas Cage, and Michael Lockwood. As a singer-songwriter, Lisa Marie released 3 albums in her career, and the first, To Whom It May Concern, in 2003 was certified gold. In 2005, she released Now What? Then in 2012, the collection Storm and Grace. Just days before she died, Lisa Marie and Priscilla attended the Golden Globe Awards in support of the movie Elvis. Its star, Austin Butler, won Best Actor for his performance as the King of Rock and Roll. Back in June, Presley became part of the Hollywood Walk of Fame with a hand and footprint ceremony, along with her mother and all her daughters. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
All right, Ashley, thank you so much for that report there. You're taking another live look in Memphis at Graceland, known, of course, for Elvis Presley. Again, Lisa Marie Presley, his daughter, dead at age 54. She was hospitalized yesterday after suffering cardiac arrest and later passed away, according to her mother. Our Fox 11 LA team takes a closer look. They did file this report just last night.
Tonight, the Presley family is mourning after 54-year-old Lisa Marie Presley, the only child of Elvis Presley, died from apparent cardiac arrest. The announcement coming from her mother, Priscilla Presley, who said, quote, "It is with a heavy heart that I must share the devastating news that my beautiful daughter, Lisa Marie, has left us." The news devastating Elvis fans like Rolando Rodriguez, who named his own daughter, Marie, after Lisa Marie, and brought flowers to the hospital.
It hurt me inside. I never thought that I was going to be affected this way, but it affected me really bad because, I mean, growing up being an Elvis fan, and then seeing his first daughter born.
This is a shock.
Extra TV host Billy Bush just interviewed Lisa Marie 48 hours ago at the Golden Globes, and he said he felt like something was wrong then.
She was very uneven in her balance. The speech was very slow, and definitely when the interview was over, I turned to my producer next to me and said, something's off here.
LA County Fire arrived to Lisa Marie's home just after 10:30 Thursday morning on a report of a woman in cardiac arrest. TMZ reported paramedics were able to regain a pulse at her home before Lisa Marie was put in the ambulance and taken to the hospital. But she was pronounced dead hours later.
Her father died at 42 years old of cardiac arrest and of course had a barbiturates problem. She, of course, had that in her own life and went into cardiac arrest.
Elvis Presley's mother also died from a heart attack at the age of 46. Board-certified ER doctor Michael Daigneault spoke about Lisa Marie's death on the Fox 11 special report.
In addition to CPR on scene, she was given a shot of epinephrine, and so immediately compared to the other high-profile cardiac arrests we had last week with Damar Hamlin, what was interesting in this case was that just CPR and just epi, as far as we know, were done, whereas last week Damar had defibrillation.
A singer in her own right. Lisa Marie released several albums in the 2000s, and with her death, she now leaves behind 3 daughters.
And that right there was our Fox 11 LA team with the latest report. Again, this is a live look over at Graceland, Tennessee. We are looking to go out to LA a little bit later on in the morning and speak with folks who have gathered for a makeshift memorial there. We will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered when we do get it here on Live Now from Fox. And again, Lisa Marie Presley, they're the only child of Elvis, dying Thursday after being hospitalized earlier in the day. She was 54 years old. I want to get back into some of the other headlines that we are following here on Live Now from Fox, and that is the discovery of those classified documents potentially here. We know there is now a probe into the documents that were found at President Biden's home. Let's send it over to Alexandria Hoff with Fox News to break down what we know so far.
Attorney General Merrick Garland named the special counsel Thursday after a second batch of potentially classified documents was found at the president's home. It comes as the White House is being pressed for more clarity on the situation. Attorney Robert Hur is a former Trump-appointed federal prosecutor and has been tapped to investigate how Obama-Biden-era documents came to be housed at a D.C. think tank and the president's Wilmington home.
I am confident that Mr. Hur will carry out his responsibility in an even-handed and urgent manner.
Yesterday, Attorney General Garland laid out the timeline for this investigation. On November 4th, before the midterm elections, the National Archives reported classified documents were found at the Penn Biden Center office in Washington. By the 14th, an internal investigation was underway. On December 20th, more documents were discovered in the president's garage, and yesterday, more were found.
But anyway,
was it a locked garage?
Yes, as well as my Corvette. But as I said earlier this week, people know I take classified documents and classified material seriously.
Republicans are demanding that the president endure the same level of legal scrutiny as former President Trump, whose possession of classified documents prompted the August FBI raid of Mar-a-Lago. President Biden's legal team argues that the Obama-Biden-era documents were willingly handed over, the White House calling them inadvertently misplaced.
I think it's conceivable that he was completely clueless about what was going on, but it doesn't dismiss the fact that he's responsible for this stuff.
The Biden administration says that they will fully cooperate with the special counsel's review. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thank you so much. We are following this from each and every angle, and we usually check in on politically related stories with our Fox 13 Tampa team's Craig Patrick. He's great at breaking things like this down for us. I do want to send you to his report. This is from last night, and he does break down everything we know so far.
We have some striking developments today in those classified records that were found in a former office, a private office of President Biden. Well, turns out there's more in another location, at least one more location. Biden's attorneys say they found more documents that were improperly stored in his Wilmington, Delaware home. And his Attorney General, Merrick Garland, just appointed a special counsel to investigate all of this, much like the special counsel that has been appointed to oversee the investigation of the documents found at Mar-a-Lago. Political editor Craig Patrick in with these new revelations and the fallout. And Craig, the White House, we've heard this news conference this afternoon, really struggling to put a timeline on when these other documents were found, and also why we're just now hearing about it.
And the timeline that we're constructing keeps changing because more of it is getting filled in with new revelations along the way. At this point, President Biden said he's fully cooperating with the Justice Department, and now there's special counsel investigation within the Justice Department. And Congress, particularly House Republicans, say they plan to investigate as well. But absolutely, let's start to help put this in context with what we know so far in terms of the timeline of discoveries that brought all this to light and prompted all of this.
2 months ago, on November 2nd, the old office where Mr. Biden worked as a private citizen from 2017 to 2020 needed to be vacated. So President Biden sent his attorney to clean it out. And House Speaker Kevin McCarthy questioned why Biden would get an attorney to move out his old office instead of a mover.
I think if you call a lawyer to remove something for your office, he must have known ahead of time. So I think he has a lot of answers to the American public.
We don't know what he knew, but his attorney did find classified documents locked in a closet in that office that Biden left behind. And his attorney notified the feds. Again, that was November 2nd, and the National Archives notified the Justice Department about this on November 4th. And Biden did not disclose that to the public at the time.
This was discovered before the election. Another faux pas by the Biden administration.
From there, Biden's attorneys moved beyond the think tank office to his personal home. And that's where they found more classified documents in December, which again they did not disclose to the public until this week.
On December 20th, President Biden's personal counsel informed Mr. Walshe that additional documents bearing classification markings were identified in the garage of the president's private residence in Wilmington, Delaware.
Classified material next to your Corvette? What were you thinking?
Let me, I'm going to get a chance to speak on all this, God willing, soon. But as I said earlier this week, people, and by the way, my Corvette's in a locked garage, okay? So it's not like you're sitting out in the street.
So the material was in a locked garage?
Yes, as well as my Corvette.
Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed U.S. Attorney John Walshe to do a preliminary review to figure out if a special counsel needs to investigate President Biden. So far, we have mishandled classified documents Biden left in a commercial office closet and in his personal garage.
Not once, but now we're finding in 2 different locations classified information.
Actually, as Attorney General Garland just revealed, make that 3 different discoveries based on what they found just a few hours ago.
This morning, President Biden's personal counsel called Mr. Walshe and stated that an additional document bearing classification markings was identified at the president's personal residence in Wilmington, Delaware.
At this point, Garland decided he no longer needed Walshe to do that preliminary review. So a special counsel is now investigating President Biden for mishandling classified records.
I signed an order appointing Robert Hur as special counsel for the matter I've just described. The document authorizes him to investigate whether any person or entity violated the law in connection with this matter.
And the new special counsel, Robert Hur, just issued a statement which reads in part, he will conduct the assigned investigation with fair, impartial, and dispassionate judgment.
Okay, so Craig, what is Robert Hur, the special counsel? What's his background, and why was he picked to lead the investigation?
He's a private attorney presently. Before that, he was a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney for Maryland. Before that, he graduated from Harvard. He also worked for some length of time in the Justice Department, also clerk for Justice Rehnquist. He does have a career as a prosecutor covering a range of cases, including white-collar crimes, investigating those. A special counsel is appointed in extraordinary circumstances, in this case, in which not appointing someone with some semi-independence from the Justice Department could create some, at least potential appearance of conflict of interest at the very least, because the Attorney General, of course, is appointed by the President.
Okay, Craig Patrick with the latest on the document discovery at the Biden properties. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you so much to Craig Patrick and our Fox 13 Tampa team for that report there. Great at helping to break down big stories like this, and we will continue to follow it and speak with experts to help break it down even further as that probe is now happening, according to Merrick Garland. Want to get to some of the other top stories that we are following, and right now Congress is trying to take on the travel woes that we have seen. You'll remember that earlier on this week, essentially every flight nationwide was grounded at airports across the country due to a national outage, a serious problem. We're going to have more on that coming up in just a bit. But for now, let's actually step away for a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We've been following this story for quite a while. New York Congressman George Santos still says he is not going anywhere, at least for now. What this means for House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is a lot of pointed questions and a stark realization that with a razor-thin Republican majority, every vote counts despite those distractions. Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively reports for us from Washington.
We'll be talking to you guys soon.
As more politicians say it's time for him to go, on Thursday, controversial Congressman George Santos said it's not their call.
I'm not doing this as a political job. I'm serving the American people who elected me.
During his campaign, the New York Republican lied about graduating college, his job history, and even being Jewish. The congressman is now facing multiple investigations over campaign and personal finances. On Thursday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy suggested Santos won't be given top-secret information, but said he's still a member of Congress.
The voters of his district have elected him. He is seated. He is part of the Republican conference.
Some New York Republicans are calling for Santos to resign.
As a person who spent every day of his adult life in an elected office, if you can't be honest with yourself, you're never going to be honest with your constituents.
Democrats, meanwhile, have questions.
How did Republicans let this happen? How did you get behind someone like George Santos, who is so clearly a fraudster?
Two New York Democrats have a bill that would require future candidates to give more biographical information to the Federal Elections Commission, and if they lie, they could be fined or go to prison. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Well, the ripple effects continue following Wednesday's nationwide air traffic ground stop. Lawmakers from both parties now demanding to know what the airline industry did with $54 billion in taxpayer-funded COVID relief during the pandemic and another $25 billion in subsidized loans. Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram takes a look at that from Capitol Hill.
A perplexed Congress after a cascade of air travel snafus. The most recent, the first complete airline ground stop since 9/11, thanks to crashing computers.
This is a major problem. We can't have this again.
Lawmakers question how a catastrophic technical failure could paralyze air travel.
How could a stable platform like that suddenly go down? Were there no backups?
Lawmakers are now on the hook to pay for significant equipment upgrades.
There's a real opportunity here with the FAA reauthorization bill to fund the appropriate technologies to make sure that the government is doing their part.
Flight cancellations are double what they were 5 years ago. Delayed flights the highest since 2018, even though the industry scored nearly $79 billion in COVID cash. Lawmakers defended the aid.
The money that Congress approved for the airlines was to keep people employed at the airlines during the pandemic.
But money is only one issue.
The biggest problem is right now is we don't have any leadership in the FAA.
President Biden nominated Philip Washington to run the FAA, renominated him last week, but bipartisan senators shelved his confirmation. Washington has an abbreviated aviation resume, and he faces scrutiny in a public corruption probe. Lawmakers may blame the FAA and the airlines for the debacle, but air travel advocates say Congress bears some responsibility, greenlighting mergers like U.S. Airways and United, Northwest and Delta.
Many of us were warning the industry is becoming too big to fail. Well, that argument is over now. It is too big to fail.
Airline experts say the crisis will compel Congress to allocate even more dollars for aviation. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, Chad, thank you so much. Well, if you are looking to get away this year, travel experts share some of the biggest travel trends that we are going to see in 2023. Fox's Anna Walshe has those details.
The busy holiday season showed us travel is truly back in full swing. Now, folks eager to get back out into the world again after the pandemic are looking to see where 2023 can take them.
What we're hoping as people are getting out there again is that they recapture that, sense of wonder in our planet that you get from travel and exploration.
At the tail end of last year, National Geographic released its annual list of 25 must-see destinations for 2023, categorized by nature, culture, family, adventure, and new this year, community. Some of this year's picks include Milwaukee, lesser-known national parks like Texas Big Bend, and international getaways such as the Azores. Senior editor Amy Alipio says some of the bigger trends this year are the overall rebound in travel, people staying closer to home with domestic destinations, and mindfulness. But above all, she advises travelers to be passionate about their picks.
I like to encourage travelers to approach destinations, keeping in mind what their passions and interests are and how that is going to be a gateway to unlocking any destination so that no matter where you go, you will find something for you.
Lonely Planet Executive Director Nithya Chambers says those with wanderlust are focusing on 2023 trips where they can go to a destination and have an authentic experience.
People are really looking not just to go somewhere, but to go somewhere and do something specific, to eat a certain meal, to see a certain site, to have a certain type of relaxation.
This trend toward experience and authenticity, largely driven by social media.
It's making not just the trip feel attainable, but also actionable. And I think it is helping people think in really creative ways about how they want to spend their time when they're traveling.
Social media also influencing other fads trending among globetrotting travelers, including friend getaways known as bestie moons. Hashtags for this friend trend getting millions of views on TikTok. Some other travel trends emerging this year are workcations and sleep tourism. In New York, Anna Walshe, Fox News.
All right, Anna, thank you so much for that report. We have told you that a state of emergency was issued in Georgia after this tornado outbreak. Unfortunately, we know at least one person has died in the state, and there is extensive damage as a result. I do want to head over to Butts County. That is where we find Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner. Brooke, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Yeah, good morning to you, Josh. Very extensive damage that we're seeing here. This is about an hour and 15 minutes southeast of the city of Atlanta, Metro Atlanta. So we've seen damage not just here, but really south of the city of Atlanta. So I'll show you what we're seeing. We're in front of right now a fertilizer supplier which sustained heavy damage from what is believed to be a tornado that touched down here on the ground around 4:30 yesterday, where you can see the side of that building completely caved in, destroyed. You can see some insulation coming from the ceiling as well. We've got some workers that have just showed up here to discover a lot of this damage. You can see trees down. We've got power lines down. We've also got vehicles that sustained damage. And then some of this damage actually went all the way across the street. So we've just got a bunch of debris that's in this area as well. So overnight, we did learn that there was a 5-year-old child who was riding in a car with an adult when this storm blew through this area. And unfortunately, a tree fell on top of their car and killed that 5-year-old. Not a lot of information about exactly where that happened. Again, this is developing. This just came into our newsroom overnight. That adult, we know, was taken to the hospital with serious injuries, waiting to get a confirmation about how they're doing here this morning. But you can see just from where we're standing, this is just a snippet of what we're seeing across the metro area, Metro Atlanta, sustaining some heavy damage. We understand that the National Weather Service will likely be here at some point today to survey all of this and then to ultimately confirm that this was in fact a tornado that came through this area and was on the ground for some time. So we were also just up the road from where we are now earlier this morning, and that's where we saw multiple trees down, trees and power lines. We had crews out working overnight to clear the roads and hopefully get them passable so that people who do have to be out and about on the roads can make it to work or school or wherever they need to go. So certainly a developing situation here, Josh, and we'll keep you posted as the cleanup efforts are really just beginning at this hour.
Yeah, I can only imagine. So I know that you're about an hour outside of Atlanta, and that Atlanta even had warnings and watches yesterday, sirens going off. On your drive down there, were you seeing, I guess, a lot of damage as well? Because it sounds like it's across the state.
Yeah, it is across the state. It's so widespread here in terms of just like our viewing area is so vast. So when we were driving, we were just on the interstate. I didn't personally see a ton of damage, but it's when we started coming into town here, we're probably about, I would say, anywhere from 6 to 10 miles from the interstate. And when we started driving here on these side streets, that's when we really started seeing all of the damage. We saw trees down, pine straw in the roads. It was really treacherous at times. So it's just, it kind of depends on where you go. But I know when we were in the metro area, when all of this was blowing through, we did have some active warnings, and it was certainly severe there as well, just not quite as heavy, and nothing confirmed in terms of tornadoes that we saw in the metros, mostly south of the city of Atlanta.
All right. Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, it is 7:48 on the East Coast, and it is 4:48 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, the last one of the hour here, and we'll get right back into the headlines on the other side. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Kind of hard to see, but what you are looking at is a memorial that has been set up for Lisa Marie Presley, who did pass away just yesterday, according to her mother, Priscilla. As you know, Lisa Marie was the daughter, the only daughter of Elvis Presley, and we are going to go live to L.A. about an hour from now. We'll speak with Gigi Graciette with our Fox 11 L.A. team for a look at how fans are gathering to mourn. But again, a live look here at Graceland there in Memphis. All right, so you've probably heard a little bit about this over the last few weeks or so, the questions about gas stoves and whether they are going to be banned. A lot of questions here. So Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with an expert about why this is becoming an issue and what happens next.
Online all over the past couple of days, you might have been seeing back and forth from conservatives, from liberals, on especially Twitter about whether or not gas stoves will be banned under the Biden administration. So much so that I want to put up a tweet that kind of illustrates this discussion here from Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio. He says, God, guns, gas stoves. So what is exactly going on here? Let's bring in Megan McCardle with the Washington Post, who has written an op-ed piece about this and about gas stoves. Megan, thanks so much. I think that tweet kind of perfectly encapsulates where we are in this debate at the moment. But if our viewers need to get up to speed, how did we get here?
Well, this has actually been a long time coming. So for a while now, for a few years, gas in general has been in the crosshairs of the environmental movement because methane is a greenhouse gas. And unfortunately for them, one of the big barriers is that a lot of people really like cooking with gas. The temperature, you can get higher temperatures out of a gas stove. Also, there's better temperature control. You know, you can turn it high, turn it low. It's not like a gas burner where you have to wait for it, electric burner where you have to wait for it to heat up or cool down. And so it has been kind of a favorite of chefs. And so there's been this concerted campaign to get state and local governments and also even the federal government to ban them, at least for new sales. Now, there's never anyone proposing we're going to go into your house and like rip your range out. But there are proposals that you won't be able to buy new ones, that you won't be able to install gas lines in new buildings and so forth. And they have made some headway with this. Montgomery County in Maryland has passed such an ordinance. New York State, California considering these ordinances. And on Monday, the Consumer Product Safety Commissioner, Richard Trumka, was talking to Bloomberg and said, you know, yeah, we could ban these things. They're not safe. And he was working off of a body of research. I don't find it terribly compelling. It's a really hard thing to get at whether gas stoves are hurting people. Look, overall, you're burning something in your house that's not great for your lungs, and you know you should want less of that stuff. But it's not clear that gas stoves are really this enormous risk for childhood asthma as has been proposed. And it's also not clear that banning gas stoves is better than, say, telling people to open a window or turn on the vent hood, which, by the way, you should whenever you're cooking. Combustion is not great for your lungs. Get some ventilation going through your kitchen when you fire up. But anyway, this immediately turned into then a big political issue. It was Team Red versus Team Green.
Right.
You know, Republicans, you'll pry my gas stove out of my cold dead hands. And suddenly people who like 3 days ago might have said gas stoves are better. So like, well, I don't even understand why you would want a gas stove. This is ridiculous. You know, no one's going to take your gas stove from you. And I think this was just like, it was a good example of how not to handle a political issue on I would say all sides, but especially on the side that randomly proposed to ban a product that a lot of people like.
Yeah, and to your point, how do you even, you know, ban the sale or the creation of gas stoves? It's like kind of banning in industry. Also, is this just another front, though, in kind of the culture wars? We see these kind of niche issues kind of pop up a lot. It kind of reminds me of the meatless movement or the fake meat movement, especially amongst environmentalists. And we're hearing from the Consumer Product Safety Commission, we're going to put up a statement soon, saying they have no intention of doing just that. Yeah.
There was, I should say, after 2 days of outrage backlash, the head of the Consumer Product Safety Commission said, no, we have no plans, no proceeding that's going to ban gas stoves.
Yeah, let's just put that statement up.
I think it's,
Yeah, we have, I just want to read it. They say over the past several days, there's been a lot of attention paid to gas stove emissions and to the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Research indicates that emissions from gas stoves can be hazardous, and the CPSC is looking for ways to reduce related indoor air quality hazards. But to be clear, I'm not looking to ban gas stoves, and the CPSC has no proceeding to do so. It goes on to say as well, I think we have it, that, you know, essentially they have no intention of doing just that. So I guess, you know, is this story over from there or not?
No, I don't think it's over, because I think there really is this. I mean, the indoor air quality is not what's really at issue here. What's really at issue is that the environmental movement has latched onto this and has made indoor air quality an issue. People have been studying indoor air quality around stoves for literally decades. No one was really interested in that research until it became an environmental issue. That said, you know, I think conservatives also have their part to play more constructively than they have, which is that, you know, indoor air quality does matter. It is not good to have combustion products. So yes, like, let's talk about, should we filter our air better? Should we ventilate better? These are all good questions to have. And I will also say, you know, there are electric induction ranges which work just as well as gas.
Yeah.
And this pains me to say, as I'm not trying to convince you that that old flat top range that your mom had worked just as well as a gas stove. It doesn't. But the new induction ranges, they're really neat. They work with magnets. They really do have a big performance edge over gas. They're even more precise than gas. And I think that, you know, you shouldn't deny yourself a good technology to kind of own the libs. As I saw some conservatives kind of digging in, no, it can't be any good. It is good. And yes, indoor air quality is important. But then, you know, the other side of this is indoor, you know, how big is this threat? Is this the best way to address it? And don't pretend that this is really about something that it's not. If you're really worried about global warming, say that rather than trying to scare people into giving up their gas stoves. I don't think that it worked particularly well. And I think it was an instructive episode on why not to try the indirect route and not to try banning things when you just have a better product you could ask people to use because it's better.
Yeah, because, I mean, environmentalists will cite, there's a plethora of studies saying, you know, these gas stoves are bad for the climate. They contribute to climate change. They're bad for those living with asthma. They might contribute to, you know, getting asthma as well. And it's not like, you know, gas stoves are evenly distributed amongst every household in America. I think there are some geographical disparities at play here. From what I understand, the coasts use them more than the heartland. Is that right?
Okay, so basically, it just sort of depends where are gas lines installed. Where were the old gas lines installed back in the day? And that tends to be the coasts, although not so much necessarily in New England as in the Mid-Atlantic. But like New York City, Washington, D.C., you know, Philadelphia, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, all places with a lot of gas lines. If you live out in the country, you certainly don't have a gas line, although you might be using a gas stove that's modified for propane. And if you live in areas where those lines just aren't available, such as in a lot of newer suburbs, then you're using electric. So yeah, there is a variance in where it's distributed, but you know, there's everywhere in the country there are some people who have gas stoves and a lot of people who have electric stoves. Gas stoves are only 30 to 40% of the market overall.
All right, Megan McArdle, we appreciate your insight into this. It was a great piece, and maybe this issue is put to rest here. We'll see what the next front in the culture war is. Megan, thanks so much for being with us. Have a good night.
And thank you so much for that report, and to our very own Andrew Kraft. Let's get back into the headlines now. The search does continue for Ana Walshe, the missing mother of 3 from Massachusetts. Her husband, Brian Walshe, seen right there, is in police custody on a charge of misleading police. He is not charged with her murder, as prosecutors say the evidence is stacking up against him. Experts also taking a closer look at the behavior of Brian Walshe. I do want to bring in Dr. Daniel Bober, a forensic psychiatrist, to talk a little bit more about this. Thank you so much for being here.
Great to be here.
So the reaction from Brian Walshe, his behavior, we've seen him smile as he's being brought over from jail to a courthouse, smiling for the cameras. What does all this behavior say about him as a person?
To me, it seems like he really has no remorse, no emotional attachment to the situation. I feel like he probably thinks he's pulling one over on the police, and they're not going to discover him. But he's left a trail of evidence that almost ties it up. I mean, obviously, most of it is circumstantial, and he's still innocent until proven guilty. But he's made a lot of mistakes here, and I don't think he's as smart as he thinks he is.
And so this is a hard question to answer, but based on what we know about Brian, do these traits make up someone who is actually capable of murder?
So that's a really good question. I've never examined him. I've never assessed him, so I can't make a diagnosis. But, everything that we know, that we're seeing, that people are saying about him, it seems like there's a lot of narcissism there, what we call psychopathy, antisocial behavior, someone who doesn't have remorse for people, who lies, who cheats, who manipulates, who tries to pull one over, basically a con man. So I think we can probably say that. Obviously, we can't make a formal diagnosis, but that's my opinion.
And I was going to say, we've heard a lot of terms, a lot of different ones used to describe him, especially
Sociopath.
over the last week or so. Yeah, for
Right.
sure. So the question now becomes a little bit more about looking into him as a person. So with all of this damning evidence, does it seem in a way like someone who actually wants to be caught?
Or someone who's so narcissistic and has such an inflated sense of self-worth that they don't really have any insight into the fact that they're leaving all these clues around, and they just, again, they're living in their own reality. So I don't think that he's stupid necessarily. I just think that he thinks that he's all powerful, he's all knowing, and that he could pull one over on authorities.
And we talk about all this evidence. We're talking about the $450 spent on cleaning supplies the day after his wife was last seen. There's also the bloody knife that was found, along with blood inside of their home. What do you think they're waiting on right now to charge him with murder? Is that a question that can really be answered?
Well, I think they probably know more than they're telling us, obviously. But if you still look at the evidence, it's purely circumstantial. They need something that they can tie him directly to her. And I don't think they quite have it yet. They're probably on the cusp of it, but that's probably what they're waiting for. That one piece of physical evidence, whether it's blood that he left around the crime scene or something like that, that will actually tie him to the crime itself. Right now, it's all very circumstantial. And it's easy to say where there's smoke, there's fire, but we don't know that 100% yet.
Would you be surprised if police came out today or investigators and said, we are now charging him with murder?
No, I would not be surprised. It's probably what I would expect at this point.
Gotcha. And would you be surprised if Anna was found alive, or if it turned out that Brian actually wasn't involved in this at all?
That would be great to believe, but I think as the days go by, I think the evidence is really pointing us in the direction of a tragedy, that she has died and that he was involved. Now, anything is possible, but I think, again, it's probably unlikely at this point that she's alive and that he's not involved.
All right, Dr. Daniel Bober, thank you so much for being here. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, I think that covers it.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right. Time now is 8:04 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and it is 5:04 on the West Coast. I do want to take you out live back to Graceland, where we are following, unfortunately, the death of Lisa Marie Presley. She is the only daughter of Elvis. Coming up a little bit later on this morning, we are going to go live over to Los Angeles. That is where Gigi Graciette with our Fox 11 LA team is gathered as people are coming together to remember Lisa Marie. So again, that is coming up a little bit later on this morning. It is now 8:05 on the East Coast, 5:05 on the West Coast. I do want to send you to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines here on Live Now from Fox.
Inflation is still high, but continues to cool off a bit. Consumer prices jumping 6.5% in December from the same time a year ago, and they dropped 0.1% from the previous month. The cost for things like food, shelter, and heating fuels went up again, while things like gasoline and used vehicles came down. Investors like the inflation news. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all closed higher on Thursday. Many hope that moderating consumer prices will mean the Federal Reserve will slow down on interest rate hikes. A lot of bosses are on edge about their business. A new survey of CEOs by the Conference Board shows a recession and economic downturn is their biggest concern in 2023. In fact, 60% don't think stronger economic growth will return anytime soon. Well, people wasted little time in returning their unwanted holiday gifts. A new report by the company EndShift says December 28th was the most popular day for people to begin the process of returning unwanted presents. But on a humorous note, some people even began sending things back on Christmas Day itself. Can you imagine? That's business. I'm David Asman.
All right, David, thank you so much. Want to stick with inflation talk right here. President Biden did react to the latest revelation that classified documents were found at one of his homes in Delaware. But that came on the same day that he wanted to tout new inflation data that showed high prices are on the path to cooling off. Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively reports from Washington.
President Biden came to tout the economy Thursday, but reporters seemed more interested in news that classified documents from his days as vice president were found in a second location, in his garage in Delaware.
Mr. President, okay. Classified material next to your Corvette. What were you thinking?
People know I take classified documents and classified material seriously. I also said we're cooperating fully.
But the president did talk about inflation. Data out Thursday shows for the first time in more than 2.5 years, Americans paid a little less for goods than they did the month before. The Consumer Price Index fell 0.1% from November to December.
The data is clear. Even though inflation is high in major economies around the world, it's coming down in America month after month, giving families some real breathing room.
Inflation overall remains well above normal levels. Comparing year-over-year numbers for December, prices rose 6.5%. The cost of electricity, hotels, and apparel all increased from 2021, while gas and used cars dropped.
Consumers really are still under real pressure. Again, we've got negative real income. And the question is, how do companies pass along their still high input costs?
Investors hope this means the Fed will take it easy on the next rate hike. They're set to make that announcement February 1st. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, Caroline, thank you so much. Now, one product that is still going up in price, unfortunately, is eggs. The price of eggs just keep on rising. Fox Business breaks it down for us.
The main driver of higher egg prices is the avian bird flu. Through the end of last year, it had wiped out 44 million laying hens across the country. The USDA says egg inventories were down about 29% through the end of December. With fewer eggs on the market, prices are up. Today's report on inflation shows that egg prices for the month of December were up nearly 60% over the prior year. They increased more than 11% over the prior month of November. The average cost of a carton of eggs hitting $3.59 across the country. That's more than the average price for a gallon of gas. And in some regions, it's higher. $7.37 in California for a dozen of cage-free eggs and $4.59 for a dozen of eggs in New York.
Every time you lose 1 million chickens, you're losing about 15 to 16,000 cases of eggs a week in production for every 1 million birds that gets affected.
Now, as we look to see where egg prices are headed, experts say that depends on whether we have additional outbreaks of the bird flu. The USDA does say that egg inventories are starting to improve, but in the short term, American consumers should expect to pay higher prices for a dozen of eggs at the local grocery store. Reporting in Howell, New Jersey, Lydia Hu, Fox Business.
All right, Lydia, thanks. And I sound like a broken record, but our Fox 13 Tampa team, great at breaking down stories like this. They do take a closer look here at the Consumer Price Index.
Inflation took off a couple of years ago. First, it shot up the cost of goods and then services. But the new federal numbers show inflation is finally going down. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain the changes that are causing this and where we're heading. Hi, Craig.
We're drawing this data from the Consumer Price Index, Linda. That is an average of the cost of all things in this country, all mixed together. Now, it is a mix because the price and inflation of cars is going down. New and used cars, other items like eggs, for example, are going up, in that case going up significantly because of other factors like avian flu and labor issues that are factors there. There are a couple of ways to look at the new inflation numbers. Average prices did go down 0.1% in December, but economists focus on the trend that we see from year to year. And by that measure, on average, stuff costs 6.5% more now than it did this time last year. On one hand, the goal, or what's considered normal, is for prices to go up 2%, so 6.5% is still far too high. But on the other hand, it was 7.1% in November and 9.1% in June. So we are moving in the right direction and on pace to get inflation back to or close to normal by the end of this year.
It's coming down in America month after month, giving families some real breathing room.
But to be more precise, it's the rate of inflation that's going down the past 12 months, meaning prices on average are not going up as much, but still rising nonetheless. And that may not provide much breathing room for working class families who are also paying rising interest rates on credit card debt, while rent also continues to rise. The Fed's trying to bring down the cost of housing by raising interest rates. That raises the cost of borrowing, which can bring down demand to buy major purchases like homes and cars, which can bring down values and prices. So even though the rate of inflation is going down, the Federal Reserve may continue to raise interest rates yet again later this month. And when you look at the rate of core inflation in these new numbers, they show that there is the likelihood that inflation will continue to persist at elevated levels, which may prompt the Fed once again, likely will, to raise interest rates specifically on January 31st. There are concerns, you may have heard from some economists, that doing that may be going too far because there's a delayed reaction in raising interest rates. It takes months before the full impacts are felt, that it could drive us into recession if it's not in the process of doing that already. In fact, by the Fed's own projections, these interest rate hikes will ultimately contribute to 1.6 million layoffs throughout the course of this year.
Wow. All right, Craig. So in general, inflation going down on the cost of goods, but not so much on the cost of services. Why is that?
Well, goods are reliant on a supply chain, and a big part of the reason why goods went up so much is that there were kinks and delays and log jams. Many of those have been worked out, so when you free up and increase supply, you can relieve price pressures on goods. That's part of it, but it's also a shift in demand, too, because at the beginning of the pandemic and through much of it, so many people spending so much time at home were spending more money on goods to spruce up their homes and do more things inside their homes. They've since shifted to demanding more experiences, and that's why goods inflation in part has gone down, and services inflation, everything from hotel stays to concert tickets and so much more, keeps going up.
Everybody's glad to be out of the house and wants to do something.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Thanks, Craig.
All right, thank you so much for that report. We do appreciate it. Want to get back into the headlines right here and take a look. This is video of a man that you've seen quite a bit over the last few days. New York Congressman George Santos saying he is not going anywhere, at least for now, despite his own party saying, "Get out of here, you are not welcome." Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez is outside of Santos' office in Queens to bring us the latest here. Thank you so much for being here as always, Lizette.
Hey, good morning, Josh. Good to be with you. And later this morning, we plan on hearing more from Santos' constituents. They plan on gathering outside his office. One thing to note here, this office has been without lights and the door has been locked for quite some time since Congressman Santos was sworn in. As we know, some of his constituents, they've been wanting to talk to him and get some answers of who he is because of all the lies that have recently come out. Now, we have heard also from House GOP members over the last couple of days. Even more have called on him to resign.
On this life, I've never been accused, sued of any bad doings.
That not true. Congressman George Santos appearing on Steve Bannon's podcast War Room with guest host Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. The two discussing the controversies surrounding Santos, including how Santos was able to contribute more than $700,000 of his own money to his campaign, despite reporting earning a $55,000 salary.
Where did it come from? Well, I'll tell you where it didn't come from. It didn't come from China, Ukraine, or Burisma. How about that?
The newly elected congressman has lied about almost every aspect of his life and has admitted to fabricating parts of his resume. More members of the House GOP have joined the call demanding Santos to resign, including New York Republicans who have repeatedly called on Santos to step down.
Resign. Resign. Resign.
A group of concerned citizens in New York's 3rd District argue George Santos' work isn't welcome and will be ineffective.
We voted for an imposter.
I was elected by 142,000 people. Until those same 142,000 people tell me they don't want me, we'll find out in 2 years.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy was asked whether he trusted Santos. McCarthy suggesting Santos won't be given top secret information, but said he's still a member of Congress.
He's got a long way to go to earn trust. But the one thing I do know is you apply the Constitution equal to all Americans. The voters of his district have elected him. He is seated. He is part of the Republican conference.
And we have heard from Kevin McCarthy there. Now, he did not say anything specific about any committees. But, Josh, we also heard from Mayor Eric Adams just yesterday. He was asked what his thoughts on Santos was and if he was willing to work with Santos. We do know that Santos represents a small portion of New York City. Mayor Adams saying he is willing to work with him as long as he's a member of Congress. As far as his future, Mayor Adams says that is up to Congress to decide.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. All right, time now 8:19 on the East Coast and 5:19 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 821 on the East Coast and 521 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I'm looking around at some of the cameras we have, and this is a good one, a beautiful shot of Lady Liberty there in New York City. If you were watching just moments ago, we did go out live to our very own Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez as she gave us the latest here on Representative George Santos, who still says he is not going to resign. However, we are told that people are going to gather today outside of his office to call for his resignation. If we do get a shot of that situation, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. We also have a beautiful shot of the White House there in Washington, D.C. We normally have it up here on our screen. It is a beautiful start to the day there in D.C. So just yesterday, we did hear from Kevin McCarthy, the House Speaker, holding one of his first ever news conferences, answering questions about George Santos and about the Democrats as a whole. I do want to play some of those comments here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Press conference here for a reason. Just where those cameras sit under Father Sierra, if you listen to my speech, is my favorite place in this building. The reason why it's my favorite place is there's a little tile that this was the first chambers after we moved from Philadelphia. And that's where Abraham Lincoln's desk sat. In the back of the chambers, a one-term congressman, with all the challenges that America faced. Long hours, tough work, but as he sat there, I imagine at times he would look over at Cleo. Cleo writes down what has transpired in this house. He probably looked at that clock, wondering how long it would go. That's the exact same view, the exact same clock. But if Cleo continues to inscribe what has happened, in the last 5 days, we passed a rules package that no longer the power rests with a few, but to the voices of America of who they elect. We repealed and stripped the funding for 87,000 IRS agents. Government should be here to help you, not to go after you. Be able to protect the unborn. We just protected the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, where the president can no longer deplete it and sell our oil to China. And we opened the House back up for the public, something the public has not been able to be a part of for the last couple of years. That's just the first 5 days, and we're just getting started. So we made a commitment to America, and we're going to keep it. With that, let me open up for questions. Yes.
You've got a growing number of Republican members now that are calling on Representative George Santos to resign, or at the very least not sit on committees. These aren't just allegations. These are things that he's admitted to, lying to, stealing. Why put him on committees?
Well, what I find is the voters have elected George Santos. If there is a concern, he will go through ethics. If there is something that is found, he will be dealt with in that manner. But they have a voice in this process. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering, aside from this bill you all just passed in the Select Committee on China, what other ways will you all be addressing China? What do you see as the top priorities in relation?
Good you brought that up. I didn't even mention of the other thing we did. Passed a very bipartisan bill with 146 Democrats joining with us to create a new Select Committee on China that Congressman Gallagher will chair. And I've met with Leader Hakeem on this. This will be, Hakeem Jeffries, this will be a very bipartisan committee. Because I think it's very important. A number of reasons why I believe we have lost jobs to China, our intellectual property, because many times we don't speak with one voice from America. What I am trying to accomplish is get members on both sides of the aisle from all different perspectives, not just from a militarily, from financial, from agriculture and others, to bring those jobs back to America, to make sure China's not with inside America buying our farmland and others. Get a level playing field for competition. We watched during COVID for our medical supplies, them controlling 50% of the market. We watched from our medical pills and others what they control. This is something that is very, not just disturbing to me, but for the future of America. I would say in this first 5 days is probably one of the most powerful things that we passed. In a very bipartisan way, a step forward. I would hope the Senate would do it as well, and that we can speak with one voice as we move forward to bring the jobs back to America. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's been a lot of reporting and a lot of rumors about any addendums, side deals, handshake agreements you made to get the speakership. Just, do the American people deserve to know all the promises you might have made to get the...
Yeah, they deserve to know. And the thing that you should look at is the commitment to America. There's not a side deal to anything. You watch the rules package, exactly the same rules package we had back at January 1st. What does it do? The only change within that is vacate the chair from 5 to 1. The other thing that we did, and I'm glad you keep bringing these up because it reminds me of other things we accomplished. We watch what is happening right now with the President of the United States. Not once, but now we're finding in 2 different locations classified information just out there in the open. It just goes to prove, and we're finding out now, after being sworn in, that this was discovered before the election. Another faux pas by the Biden administration, but treating law differently based upon your political beliefs. Treats President Trump one way, but treats President Biden a whole different way. That's why we had to provide a new entity from our church style to look after the weaponization of what's gone on, that you want to equal playing of the law to all Americans. Sorry. Let him finish.
Do you see this matter regarding the classified documents found in President Biden's home going before that committee?
I see it could go from that committee or others, but I think Congress has to investigate this. Here's an individual that's been in office for more than 40 years. Here's an individual that sat on 60 Minutes that was so concerned about President Trump's documents locked in behind, and now we find it just as a vice president keeping it for years out in the open in different locations. I do not think any American believes that justice should not be equal to all. And we found from this administration what happened before every single election, whatever comes out that they utilize to try to falsify it, they try to have different standards for their own beliefs. That doesn't work in America. Yes, sir.
Do you trust someone who has admitted to lying about major aspects of his past, could be facing fraud charges from Brazil, to have access to top secret information?
I don't see any way that he's going to have top secret. If you're referring to George Santos, he's got a long way to go to earn trust. But the one thing I do know is you apply the Constitution equal to all Americans. The voters of his district have elected him. He is seated. He is part of the Republican conference. There are concerns with it, so he will go before ethics. If anything is found to be wrong, he will be held accountable exactly as anybody else in this body would be. That is the fair way to handle anything you go, and that's how I'll deal with any single issue that ever comes forward. Yes, ma'am.
Do you see a difference in that former President Trump denied repeated requests for all of his classified documents for more than a year, and President Biden's lawyers turned in documents after finding them?
No, because from one standpoint, they knew the documents were there. They actually asked President Trump to put another lock on them, so they were locked. You look at President Biden. He wasn't president. He was vice president. He held these in different locations right out in the open. He criticized President Trump. Did he utilize the Justice Department to raid President Trump? Did you think that was right? They knew this has happened to President Biden before the election, but they kept it a secret from the American public. He goes on 60 Minutes, criticizes President Trump, even knowing what he has done, and he wasn't president at the time. Now we find another location that it's at, but he refused to answer. His press secretary won't answer the questions. You watched them leak photos of sitting out files of President Trump. Where's the photos of President Biden's documents? Where are those photos at? He knowingly knew this happened going into election, going into interviews. This is what makes America not trust their government. You cannot have one form of law because somebody philosophically has a different opinion than you, and you can't use the Justice Department to go after people that are politically different as well. It has to be equal across, and what I'm finding what's happening with President Biden time and again, you go from a laptop saying it not only that it wasn't true, but utilizing your own friends to go into companies to tell them to say the same thing, to try to knock down information, to try to make sure the New York Post story couldn't be printed. You should be offended by that. You are of the press. You should be allowed to write even when you knew it was true. So. Yes, sir.
Will Republicans pursue entitlement reform this Congress? And if so, would you be open to including higher taxes as part of those reforms?
Look, the one thing I know, I've watched when Republicans were in power those 8 years, discretionary spending increased 0. I watched Democrat take over for 4 years. They increased it by 30%. They went from $4 trillion to $7 trillion. I watched a $31 trillion debt. I watched inflation grow under their fiscal policies. We've got to get our house in order. So the one thing I will tell you as Republicans, we will always protect Medicare and Social Security. We will protect that for the next generation going forward. But we are going to scrutinize every single dollar spent. It's the right, it's the hardworking taxpayer that actually pays it. And we want to make sure it's spent wisely and not the way the Democrats have spent it. Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask, so there's been some interest among some of your rank-and-file Republicans to possibly introduce a resolution to expunge one of former President Trump's impeachments or possibly vote. What do you think of that? Is that something that you would be supportive of?
I'd have to look. When you find that the final information that the Russia document was all a lie, when you watch what went through, I'd understand why members would want to bring that forward. Our first priority is to get our economy back on track, secure our borders, make our streets safe again, give parents the opportunity to have a say in their kids' education, and actually hold government accountable. But I understand why individuals want to do it, and we'd look at it.
Yes. Now, a bunch of Republicans, about 20 of them last Congress, called on Speaker Pelosi at the time to release the adjacent Capitol Hill security footage of all things that happened on that day. Is that something that you'd be interested in doing? Congressman Gates said that you would be willing to do that. Is that?
Yeah, I think the public should see what has happened on that day. I've watched what Nancy Pelosi did, where she politicized it. Where for the first time in the history as a speaker, not allowing the minority to appoint to a committee, to pick and choose. We watched the politicization of this. I think the American public should actually see all what happened instead of a report that's written for a political basis. And I think the answer. We're looking through that. I want to be very thoughtful about it, but yes, I'm engaged to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. On the debt ceiling, can you guarantee that Republicans will provide the votes necessary to raise the debt ceiling and avoid...
Look, we want to make sure we don't want to put any fiscal problems to our economy, and we won't. But fiscal problems would be continuing to do business as usual. I remembered when Trump was president and Nancy Pelosi was speaker, they became a debt ceiling agreement, and it was a cap agreement for 2 years to cap the spending and make those decisions. This is something that people have utilized. But I ask all of you and all Americans, if you have a child and you give them a credit card and they spend the limit, so you increase the limit again and again and again, when does it end? We've got to change the way we are spending money wastefully in this country. And we're going to make sure that happens. It's a hard-working taxpayer to do it. Paul, how are you? It's good to see you.
Senator Cornyn seemed a little bit dismissive of some of the House Republican plans to Jake's coworker at the border yesterday. Some of the other Republicans were...
What did he say?
I don't have the exact quote on me. I'm sorry. He seemed to think that what happens in the House, but the Senate needs to be bipartisan. Have you coordinated?
Well, that's interesting because in the House here, we just had probably one of the biggest bipartisan votes to collect a select committee on China. I don't know, is the Senate even in this week? What did they do this week? Oh yeah, they haven't done anything. So I think the House has been very productive in the first 5 days. But yes, I sat down with all the Republican senators and talked to them about ways that they could be more productive. They didn't even pass one appropriation bill last year. They didn't even pass an NDAA. So the ways we can make the Senate more productive would be great. And I think us working together will help them in the process to do that. Yes, ma'am.
What's your response to Democrats who believe that you may have brokered some sort of deal with Santos in order to keep him in the House?
I'd say they're wrong.
And what should be the equalization, Speaker?
We saw the right flank of the party move you on the rules package. Are you concerned that moderates will throw their weight around to do the same?
Look, we are one party. We don't have just one idea, but we go from the Reagan philosophy. If we agree with people 80% of the time, we're all together. I like the idea of having a party so large that you have a lot of beliefs inside it, but you have a foundation of our beliefs. And I think what we went through last week will only make us stronger in the long run.
Mr. Speaker, do you see a cap? You mentioned a cap agreement, budget cap agreement alongside the debt ceiling. Is that one of the things?
Well, I laid out from an example of what happened last time. When Nancy Pelosi was Speaker, that's what transpired. To get a debt ceiling, they also got a cap on spending for the next 2 years. Spending is out of control here. There's been no oversight, and we cannot continue around the same process. I had a very good conversation with the president when he called me, and I told him I'd like to sit down with him early and work through these challenges. Because, yes, your question earlier, Paul, the House is different. The American public made a decision where they fired the Democrats and they put us in charge. We put out a commitment to America to tell them exactly what we would do if they gave us the power. And in this first week, we continue to keep that commitment. We repealed 87,000 IRS agents. We created a select committee on China to bring the jobs back. We continued to work for the going after accountability in this government, the church-style committee of where we're going. We just stopped the raid of our petroleum reserve, so it won't be sold to China anymore. We continue to keep our promises. You'll watch it week after week after week. Yes, ma'am.
Speaker McCarthy, are you concerned that the targets of potential subpoenas will use the argument that you used and Mr. Jordan used to ignore the subpoena you got, that this is just political?
No, because mine wasn't ignoring a subpoena. I said I would gladly go if we got to appoint people to the committee. If it was not political, you will find the fundamental difference of me being a speaker and Nancy Pelosi. The other side will get to name their members on the committee. It won't be handpicked by me and denying the Democrats their voice. So whatever transpires out of that committee is work to Republicans and Democrats as we move forward. It's a fundamental difference.
That's true with the Intelligence Committee, is it?
Why?
You said you're going to let Democrats appoint their own members to the committee, but you've also indicated you're not going to let them appoint.
I was very clear early on. Let me phrase something very direct to you. If you got the briefing I got from the FBI, you wouldn't have Swalwell on any committee. And you're going to tell me other Democrats couldn't fill that slot? He cannot get a security clearance in the private sector. So would you like to give him a government clearance? You asked me questions about Santos. You asked the questions about Swalwell. Not only was he getting a clearance, he was inside an intel committee. He had more information than the majority of all the members. Did you ever raise that issue? No, but you should have. You're going to tell me there's 200 other Democrats that couldn't fill that slot, but they kept him on it? The only way that they even knew it came forward is when they went to nominate him to the Intel Committee. And then the FBI came and told the leadership then, he's got a problem. And they kept him on. That jeopardized all of us. Adam Schiff openly lied to the American public. He told you he had proof. He told you he didn't know the whistleblower. He put America for 4 years through an impeachment that he knew was a lie. At the same time we had Ukraine, at the same time we had Afghanistan collapse. Was that the role of the Intel Committee? No. So what I am doing with the Intel Committee, bringing it back to the jurisdiction it's supposed to do, forward-looking to keep this country safe. Keep the politics out of it. So yes, I'm doing exactly what we're supposed to do. Last question.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question
right
for
here.
you.
Well, I'll go to questions. You both, but you go first.
As a member of Congress.
No, let her go first.
As a member of Congress.
Let her go first.
That Congress has a priority to investigate Biden's handling of classified documents, but
yes.
You don't think that Congress has a priority to investigate Trump's handling of classified documents, even though...
Well, what's an interesting question to me is, they put a special prosecutor on that. They raided Mar-a-Lago when he was gone. They came in with sirens and everything else. Even though they had already met, they knew it was there. They said, put another lock on. They put another lock on it. Had they asked, they could have just picked it up. But why would they do that? Why would they go after a political opponent that way? Why would they leak photos and say all this? Why would they go through the former First Lady's clothing? Why would they go through his son's clothing? Why would they raid in the manner in which they did? At the same time, prior to an election, you found a sitting president when he was vice president with top secret documents. Why did they handle that differently? We're in America. We believe in equal justice. Why did they not even tell America that that transpired? How did he sit before 60 Minutes knowing what he had done? How do we find out a second location and he's shocked by it? Why aren't you asking him these questions? Why doesn't he come forth to the American public? We don't think there needs to be a special prosecutor, but I think Congress has a role to look. Yes, last question.
You, as a member of Congress, have you ever used a lawyer or an attorney to clean out or move your officer?
A lawyer or attorney to clean up? I have a lawyer. I don't know what point you're trying to get at, so help me further on the question.
Well, Mr. Biden said he sent his lawyers to move his office, so I'm wondering if that's something that...
No, I use my hands and my own, so I think it's kind of... I think if you call a lawyer to remove something for your office, he must have known ahead of time. So I think he has a lot of answers to the American public. The good thing about that is the American public has a Congress that can get the answers. Thank you all. I hope you have a great weekend.
All right, that was House Speaker Kevin McCarthy speaking just yesterday, answering questions from the media, including about George Santos, who has said he will still not resign. In other news here, a powerful tornado outbreak has killed 7 people and caused extensive damage across multiple states. One of the hardest hit areas was Selma, Alabama. I want to go over live there to Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez. She joins us with a look at some of that damage. Nicole, thanks for being here.
Josh, good morning. Truthfully, a day of terror for so many in the historic town of Selma, Alabama. What you're looking at here behind me was Cross Point Christian Daycare. Inside this building, dozens of people, staff and young children, some just weeks old, who we heard had to be shielded by the adults here to try to keep them alive. And it's an incredible story that I'm able to tell you that everyone who was in this building made it out alive. But you have to understand the intensity that this tornado had to have, I'll say, to knock down a building, a brick building. There you go, look at that. A building that you would think is much sturdier in a situation when a tornado is moving through. A building that those church staff members believed would be safe to keep those children in as that storm broke through and tore through Selma and unfortunately has collapsed. This is just a glimpse of the destruction that you see that goes on block after block after block here in Selma. Of course, Selma not alone in the devastation and the hurt that so many across the South are feeling today. Many others in Kentucky, Mississippi, Georgia feeling just the same after 10 hours of consecutive tornado warnings yesterday, 45 confirmed tornadoes. Bringing it back to Alabama, we know 6 counties are under a state of emergency because of the sheer devastation that has occurred. And we know at least 6 in this state have been killed. So it's a lot to take in. It's a painful day. And you think about the historic moments that have occurred here in Selma. 50 years ago, really, America changed. And this storm will likely forever change Selma in particular. I mean, there are homes that look a lot like this all across this community. And those folks who live in those homes, they're truly going to have to start over. You know, this is a city of about 17,500 people, but it feels like a small town. And all throughout the night yesterday as we arrived, we heard stories from volunteer firefighters, from staff members at this daycare who have just been doing everything they can, working overnight to try to make even a dent into some progress, to get help, to make sure that emergency responders can get to where they need to be and get to the people that need that help. A lot of roads have been cleared. Power is out, of course, and it's dark. It's
eerie. It's quiet here, Josh, but I'll tell you, I think we're going to learn a lot more in the next few hours as the sun rises here in Selma, not only to really understand how intense this tornado was, and again, how it was able to do the damage you see here behind me, but whether anyone was injured. I'll tell you, great news right now. Not only were the people in this building, they're alive, but so far we have not heard of any deaths here in Selma, which is very, very good news, Josh.
Yeah, truly miraculous there, because you can see just the strength when you look at that building. I mean, destroyed in a matter of seconds there. And you mentioned that as you go around that area, you can see the damage. As you're driving even further, I know this was a major tornado outbreak, so I imagine not just near you, but even further down, it probably looks pretty much the same. The storm having a massive impact on so many people.
That's always the interesting part of these tornadoes, Josh, is they have a massive impact, but on very specific communities and sometimes very specific streets. So there are some buildings here in Selma that are still standing. Let me give you some perspective. You're looking at this daycare right here. If we can go to my left here, Lloyd, you'll see the main church building is still standing, almost looks untouched. We know there is still significant damage, at least to the interior and some of the exterior of the building, but it shows you the juxtaposition of the damage that can happen in these tornadoes as they move through, and really which buildings are in its direct path and how much damage those see versus those that are just in that surrounding area. So yes, we know that Alabama has seen a lot of damage, in Autauga County in particular, where those 6 people lost their lives. We know that there's damage there. So it's just a matter of really seeing the path of that tornado to really see some of the worst destruction.
All right, Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, and don't forget to go download the Fox Weather app. Just go to the App Store, the Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather. It's right there. You'll get a radar and you'll have alerts for your specific area if you turn on those notifications. Again, go to the Google Store, the App Store, type in Fox Weather and hit that download button. All right, I do want to take you back out live over here. Take a look. This is a live image from Graceland, where we have been watching as crews have been gathering. We've seen people gather, fans of Lisa Marie Presley here watching, kind of paying their tribute to her after she did pass away just yesterday. We will have more coverage of that coming up a little bit later on. For now, I'm going to go to a quick break, but we will be right back here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It's 8:51 on the East Coast, 5:51 on the West Coast. Wherever you're watching us from, thank you so much for joining us here. And we do want to get to your top stories. And one of them, we showed this to you live, raw, and unfiltered yesterday morning. Brian Kohberger, the man who is accused of fatally stabbing 4 University of Idaho students in mid-November, did appear in court. And we learned that he won't be back in court for several months until the end of June. Dan Springer with Fox News brings us the latest on what happened inside that courtroom.
Wearing jail orange, Brian Kohberger made his way back into a Latah County, Idaho courtroom this morning. Accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students 2 months ago, the criminology PhD student could have forced a preliminary hearing as early as next week. But he and his court-appointed attorney, Ann Taylor, decided they need much more time to look over the evidence against him to mount a defense.
Are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing and agreeing that that hearing can be held outside the 14-day period?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, do you concur with his waiver?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Kohberger's attorney also decided not to make an argument for bail, so the 28-year-old Pennsylvania native will remain behind bars. Unlike his initial appearance, there were no family members of the victims in the courtroom today. Yesterday, the parents of Ethan Chapin released a rare statement on Facebook saying they had just dropped off Ethan's triplet siblings, seen here as children, at the University of Idaho, where they also attend. Adding, Maisie and Hunter are rock stars and we couldn't be more proud of them. Their job now is to just be kids. We spend no time being angry. That would be energy not well spent. Kohberger's preliminary hearing was scheduled for June 26th, and his attorney anticipates it will take 4 to 5 days. In Moscow, Idaho, Dan Springer, Fox News.
Dan, thank you so much. He has been out there live for us several times this week to bring us the latest. Once again, though, we know that suspect, Brian Kohberger, will not be in court for that preliminary hearing until the end of June, Monday, June 26th. That is months from now. That court hearing yesterday was just about 5 minutes long, very quick, but I do want to play it for you here, raw and unfiltered, and we will have an expert, a legal expert, join us right afterward to help break down everything that did happen in court and the case in general. All right, I want to play that hearing for you, raw and unfiltered.
Right, good morning. We are on the record. This is cause number CR 29222805. This is State of Idaho versus Brian Kohberger. Mr. Kohberger is in custody. He is appearing here in court with his attorneys, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Logsdon, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings appearing on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for the preliminary hearing status conference. So I am going to inquire of counsel. Ms. Taylor, what's the status at this time?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are going to ask the court to set preliminary hearing out into June. We would request the 3rd or 4th week of June and probably 4 or 5 days for preliminary hearing. Mr. Kohberger understands his right to a timely preliminary hearing, and he's willing to waive the timeliness to allow us time to obtain discovery in this case and be prepared.
And Mr. Thompson, are you in agreement with that?
The state has no objection to that, Your Honor. Ms. Taylor reached out to us by email yesterday with her proposal. On reflection, the state's calendar would be better in the month of July, but we will make the end of June work if that's the court's preference. And I haven't had a chance to talk with Ms. Taylor about that. I'm sorry, I know that's last minute.
That's okay. The court's calendar is going to be better towards the end of June, early July. So would that work, Ms. Taylor, for your scheduling on your other matters?
Your Honor, yes. If we take that 4th week in June, that's actually best.
Okay. So, Mr. Kohberger, I need to speak to you for a moment then. Sir, you do understand, and Ms. Taylor has represented here, that she's advised you of your right to have, or fully discussed with you, the right that you have, which is to have your preliminary hearing within 14 days of the date that you initially appeared before this court. As you recall, when I advised you of your rights, that hearing is a probable cause hearing where the state has to establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. If you waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing, it does not mean that you're giving up your right to have a preliminary hearing. It simply means that you would not be able to come back and challenge that the state did not present probable cause within 14 days. Do you understand?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Taylor about your decision to waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to do so?
No.
Then I will ask at this time, as to the 5 counts, felony counts that were charged in the criminal complaint that was filed on December 29th of 2022, are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing and agreeing that that hearing can be held outside the 14-day period?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, do you concur with his waiver?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
I will find your waiver of speedy preliminary hearing is knowing, intelligently, voluntarily entered here in open court with the assistance of counsel. We will go ahead and set the matter for preliminary hearing. Beginning Monday, June 26th at 9:00 a.m. And I will go ahead and reserve the week, so June 26th to June 30th, in the event that we need all 5 days for presentation of evidence. And just so council knows, it will begin at 9 a.m. each of those days. Is there anything further to address at this time in the case, Mr. Thompson?
Not from the state's perspective, Your Honor, no.
All right. Or Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kohberger, then you will be remanded into custody on your same no bail at this point in time, pending further proceedings. Again, we'll send notice out to council, and we will be in recess for this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, that was a replay from Thursday as we did see Brian Kohberger appear there in the courtroom, but we did learn that he will not be back in court for that preliminary hearing until the end of June. The exact date there, Monday, June 26th. So on that day, we'll bring you everything you need to know. And we are going to continue to follow this case around the clock here at LiveNOW from Fox. I do want to bring you to just one of the many images that we do have here on our LiveNOW from Fox camera. We're keeping a very close eye on several different stories here. I do want to talk more about those classified documents that were found at President Biden's home. We know right now that several folks in the Republican Party have started comparing it to the situation with Donald Trump. So how does it compare? Let's send it over to Alexandria Hoff here with Fox News for a little bit more information.
Attorney General Merrick Garland named the special counsel Thursday after a second batch of potentially classified documents was found at the president's home. It comes as the White House is being pressed for more clarity on the situation. Attorney Robert Hur is a former Trump-appointed federal prosecutor and has been tapped to investigate how Obama-Biden-era documents came to be housed at a D.C. think tank in the president's Wilmington home.
I am confident that Mr. Hur will carry out his responsibility in an even-handed and urgent manner.
Yesterday, Attorney General Garland laid out the timeline for this investigation. On November 4th, before the midterm elections, the National Archives reported classified documents were found at the Penn Biden Center office in Washington. By the 14th, an internal investigation was underway. On December 20th, more documents were discovered in the president's garage, and yesterday, more were found.
But at any rate,
Was it a locked garage?
yes, as well as my Corvette. But as I said earlier this week, people know I take classified documents and classified material seriously.
Republicans are demanding that the president endure the same level of legal scrutiny as former President Trump, whose possession of classified documents prompted the August FBI raid of Mar-a-Lago. President Biden's legal team argues that the Obama-Biden-era documents were willingly handed over, the White House calling them inadvertently misplaced.
I think it's conceivable that he was completely clueless about what was going on, but it doesn't dismiss the fact that he's responsible for this stuff.
The Biden administration says that they will fully cooperate with the special counsel's review. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
All right, Alexandria, thank you so much. I do want to get back to a story that we were talking about just a few minutes ago, and that is Brian Kohberger appearing in court just yesterday, where we did learn that he will not have his next hearing until the end of June. We're talking several months from now, and if you are not familiar with the case, he is the man who is suspected of murdering 4 University of Idaho students back in mid-November. I do want to bring in an expert. Sierra Norris is a criminal defense attorney and founder of the law office of C.N. Norris to talk a little bit more about this case. Thank you so much for being here.
Of course, thank you for having me.
So first off, your thoughts on this case overall, and we know that information has been kind of limited as far as a motive. We really don't know that at this point. We just know what the court documents have revealed.
I think the motive here is the standout question. It's going to be the star of this entire show. Overall, I find it very intriguing for a suspect with this specific makeup that has a doctorate's degree or was at least attempting to obtain a doctorate's degree in criminal justice has been kind of found at the middle of this chaotic, very intriguing, very engulfing story. As a criminal justice major, doctorate, he not only knows what's good about the criminal system, but he also knows the flaws of it. I'm very intrigued to see how he navigates this entire process.
So his attorneys asking for this several months for the preliminary hearing, I feel personally, just cases that I've heard about, usually those do take place, I would say a week, 2 weeks after they are taken into custody there. However, we are waiting until the end of June. That is several months away. Is that a normal situation to have happen?
Honestly, I wouldn't consider it normal. I think that if this is something that actually happens, a preliminary hearing, it is at the absolute benefit to the defense. And so I'm very interested to know why and how this decision was made, because a preliminary hearing allows the defense counsel to go into a hearing and cross-examine different witnesses in front of a judge. It is an exceptional tool in the beginning of a case to undermine the evidence in a case, opposed from a grand jury or an indictment where a state's attorney or prosecutor would present their evidence to members of the community, and then that community would decide. There's not allowed a defense attorney in those hearings, so you don't get the benefit of cross-examining and undermining the defense at the early stage of the case. So I think this plays very well for him. And I'm interested to know why it's even something that is allowed, and the state's attorney didn't go with just a grand jury indictment, because the defense is going to get a very good benefit from being able to have this hearing.
Yeah, they've said that they want the extra time to look over the discovery, take a look at the evidence, and have a good look at it. But I mean, we're talking several months from now. Why do you think, just in your experience, that the prosecution may have been okay with that?
Honestly, in my experience, I don't think I would see a case like this. I've never seen a case of murder go to a preliminary hearing in Illinois or a place like Chicago. I honestly am very stumped on why the state's attorney is allowing the defense to have such an advantage early on. I will say, though, in my experience, the criminal justice system is flawed, but it is set up to benefit people who look like this defendant. So I'm not sure what's going on up there, but they're giving him every advantage, and that might be because that's how the criminal justice system actually supposed to work, but we know that it railroads other communities of people.
And going back to his defense team, as you mentioned, of course, you're not on his defense team at all. You're not associated with the case. But what do you think his defense team is going to try to do at this point when they do have that preliminary hearing? What argument are they possibly going to make to say he didn't do this?
Well, I don't think that that is the benefit of a preliminary hearing. You're not going to find a judge, no matter how great the defense team undermines the evidence, that's going to say, yep, I'm going to take this upon me as a judge and dismiss this for lack of evidence. I read the affidavit this morning. It's 18 pages filled with circumstantial evidence. That is going to be enough for it to pass the charging stage. However, what is going to happen is they get the ability to undermine this circumstantial evidence, because there's not a lot of direct evidence, and poke holes in their case in the beginning of the case. As far as their theory of the case, he has not made a statement yet, which is obviously to his benefit. And it seems as if they're going to try to look at the evidence before a statement, if it's ever made, is made. And that also plays the defense advantage, because it's better to look at the case first.
And a lot of people hear court. That's all they hear. They know there's a hearing, but you did have an arraignment, and now you have this preliminary hearing. You kind of already touched on this, but can you explain for people who don't know what a preliminary hearing is? Can you kind of walk us through what you see during that hearing?
Absolutely. So at the beginning of a case, the state has to show that they have enough probable cause to charge. That means that there's enough evidence early on before the investigation and the review is complete to say, more likely than not, this evidence is enough for this charge to stick. Then they get to have a hearing where a detective or a police officer comes and testifies to the initial evidence. That allows the defense team to have what's called a cross-examination. They get to cross-examine those officers early on in the case and create possible, I call them grenades, possible grenades in the case going forward, because these officers aren't going to be as knowledgeable about the case in the beginning as they are towards trial. They're going to be prepped, everybody's going to have their theory. And so they get to question this evidence early, and it's not necessarily to win, it's to start undermining the evidence at such an early stage. And then you also have to understand officers are human beings, and so are detectives. They're overworked like all of us, and it can be easy to trip up an officer and undermine the evidence early on without having all the information. So a skilled attorney should be able to do that, which I know you didn't ask me this question, but I'm also very intrigued as to the choice. You know, he has a family. You can kind of see people building these huge defense teams, but this suspect is going with the public defenders. Public defenders are extremely knowledgeable and extremely trained, and they're in those rooms every day. So I'm very intrigued as to that move, and I think that if this public defender is given this preliminary hearing, she's going to be able to undermine some of this very circumstantial evidence in the beginning of the case, which is going to benefit him.
And one thing I was thinking about is when you're talking about months and months after this crime happened, again, this has been set for June 26th. It is now January 13th. Is there a possibility that some of the people involved in the case have lost some of those key facts in their mind? Their memories have kind of faded a little bit over time, and it's not just a week or two after the crime was committed. Does that happen where people don't fully remember what happened?
I mean, it's like any memory. You know, you can recall certain days if given clues, and that's why it makes sense to get these witnesses early on, get them on video, get them on on paper, have them signing their statements, because then, to your point, you get to ask them, this was your statement when it was fresh in your mind, right? And do you need help remembering some of those small details that you would have remembered when the facts were fresh, opposed to this trial is going to be 3-4 years from now. The preliminary hearing is going to be 6 years from now. And so that's why it's the law enforcement's job to memorialize these witnesses so early on. And so there are different tools that you can get to recall a certain witness's memory. So as long as it's on paper and recorded in some way in the very beginning, then I don't think that it'll be too hard to get those same facts out of them. Now, if different witnesses start coming out 4, 6, 9 months, then as a criminal defense attorney, that would be a red flag for me. And I would want to know why you waited so long, because the only reason why you would want to wait so long is, 1, you're scared, or 2, you wanted to make sure you had your story straight.
All right, Sierra Norris, anything else that you want to add about the case before I let you go?
As far as motive goes, I think that that's going to be a huge standout. And it seems to me, it might be a little far-fetched, but I think that we're going to see this suspect have a very integral role in his defense. And that's all I really want to say, but there is no motive other than seeing, I think, maybe seeing if he could outsmart the criminal justice system. It might be a little far-fetched, but we have a very intellectual man who's very careful, so we'll see.
And knowledgeable of criminal justice. So Sierra Norris, criminal defense attorney there, founder of the law office of C.N. Norris. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Have a wonderful day.
You too. All right, it is 9:13 on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll get right back into the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:15 on the East Coast and 6:15 on the West Coast. I want to get back to a story that we have been following here throughout the morning on Live Now. This is video out of Georgia at the airport just yesterday in Atlanta as that powerful storm moved through the area. We know there were watches and warnings across several different states, and unfortunately at least 7 people have died, 6 of those in Alabama and 1 over in Georgia. Gary Baumgarten with Fox News breaks down what we know so far.
A deadly and destructive series of storms, including several tornadoes slamming the South, impacting communities across Kentucky, Mississippi, Georgia, and Alabama on Thursday.
We could have been gone, y'all. Do you understand me? We had to run for cover.
At least 6 people are dead in Alabama after a tornado swept through the central part of the state. Alabama Governor Kay Ivey tweeting in part, quote, "My prayers are with their loved ones and communities. We are far too familiar with devastating weather, but our people are resilient. We will get through it and be stronger for it." In the historic city of Selma, the wind gusts downed trees, ripped roofs off of homes, and damaged businesses. Similar devastation also seen further northwest in Greensboro and Hale County, where survivors say they're lucky to be alive as they prepare to pick up the pieces.
You can't cry over spilled milk. You pick up and just do the best you can. I think the Lord was good to me. Give me enough sense to get away from here before it hit, because there's a good chance I'd have lost my life.
Thankful that God saved my life.
Meanwhile, pockets of North Georgia were also lashed by a strong storm system, killing at least 1 person. Intense winds blew down the wall to this business while downing trees and knocking out power to tens of thousands. Storms also flattened several structures in Monroe County, Mississippi, and in central Kentucky, where the National Weather Service confirmed 2 tornadoes touched down Thursday, citing wind speeds between 90 and 100 miles an hour. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
All right, Gary, thank you so much. And back to a sad story that we have been following throughout the last 12 hours or so. Funeral plans now in the works for Lisa Marie Presley, the daughter of the king of rock and roll, Elvis. Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette joins us in West Hills with more on the death. I believe you're right outside the hospital where she did pass away.
That's right, Josh. Good morning, everyone. We are at West Hills Hospital. This is in the city of Los Angeles in the San Fernando Valley, and this is where Lisa Marie Presley was brought yesterday by paramedics after she collapsed at her Calabasas home. She was given CPR, a pulse was regained, and they rushed her here, but sadly, there was nothing that doctors could do, and she reportedly died with her mother and one of her daughters by her bedside yesterday. Certainly a tragic, sudden, and unexpected death. And of course, Lisa Marie Presley, a lot of people know her as a singer, a songwriter, a producer, and the keeper of her father Elvis's legacy. But it's important to know she's also a mom and a beloved daughter. Priscilla and Elvis's only daughter. She leaves behind 3 daughters of her own. Her son Benjamin took his own life back in 2020. The grief and loss, that is something she said she has lived with every single day ever since. And while the exact cause of her death will have to be determined by a medical examiner if an autopsy is done, it is believed she died from cardiac arrest. And there are reports here in Los Angeles that leading up to her death, she had not been feeling well. As a matter of fact, her last public appearance was at the Golden Globe ceremony on Tuesday. She was interviewed by the television show Extra, and their reporter Billy Bush, who says he noted something was off, and that after the interview, he told his producer something is just not right. He said she was very clear, but that her speech was very slow, and she seemed a little bit unsteady on her feet and simply was not looking well. So condolences going out to the Presley family today. She was, of course, known again for her music. She was known for her marriages. There were 4 of them. She had married Michael Jackson and actor Nicolas Cage among the other 2 among the 4 marriages. But really, she'll always be known as Elvis's little girl, his only child. And of course, Elvis Presley died at the very young age of 42 back in 1977. She was only about 9 years old then, and he died reportedly also of cardiac arrest, among other causes. Josh?
All right, Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette. Thank you so much for joining us live this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It is now 9:20 on the East Coast and 6:20 on the West Coast. I do actually want to take you out live. I believe we still do have this live image out of Memphis. This would be where fans are gathering to pay tribute to Lisa Marie Presley. They have gathered with flowers, photos, bears. We do know that the station out there did just speak with one of the people who showed up, so we're going to try to play that back for you here in a second. But this is over in Graceland. We know we associate Elvis with Graceland, and Lisa Marie Presley, of course, Elvis's daughter. So that is where fans are showing up. 9:21 on the East Coast, 6:21 on the West Coast. I do want to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Getting back into our top stories, President Biden's classified documents controversy does continue to grow. As Madeline Rivera with Fox News does report from Washington, a special counsel will now investigate the president's handling of sensitive material after he left the vice president's office.
Attorney General Merrick Garland announced an investigation into his boss Thursday. The White House says it's cooperating, but the president is facing a lot of heat. A special counsel will look into those classified documents found at President Biden's former D.C. office and Delaware home.
This appointment underscores for the public the department's commitment to both independence and accountability.
The news came hours after the president confirmed documents were discovered in a garage at his Wilmington residence.
It's not like you're sitting out in the street.
President Biden's attorneys had notified the Justice Department about that second batch in December. Yet the president did not disclose that information on Tuesday while giving his first public comments about the initial set of classified files that were recovered in November. Still, the White House insists
we have been transparent here.
The president says he doesn't know what's in the records, which the White House says were likely inadvertently misplaced.
Joe Biden should know better. I'm glad his Corvette was locked in the garage, but that is not an excuse for having classified documents in that same building.
There are now two special counsels looking into classified documents, one for President Biden and another for former President Trump.
I think Merrick Garland made the right choice to have the same standard to do separate special counsels here.
At least one Democrat, though, is skeptical of President Biden's findings.
Things can be planted in places and then discovered conveniently. That may be what has occurred here.
An investigation could be a significant setback for the president's potential 2024 run, as he also tries to fend off a number of Republican-led congressional probes. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And you did hear a few comments here made by Congressman Hank Johnson, a Democrat, in Madeline's story there. But I do want to play that full minute and a half of comments that he did make just yesterday. Again, about a minute and a half long.
The classified documents that were found in President Biden's Wilmington garage, do you think that that's an irresponsible way to handle classified information?
I'm not aware of the discovery of any classified documentation inside of a garage. I don't know anything about it.
Okay, generally.
But I'll tell you, it sounds suspicious that all of this is coming out right now.
That was my question. Do you think that the fact that he knew about this 2 months ago, should he have informed the American people then?
Well, like I say, I don't, this is the first time I've heard this report that you're talking about, but my response to it all is that alleged classified documents showing up allegedly in the possession of Joseph Biden, there's so much that needs to be investigated, and that's what I call for, is for everything to be investigated. But I'm suspicious of the timing of it. I'm also aware of the fact that things can be planted on people. Places and things can be planted. Things can be planted in places and then discovered conveniently. That may be what has occurred here. I'm not ruling that out. But I'm open in terms of the investigation needs to be investigated. Probably a special prosecutor should be appointed.
And we do know that a special prosecutor was appointed there. New York Congressman George Santos says he is not going anywhere, at least for now. That's despite his own Republican Party saying, "Get out of here, you are not welcome." Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively reporting from Washington.
We'll be talking to you guys soon.
As more politicians say it's time for him to go. On Thursday, controversial Congressman George Santos said it's not their call.
I'm not doing this as a political job. I'm serving the American people who elected me.
During his campaign, the New York Republican lied about graduating college, his job history, and even being Jewish. The congressman is now facing multiple investigations over campaign and personal finances. On Thursday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy suggested Santos won't be given top-secret information, but said he's still a member of Congress.
The voters of his district have elected him. He is seated. He is part of the Republican conference.
Some New York Republicans are calling for Santos to resign.
As a person who spent every day of his adult life in an elected office, if you can't be honest with yourself, you're never going to be honest with your constituents.
Democrats, meanwhile, have questions.
How did Republicans let this happen? How did you get behind someone like George Santos, who is so clearly a fraudster?
2 New York Democrats have a bill that would require future candidates to give more biographical information to the Federal Elections Commission, and if they lie, they could be fined or go to prison. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Well, the ripple effects continuing following Wednesday's nationwide air traffic ground stop. Lawmakers from both parties now demanding to know what the airline industry did with $54 billion in taxpayer-funded COVID relief during the pandemic and another $25 billion in subsidized loans. Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram takes a look from Capitol Hill.
A perplexed Congress after a cascade of air travel snafus. The most recent, the first complete airline ground stop since 9/11, thanks to crashing computers.
This is a major problem. We can't have this again.
Lawmakers question how a catastrophic technical failure could paralyze air travel.
How could a stable platform like that suddenly go down? Were there no backups?
Lawmakers are now on the hook to pay for significant equipment upgrades.
There's a real opportunity here with the FAA reauthorization bill to fund the appropriate technologies to make sure that the government is doing their part.
Flight cancellations are double what they were 5 years ago. Delayed flights the highest since 2018, even though the industry scored nearly $79 billion in COVID cash. Lawmakers defended the aid.
The money that Congress approved for the airlines was to keep people employed at the airlines during the pandemic.
But money is only one issue.
The biggest problem is right now is we don't have any leadership in the FAA.
President Biden nominated Philip Washington to run the FAA, renominated him last week, but bipartisan senators shelved his confirmation. Washington has an abbreviated aviation resume, and he faces scrutiny in a public corruption probe. Lawmakers may blame the FAA and the airlines for the debacle, but air travel advocates say Congress bears some responsibility, greenlighting mergers like U.S. Airways and United, Northwest and Delta.
Many of us were warning the industry is becoming too big to fail. Well, that argument is over now. It is too big to fail.
Airline experts say the crisis will compel Congress to allocate even more dollars for aviation. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Sticking with that topic, planes are back in the air after that nationwide outage, but there are still some flight delays and cancellations. No surprise there. Fox Business correspondent Grady Trimble is at O'Hare Airport in Chicago to bring us more.
The situation here at O'Hare and across the country is definitely better than it was yesterday after the first nationwide ground stop since 9/11. Delays, though, are still piling up as the airlines are playing catch-up and dealing with a new line of storms moving across parts of the country. Still, today's issues pale in comparison to yesterday. By late last night, more than 10,000 flights were delayed across the U.S., and more than 1,300 flights were canceled. The FAA says that flight system went down as a result of, quote, a damaged database file. It says there's no evidence of a cyber attack, but it's still trying to pinpoint exactly why the system and its backups failed.
Pretty scary that we have a system like that that doesn't have a redundancy and a redundancy to make sure that doesn't happen.
To make any family plans or vacations, I'm very nervous because it's money out of our pocket. Are we going to be able to go once I book the flight? So it's a little nerve-wracking.
Makes you think twice about going on a vacation, huh?
It really does. It makes you nervous. It makes you think maybe we should drive.
So Americans are feeling less confident about flying even after giving the airlines nearly $80 billion to help them during the pandemic. The Southwest meltdown over the holidays, as well as this failure, have prompted lawmakers and the U.S. Travel Association to call for upgrades to the technology the air travel industry uses. They say it's outdated and needs to be modernized. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Grady, thank you so much. So if you are looking to get away this year, travel experts are sharing some of the biggest travel trends that we are going to see in 2023. Fox's Anna Eliopoulos has more.
The busy holiday season showed us travel is truly back in full swing. Now folks eager to get back out into the world again after the pandemic are looking to see where 2023 can take them.
What we're hoping as people are getting out there again is that they recapture that sense of wonder in our planet that you get from travel and exploration.
At the tail end of last year, National Geographic released its annual list of 25 must-see destinations for 2023, categorized by nature, culture, family, adventure, and new this year, community. Some of this year's picks include Milwaukee, lesser-known national parks like Texas Big Bend, and international getaways such as the Azores. Senior editor Amy Alipio says some of the bigger trends this year are the overall rebound in travel, people staying closer to home with domestic destinations, and mindfulness. But above all, she advises travelers to be passionate about their picks.
I like to encourage travelers to approach destinations, keeping in mind what their passions and interests are and how that is going to be a gateway to unlocking any destination so that no matter where you go, you will find something for you.
Lonely Planet Executive Director Nithya Chambers says those with wanderlust are focusing on 2023 trips where they can go to a destination and have an authentic experience.
People are really looking not just to go somewhere, but to go somewhere and do something specific, to eat a certain meal, to see a certain site, to have a certain type of relaxation.
This trend toward experience and authenticity, largely driven by social media.
It's making not just the trip feel attainable, but also actionable. And I think it is helping people think in really creative ways about how they want to spend their time when they're traveling.
Social media also influencing other fads trending among globetrotting travelers, including friend getaways known as bestie moons. Hashtags for this friend trend getting millions of views on TikTok. Some other travel trends emerging this year are workcations and sleep tourism. In New York, Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
All right, Anna, thank you so much for that report here. 9:35 over on the East Coast and 6:35 on the West Coast. Taking a look at what we can see on the cameras that we do have across the country and the world. I believe this is still showing Graceland over in Memphis. We know fans across the country are mourning the death of Lisa Marie Presley, the daughter of Elvis, his only daughter, who passed away just yesterday there in Los Angeles. We did have Gigi Graciette join us from outside the hospital, and she did bring us the latest information that we do know, where it does appear that she passed away from cardiac arrest. All right, let's step away for a quick commercial break here, and we'll come back with everything you need to know to start your Friday. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get to some health-related news here. Take a look. There are increasing concerns about the health implications of the COVID vaccine. One prominent virologist is questioning whether the new boosters are really better than the old ones. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri takes a closer look.
The Biden administration continues to urge Americans to get updated COVID boosters targeting both the original strain and the Omicron subvariants BA4 and 5. But a former member of the CDC's Independent Committee of Vaccine Advisors points to 2 studies suggesting the new shots offer no significant advantage over the original boosters. In an opinion published in the New England Journal of Medicine, Dr. Paul Offit suggests booster dosing is best reserved for the elderly and people with underlying conditions, but adds, "I believe we should stop trying to prevent all symptomatic infections in healthy young people by boosting them with vaccines containing mRNA from strains that might disappear a few months later." The White House points to other recent data suggesting the new shots offer better protection against hospitalization and death.
There are now at least 5 high-quality studies that demonstrate that. They're all done by independent labs. So there's no question that the current vaccine that is available is better than the old vaccine.
Some independent vaccine advisors to the CDC and FDA say they're disappointed government and corporate scientists did not draw their attention to preliminary data last year suggesting Moderna's updated booster did not offer much more protection than the original. One of those advisors says he does not think the information would have changed their recommendation for the booster, but it would have been useful for discussion.
Even though the data were preliminary and incomplete, and the study was not designed to be an effectiveness study, nonetheless, I think those data would better have been presented.
The government continues to fund free boosters for Americans, but demand remains low. Less than 18% of U.S. adults have received one. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And sticking with the health news here, the Fed's making a big push to get vaccination rates up as a highly contagious new strain circulates, and a prominent vaccine proponent suggests not giving booster shots to the general public. We heard a little bit about that from Jonathan Seri. Let's actually go to another report from him where he explains a little bit more about that push to increase the vaccination rate.
As a new COVID subvariant spreads across the country, there are new questions about who should get the latest vaccine booster. Dr. Paul Offit, a leading vaccine proponent, is claiming shots targeting specific strains should only be given to older Americans and those with pre-existing conditions, not the general public, because the strains could come and go within a few months of getting boosted. That advice echoed by a growing number of doctors who point out the new subvariant, XBB 1.5, is not more dangerous than the original Omicron.
The vast majority of the cases are mild. Now, why would they be mild? They're mild because of people having prior immunity from previous Omicron subvariants. That carries over.
But the feds are pushing back, insisting vaccination is the best way to protect against severe illness. And with new COVID cases outpacing the other triple-demic infections of flu and RSV, they're urging all Americans to roll up their sleeves.
The rates of infection with RSV, even with flu, are beginning to dip. We still see an increase in COVID, and that's why this vaccination program is so important.
We're also expecting a big jump in COVID infections as China prepares to loosen more travel restrictions, even as the country experiences a major surge. Officials there defending the policy, claiming after 3 years of pandemic, they know how to contain COVID.
We now have a better understanding of the virus. The adjustment of the COVID policy has brought us closer to each other.
On Wednesday, the World Health Organization accused China of severely underreporting its COVID death toll. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, double reports there from Jonathan Seri. We always appreciate his health-related stories. Let's go to the economy now. President Biden reacting to the latest revelation that classified documents were discovered at one of his homes in Delaware. It came on the same day that he wanted to tout new inflation data showing high prices are on the path to cooling off. Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively with more.
President Biden came to tout the economy Thursday, but reporters seemed more interested in news that classified documents from his days as vice president were found in a second location, in his garage in Delaware.
Mr. President, classified material next to your Corvette. What were you thinking?
People know I take classified documents and classified material seriously. I also said we're cooperating fully.
But the president did talk about inflation. Data out Thursday shows for the first time in more than 2.5 years, Americans paid a little less for goods than they did the month before. The Consumer Price Index fell 0.1% from November to December.
The data is clear. Even though inflation is high in major economies around the world, it's coming down in America month after month, giving families some real breathing room.
Inflation overall remains well above normal levels. Comparing year-over-year numbers for December, prices rose 6.5%. The cost of electricity, hotels, and apparel all increased from 2021, while gas and used cars dropped.
Consumers really are still under real pressure. Again, we've got negative real income. And the question is, how do companies pass along their still high input costs?
Investors hope this means the Fed will take it easy on the next rate hike. They're set to make that announcement February 1st. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, so inflation might be cooling off overall. However, there is one item that is still going up in cost, and that, if you've been to the grocery store, is not a surprise. We're talking about eggs. Lydia Hugh with our Fox Business team does have more on that for us.
The main driver of higher egg prices is the avian bird flu. Through the end of last year, it had wiped out 44 million laying hens across the country. The USDA says egg inventories were down about 29% through the end of December. With fewer eggs on the market, prices are up. Today's report on inflation shows that egg prices for the month of December were up nearly 60% over the prior year. They increased more than 11% over the prior month of November. The average cost of a carton of eggs hitting $3.59 across the country. That's more than the average price for a gallon of gas. And in some regions, it's higher. $7.37 in California for a dozen of cage-free eggs and $4.59 for a dozen of eggs in New York.
Every time you lose 1 million chickens, you're losing about 15 to 16,000 cases of eggs a week in production for every 1 million birds that gets affected.
Now, as we look to see where egg prices are headed, experts say that depends on whether we have additional outbreaks of the bird flu. The USDA does say that egg inventories are starting to improve, but in the short term, American consumers should expect to pay higher prices for a dozen of eggs at the local grocery store. Reporting in Howell, New Jersey, Lydia Hu, Fox Business.
All right, Lydia, thank you so much. Want to take a live look right now. We just got a feed into our newsroom here. We do know this is the exterior of the courthouse over in New York City. That is where it is considered to be the Trump Organization sentencing. So the stiffest penalty Donald Trump's company could receive when it's sentenced today by a New York judge for helping its executives dodge taxes is a $1.6 million fine, not even enough to buy a Trump Tower apartment. Neither the former president nor his children, who help run and promote the Trump Organization, are expected to be in that courtroom for the sentencing hearing. The company will be represented by its lawyers. I can assume, since it is appearing to be a federal court there, that we are not going to have a camera inside, but if we are, for some reason, able to see in there, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to talk a little bit more about something else that's money related. A lot of people happy about the possibility of winning the Mega Millions drawing. Take a look at your screen here. That jackpot, $1.35 billion. You heard that right. Mega Millions players will have another chance tonight to end months of losing and finally win that jackpot. Again, $1.35 billion. I cannot say that enough because most people don't believe it is that high. Plenty of people have won smaller prizes in the lottery game, but no one has matched all 6 numbers and won the grand prize since, get this, October 14th. Those 25 straight drawings without a winner have allowed the top prize to roll over and over and over and grow larger for 3 months. It is now the 4th largest lottery prize in U.S. history. Now, if there is not a winner tonight, the jackpot will inch closer to that record $2.04 billion Powerball prize that was won last November in California. The long stretch without a Mega Millions jackpot winner is because of the game's steep odds of 1 in 302.6 million. But you know what? In the end, somebody's got to win. The $1.35 billion prize is for a winner who chooses an annuity with annual payments over 29 years. Winners almost always take the cash option, though, which for Friday night's drawing would be an estimated $707.9 million. That is still a lot. Mega Millions is played in 45 states, as well as D.C. and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Again, that drawing tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Good luck to everyone. 9:49 on the East Coast, 6:49 on the West Coast. Do want to step away for our last commercial break of the hour, and we will be right back with a look at more of your headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get back into some of the stories that we have been following very closely here, and that is the Idaho stabbing case. That right there, Brian Kohberger, who did appear in court just yesterday. The criminal case against a man accused of stabbing to death 4 University of Idaho students last November is now underway, but it will likely be months or even longer before that case can go to trial. Brian Kohberger, who was attending a nearby university around the time of the killings, is scheduled for a preliminary hearing on murder charges in late June. He was arrested on December 30th for the killings that did take place in mid-November. We did get some information just yesterday during a very brief court hearing there in Idaho. Dan Springer with Fox News breaks it down.
Wearing jail orange, Brian Kohberger made his way back into a Latah County, Idaho courtroom this morning. Accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students 2 months ago, the criminology PhD student could have forced a preliminary hearing as early as next week. But he and his court-appointed attorney, Ann Taylor, decided they need much more time to look over the evidence against him to mount a defense.
Are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing and agreeing that that hearing can be held outside the 14-day period?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, do you concur with his waiver?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Kohberger's attorney also decided not to make an argument for bail, so the 28-year-old Pennsylvania native will remain behind bars. Unlike his initial appearance, there were no family members of the victims in the courtroom today. Yesterday, the parents of Ethan Chapin released a rare statement on Facebook saying they had just dropped off Ethan's triplet siblings, seen here as children, at the University of Idaho, where they also attend. Adding, Maisie and Hunter are rock stars and we couldn't be more proud of them. Their job now is to just be kids. We spend no time being angry. That would be energy not well spent. Kohberger's preliminary hearing was scheduled for June 26th, and his attorney anticipates it will take 4 to 5 days. In Moscow, Idaho, Dan Springer, Fox News.
All right, Dan, thank you so much. Another case that we are following is the ongoing search for Ana Walshe, a missing mother of 3 from Massachusetts. We've been checking in with Molly Line with our Fox News team. She has been out there in Massachusetts as we do have that search still underway. Fox News taking a closer look at friends of the victim here, Ana Walshe, as they do continue just trying to find where she could be.
We definitely want to make sure that the boys are together, especially during this traumatic time. I can only imagine, I mean, we don't know what they've seen, what they've heard, what they're experiencing right now. Do they know anything? Who knows?
Ana Walshe's close friends working tirelessly to keep her 3 young boys together and out of the foster care system.
Our international community is very sad and everybody's reaching out. There's a whole laundry list of people in our international community, the Sky International Center, that is willing to take these children in with open arms.
The 39-year-old was reported missing on January 4th. According to family, hours before vanishing, Ana tried to reach her mother, sister, and maid of honor in Serbia, but they were sleeping at the time.
There's so much that is happening, and there's a lot of question marks everywhere when it comes to Ana, when it comes to Brian, and we just don't know. And the only thing that's really for certain right now is those boys.
The boys, all ages 6 and under, were taken into state custody after their father, 47-year-old Brian Walshe, was arrested and charged with misleading the investigation into Ana's disappearance. Earlier in the week, investigators found several items, including a hatchet, a hacksaw, and a rug at a garbage plant. And prosecutors revealed in court the police also found blood and a knife in the basement of the family home. Investigators say the items collected are being processed. Brian Walshe is currently being held on $500,000 cash bail. In Cohasset, Massachusetts, Molly Line, Fox News.
Molly, thank you. That is a story that we will get back to here shortly as an expert joins us to talk a little bit more about the case and what happens next. Do want to get back into the headlines right here and talk a little bit more about this tornado outbreak. Crews worked through the night searching for people trapped after a deadly storm that spawned tornadoes across parts of the U.S. South, killing at least 7 people and causing extreme damage in the historic city of Selma, Alabama. 6 people died in one part of Alabama, located about 40 miles northeast of Selma, where a tornado cut a 20-mile long path across 2 rural communities, wrecking dozens of homes. Now, at least 12 people were hurt severely enough that they needed to go to hospitals by emergency responders. That is again in that same county where unfortunately 6 people did lose their lives. The emergency management director there said about 40 homes were destroyed or heavily damaged, including several mobile homes that were launched into the air. He said, quote, "They weren't just blown over, they were blown a distance." Gary Baumgarten with Fox News breaks down what we know so far.
A deadly and destructive series of storms, including several tornadoes slamming the South, impacting communities across Kentucky, Mississippi, Georgia, and Alabama on Thursday.
We could have been gone, y'all. Do you understand me? We had to run for cover.
At least 6 people are dead in Alabama after a tornado swept through the central part of the state. Alabama Governor Kay Ivey tweeting in part, quote, "My prayers are with their loved ones and communities. We are far too familiar with devastating weather, but our people are resilient. We will get through it and be stronger for it." In the historic city of Selma, the wind gusts downed trees, ripped roofs off of homes, and damaged businesses. Similar devastation also seen further northwest in Greensboro and Hale County, where survivors say they're lucky to be alive as they prepare to pick up the pieces.
You can't cry over spilled milk. You pick up and just do the best you can. I think the Lord was good to me. Give me enough sense to get away from here before it hit, because there's a good chance I'd have lost my life.
Thankful that God saved my life.
Meanwhile, pockets of North Georgia were also lashed by a strong storm system, killing at least 1 person. Intense winds blew down the wall to this business while downing trees and knocking out power to tens of thousands. Storms also flattened several structures in Monroe County, Mississippi, and in central Kentucky, where the National Weather Service confirmed 2 tornadoes touched down Thursday, citing wind speeds between 90 and 100 miles an hour. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
There was unfortunately 1 death that did happen in Georgia, in the state there. We know that a state of emergency was declared by the governor ahead of this storm, which has caused extreme damage, not just in Alabama, as you saw, but also in Georgia. Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team takes a look at just some of that damage.
Well, it's been a pretty devastating hit for Griffin.
It's been nonstop work for power crews as they found themselves spending the overnight going from place to place trying to restore service. We're told it could be days, not hours, before all the lights are back on.
Hard to get their power restored, and it takes effect of homes and travel for traffic signals. Right. So, it takes a toll on them.
Griffin took a direct hit from the storm. At the Walmart on Highway 92, cars were flipped over and on top of each other. Over at the Hobby Lobby, the roof is collapsed, the same for the backside of the building. Workers inside hunkered down in the store. Luckily, none of them got hurt. With trees down all over, lots of roads are impassable. People even used parking lots to get around the debris. Those trees also knocked out power and street lights, only making driving more difficult and dangerous. The sheriff's office says it responded to tons of calls of people trapped in their homes. The county is asking anyone who doesn't need to be out to either stay inside or avoid the area. And making matters even more stressful for the crews, many of them are victims of the storms themselves.
Hearing the, weathermen saying that Griffin was taking a big hit, me and my family was prepared.
All right, we will have more coverage on that severe storm a bit later on today, and we'll bring you the latest information as we do get it. I do want to go to the latest on another story that we've been following, and that is the search for Ana Walshe. We know that her husband, Brian Walshe, was arrested on a charge of misleading police. However, Ana has not been located, and the evidence prosecutors say is piling up against Brian Walshe. I do want to bring in Andel Brown, a criminal defense attorney, to talk more about this case that is receiving national attention. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So first off, a question that I like to ask our guests is, what are your thoughts on this whole case overall?
I think my thoughts are like the rest of the nation. This is a captivating case. We have a woman who seems to be very active and involved in her various community activities. Now all of a sudden she's missing. Her husband, who it turns out to be, has become one of the main suspects, has prior issues with the law in regards to an art deal gone bad, to which he's pled guilty, and he's pending sentencing. And then there's so much other information, the internet searches and the other things that point to some type of foul play. And I think, like everyone else, Josh, I'm waiting to see what happens, and as more facts come out, how this entire scenario plays out.
All right, so you kind of talked about this, but Brian Walshe has been charged with misleading police. But again, we know that evidence is starting to pile up here. Why might he not yet be charged with murder in a case like this, where so many people have said, especially experts, that it is cut and dry?
Well, I think the police department is doing what they should do, which is conducting a thorough investigation. And as you continue to find all the facts that you're going to use, I think it's best not to rush. Obviously, we all want the answers now, and based on the things that have come out in the media, everyone's wondering, well, we think it's pretty cut and dry, but if you're going to build a strong case, you need a strong investigation, and I think that's what these officers are doing.
What do you think the defense is going to try to do to poke holes in the prosecution's case? Because again, we have received a lot of information, especially during the hearing earlier on this week. So how would the defense go about saying it's not true, he didn't do this?
Well, at this point, most of the information gathered is really circumstantial. I have not seen any direct evidence that Brian Walshe committed murder. Right now, they're relying on evidence they say they found at different places. I don't know that all of these things have been connected to Brian Walshe. So I think the defense team would be looking at the evidence or the lack of evidence and any conflicts in the evidence that go towards their client, and saying the prosecution may be looking to close out this media case. So they're pointing at the husband, but do they have the evidence to back it up? I don't think so. That's what they would say.
All right, and we know, as you mentioned, that he is a convicted criminal when you're talking about selling fake Andy Warhol paintings to someone over in California. Several people have said, well, he's a criminal, so this isn't surprising, but you don't necessarily graduate, as I like to say, from art swindler over to murderer.
Yeah, particularly with the allegations, they're talking about finding a bloody knife and other things like that. That sounds like, if that was the murder weapon, a very violent and gruesome scene. They're talking about internet searches for dismembering a body. The degree of crime we're talking about, from trying to sell someone a fake painting to committing what sounds like it could be a grisly murder, are very different. I don't think one necessarily means that you're guilty of the other. And so it's yet to be seen whether or not he's capable of that sort of thing.
What do you think it is about this case that has captivated the country? We know this happened just a month or so ago with the University of Idaho murders, and now that an arrest has been made in that case, you have people focusing on the disappearance of Ana Walshe. What is it about this case specifically that people are drawn to?
I think a lot of it revolves around all the things that we don't know. We don't know what was going on in that marriage, what was going on in that home that may have caused this to occur. We don't know where the wife that is missing, we don't know where she is. We don't know what happened to her. We want to know. And we have this colorful figure on the other hand who is involved in Andy Warhol painting counterfeits according to the law and other things like that. And so I think it makes a very interesting and compelling case that we're interested in, and we want to see where this whole thing heads.
And those social media sleuths, the Facebook experts, as I like to call them, always jump in on a case like this. They want their theories to be heard. They say, this is what happened, even though I'm not an investigator and I have no information on this. So how exactly do you separate fact from fiction in a case like this?
Well, I can imagine it's very difficult. There's so much information out there on social media. As an attorney, when we look at cases, we really try to look to official sources, police reports and other things like that, court documents, more than what we see posted on social media. Even though I've seen people on social media really, some of them do great research on these topics and these peoples, and they find clues and other things on social media, but they're participating in an open process. A criminal investigation is something officers or agents keep close to the vest. They don't want to put out in the public everything they have. They release details strategically. So we're dealing really with two different animals. I tend to stick to the official sources.
Are you surprised at how much information was released during the hearing earlier on this week? Because as a comparison with the Idaho case where the students were murdered, we still really don't know a lot of information. It came in court documents that were obtained later on. However, on Monday, there was this hearing, and the prosecution basically laid out everything that they know. They said that he went to Home Depot after she disappeared and bought $450 in cleaning supplies, that they did find this bloody knife. They found the blood inside the house. Are they kind of showing their hand and possibly giving away too much in the case?
I think according to the way the prosecution sees things, they have the person that they're looking for in custody. They want to communicate to the judge in that scenario why he should not be released, because misleading the police is not typically a case that you're going to keep someone in custody for and never let them out. Usually someone will post a bond. I think in this scenario, what they wanted the court to know was that they have a lot of evidence suggesting that he participated in the murder. And so while we have not yet brought those charges, this is not someone who should be looked at as coming in front of this court for a simple charge. And they wanted the court to know exactly the severity of the case and the facts that they have and the details of their investigation to that point.
So many people have also been talking about Brian Walsh's behavior during all of this. In the video that you're looking at now, it's kind of hard to see, but as he was led over from the jail over to the courthouse a bit earlier on this week, there you go, right there on your screen, he was smiling at the cameras. What do you make of that behavior?
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. In the court of public opinion, I'm sure that type of behavior is troubling or concerning. But I think in a court of law, it doesn't really make a lot of difference, to the extent that we all react to things differently. People react to stress differently. People react to the presence of cameras and being recorded differently. The fact that he's smiling, I don't think it leans one way to prove his innocence or guilt. It's just an interpretation from people on the outside looking in, and I don't see that having a lot of relevance in the court of law.
Right, exactly. As you mentioned, the court of public opinion, not so much the court of law there. Andel Brown, criminal defense attorney, thank you so much for being here. Anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
I'm ready and waiting like everyone else to get to the bottom of what happened. I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. You too. We appreciate it. It is 10:09 over on the East Coast and 7:09 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Coming up in just about 30 minutes, we will go live out to Massachusetts, where we will speak with Fox News. They do have a reporter covering this ongoing search for Ana Walshe. We will have them live here to bring us the latest. For now, let's step away for a quick commercial break, but I leave you on this beautiful live shot of Lady Liberty there in New York. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and once again we are taking a live look at New York City. That is Lady Liberty on just one of the live cameras that we do have. I do actually want to take a look at the stock market that did open just about 40 minutes ago. But take a look at this screen right here, because this is how things are shaping up. It's not the best start, but not too bad. Just down slightly there at 0.04%. We'll bring you updates throughout the day, as we do like to check the stock market throughout your Friday. I actually do want to check in with our friends over at Fox Weather right now as they continue to cover this deadly tornado outbreak. Fox Weather's Ian Oliver on right now, so let's listen in.
They're coming in. As we analyze some of these storms, we also get new reports in and new data coming in. We're now up to 302 storm reports total. That's going to move us up the list there on the top 10 January outbreaks. We're also at 45 tornado reports, 3 tornado emergencies. That's going to stay the same. And the U.S. Power outage is also up coast to coast, 80,000 customers without power. So many trees down across the southeast. I think that's going to be the first order of business, is people making sure they get their properties taken care of. All right, still to come, we're going to talk more about not only what happened in the Southeast, but also we'll be looking at the billion-dollar disasters. Last year, California made the list more than once, and we're less than 2 weeks into the new year. We know that the California flooding is going to carry a massive cost, perhaps.
All right, that was, of course, just some of the coverage from our friends over at Fox Weather as they do continue to cover this deadly tornado outbreak. Again, 7 people have died, 6 of those in Alabama and 1 in Georgia. A state of emergency declared in Georgia as a result of this storm. We will bring you everything you need to know as we do get the latest information coming in out of the South and that tornado outbreak. Again, let's get back into the headlines right here on Live Now from Fox. And President Biden's classified documents controversy does continue to grow. As Alexandria Hoff reports from Washington, a special counsel will now investigate the president's handling of sensitive material after he left the vice president's office.
Attorney General Merrick Garland named the special counsel Thursday after a second batch of potentially classified documents was found at the president's home. It comes as the White House is being pressed for more clarity on the situation. Attorney Robert Hur is a former Trump-appointed federal prosecutor and has been tapped to investigate how Obama-Biden-era documents came to be housed at a D.C. think tank and the president's Wilmington home.
I am confident that Mr. Hur will carry out his responsibility in an even-handed and urgent manner.
Yesterday, Attorney General Garland laid out the timeline for this investigation. On November 4th, before the midterm elections, the National Archives reported classified documents were found at the Penn Biden Center office in Washington. By the 14th, an internal investigation was underway. On December 20th, more documents were discovered in the president's garage, and yesterday, more were found.
But at any rate,
It was in a locked garage.
yes, as well as my Corvette. But as I said earlier this week, people know I take classified documents and classified material seriously.
Republicans are demanding that the president endure the same level of legal scrutiny as former President Trump, whose possession of classified documents prompted the August FBI raid of Mar-a-Lago. President Biden's legal team argues that the Obama-Biden-era documents were willingly handed over, the White House calling them inadvertently misplaced.
I think it's conceivable that he was completely clueless about what was going on, but it doesn't dismiss the fact that he's responsible for this stuff.
The Biden administration says that they will fully cooperate with the special counsel's review. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thank you. We'll bring you developments, but again, that special counsel now created there, so this is under investigation, a probe into those classified documents that have been discovered. I want to talk about another top story here. We brought this to you as breaking news last night here on Live Now from Fox. The death of Lisa Marie Presley, the daughter of Elvis, his only daughter. We've been taking live looks at Graceland there in Memphis, Tennessee. All throughout the morning, it appears that camera has now been turned off. But I do want to bring you a report from Ashley Dvorkin with Fox News about Lisa Marie's career and her legacy.
Singer Lisa Marie Presley, daughter of Elvis and Priscilla Presley, has died at the age of 54. Presley was rushed to the hospital Thursday after reportedly suffering cardiac arrest at her California home. In a statement to the AP, her mother Priscilla said, "It is with a heavy heart that I must share the devastating news that my beautiful daughter Lisa Marie has left us." She added, "She was the most passionate, strong, and loving woman I have ever known." Lisa Marie Presley was born in Memphis. She's the only child of Elvis and Priscilla. She was 9 when her father died. She had 4 children, actress Riley Keough, 14-year-old twins Harper and Finley. She lost her son Benjamin to suicide in 2020. Presley was married 4 times, to Danny Keough, Michael Jackson, Nicolas Cage, and Michael Lockwood. As a singer-songwriter, Lisa Marie released 3 albums in her career, and the first, To Whom It May Concern, in 2003 was certified gold. In 2005, she released Now What? Then in 2012, the collection Storm and Grace. Just days before she died, Lisa Marie and Priscilla attended the Golden Globe Awards in support of the movie Elvis. Its star, Austin Butler, won Best Actor for his performance as the King of Rock and Roll. Back in June, Presley became part of the Hollywood Walk of Fame with a hand and footprint ceremony, along with her mother and all her daughters. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And we are covering this from each and every angle. Ashley Dvorkin with Fox News covering it, but also our Fox 11 LA team. We went live to Gigi Graciette with Fox 11 LA, live outside of the hospital not too long ago, the hospital where Lisa Marie Presley did pass away. But last night, Fox LA filed this report with more about Lisa Marie Presley.
Tonight, the Presley family is mourning after 54-year-old Lisa Marie Presley, the only child of Elvis Presley, died from apparent cardiac arrest. The announcement coming from her mother, Priscilla Presley, who said, quote, "It is with a heavy heart that I must share the devastating news that my beautiful daughter, Lisa Marie, has left us." The news devastating Elvis fans like Rolando Rodriguez, who named his own daughter, Marie, after Lisa Marie, and brought flowers to the hospital.
It hurt me inside. I never thought that I was going to be affected this way, but it affected me really bad because, I mean, growing up being an Elvis fan and then seeing his first daughter born.
This is a shock.
Extra TV host Billy Bush just interviewed Lisa Marie 48 hours ago at the Golden Globes, and he said he felt like something was wrong then.
She was very uneven in her balance. The speech was very slow. And definitely when the interview was over, I turned to my producer next to me and said, something's off here.
LA County Fire arrived to Lisa Marie's home just after 10:30 Thursday morning on a report of a woman in cardiac arrest. TMZ reported paramedics were able to regain a pulse at her home before Lisa Marie was put in the ambulance and taken to the hospital. But she was pronounced dead hours later.
Her father died at 42 years old of cardiac arrest and of course had a barbiturates problem. She, of course, had that in her own life and went into cardiac arrest.
Elvis Presley's mother also died from a heart attack at the age of 46. Board-certified ER doctor Michael Daigneault spoke about Lisa Marie's death on the Fox 11 special report.
In addition to CPR on scene, she was given a shot of epinephrine, and so immediately compared to the other high-profile cardiac arrests we had last week with Damar Hamlin, what was interesting in this case was that just CPR and just epi, as far as we know, were done, whereas last week Damar had defibrillation.
A singer in her own right. Lisa Marie released several albums in the 2000s, and with her death, she now leaves behind 3 daughters.
All right, thank you so much. 10:22 on the East Coast, 7:22 on the West Coast. Taking a live look of New York City as I do bring you some breaking news here. Donald Trump's company was fined $1.6 million a short time ago as punishment for a scheme in which the former president's top executives dodged personal income taxes on lavish job perks, a symbolic, hardly crippling blow for an enterprise boasting billions of dollars in assets. A fine was the only penalty a judge could impose on the Trump Organization for its conviction last month for 17 tax crimes that included conspiracy and falsifying business records. Trump himself was not on trial and denied any knowledge of his executives evading taxes illegally. While the fine, less than the cost of a Trump Tower apartment, is not big enough to impact the company's operations or its future, the conviction is a black mark on the Republican's reputation as a savvy businessman as he mounts a campaign to regain the White House. 10:23 on the East Coast, 7:23 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will get back to the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:25 on the East Coast and 7:25 on the West Coast. We'll get back to some of the big headlines here in just a few, but it's not necessarily hurricane season. We know that did end at the end of the year. However, Max Gordon with Fox Weather had a chance to go ride with the hurricane hunters.
With the roar of 4 powerful engines, it was wheels up from Mather Airfield near Sacramento. This WC-130J Super Hercules taking to the sky.
Was specifically designed to fly through weather.
And today, it's heading straight for the storm.
I'd say the biggest challenge is how far out the weather is to get it. It's a long mission.
The purpose of the nearly 9-hour flight is to collect data on the atmospheric river that's been aimed at California.
It usually doesn't take very long to look at the news and see people that are devastated, crops getting ruined, houses getting flooded, mudslides, stuff like that. So it's a very important mission.
And today the goal is to give weather forecasters a better idea of what's coming their way.
It hits home. You can actually see the impact of what you're doing as soon as you land the airplane.
Right now we're flying at an altitude of 30,000 feet, releasing these devices known as drop sods. They're sent out of the aircraft and parachute through the atmospheric river, sending back weather data.
The wind direction, the wind speed, the temperature, the humidity,
Also, our aircraft is kind of like a weather sensor as well. It's collecting data as we fly into the atmosphere, and that gets sent down to the National Hurricane Center as well.
The crew is given a specific path to fly, dropping 25 drop zones at various waypoints over the Pacific.
About 12 minutes later, the data will come back to the aircraft. The load master will quality control it as well and then send it off to me. And I'll do a quick check of the vertical profile of what we received to make sure that it's accurate, and then I'll send it off to the National Hurricane Center.
The importance of the mission isn't lost to any of the crew, but for some, it truly hits home.
Like this mission specifically is kind of personal to me because I'm from the Central Coast. I have family there. I have family in Sacramento and Santa Cruz area, so this meant a lot to me to know that I'm directly impacting my family.
A high-flying mission to measure the strength of the storm and potentially save lives in the process.
All right, thank you so much. Do want to get back to the latest here on just some of our top stories, and we're talking about those potentially classified documents that were found at President Biden's home, a second batch there. So an independent prosecutor has been called in to look at the sitting commander-in-chief. It is the second time the Department of Justice has had to jump in to address the potential mishandling of classified documents. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
Attorney General Merrick Garland announced an investigation into his boss Thursday. The White House says it's cooperating, but the president is facing a lot of heat. A special counsel will look into those classified documents found at President Biden's former D.C. office and Delaware home.
This appointment underscores for the public the department's commitment to both independence and accountability.
The news came hours after the president confirmed documents were discovered in a garage at his Wilmington residence.
It's not like you're sitting out in the street.
President Biden's attorneys had notified the Justice Department about that second batch in December. Yet the president did not disclose that information on Tuesday while giving his first public comments about the initial set of classified files that were recovered in November. Still, the White House insists
we have been transparent here.
The president says he doesn't know what's in the records, which the White House says were likely inadvertently misplaced.
Joe Biden should know better. I'm glad his Corvette was locked in the garage, but that is not an excuse for having classified documents in that same building.
There are now two special counsels looking into classified documents, one for President Biden and another for former President Trump.
I think Merrick Garland made the right choice to have the same standard to do separate special counsels here.
At least one Democrat, though, is skeptical of President Biden's findings.
Things can be planted in places and then discovered conveniently. That may be what has occurred here.
An investigation could be a significant setback for the president's potential 2024 run, as he also tries to fend off a number of Republican-led congressional probes. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And you did hear in Madeline's story there, Congressman Hank Johnson, a Democrat, suggesting that those documents could have been planted. However, he does tell a reporter here that he has no idea what she's talking about when it comes to those possibly classified documents found at Biden's home. But again, he does suggest those could be planted. It was only a minute and a half long, so I just want to play that whole thing out for you right now here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over in New York City. We do know at some point today it appears there will be a rally, an anti-Santos rally is what it's being referred to as. Folks who want George Santos to resign after fabricating his resume and a lot of facts about him. So if that does start here, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. But I do want to talk more about this ongoing case here with George Santos, who says he is not going to resign. Let's bring in Joshua Tucker, professor of politics at NYU and co-director of NYU Center for Social Media and Politics. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Josh. It's great to be here.
So first up, this whole situation seems to be going on for quite a while. Can you kind of help break it down? Because there's a lot to it. I know, of course, that he is accused of fabricating his resume and essentially making up what sounds like a double life.
Yeah, no, I mean, on the one hand, it's kind of a story as old as time, right? A politician exaggerates about their credentials in an effort to get elected to office, and then the politician gets caught, and then what's the aftermath of the politician having gotten caught? But I think in this particular case, there's a couple of really interesting features about this. One is how long Santos got away with this, having run for office twice, which you would think would lead to lots of opportunity for opposition research on him. You would think it would lead for opportunities for his own party to be vetting him at that point in time. The second thing is that, like, comparatively, this kind of feels like a case of it being on steroids to the extent of how much was fabricated on the resume. We've seen people fabricate things before a little bit. This one is kind of in a category by itself, it feels like.
And what's interesting is that you have not Democrats coming at him and saying you need to resign, but his own party has said you are not welcome inside of our building here in Nassau County. I can't think of anything like this that has happened in the past. Can you?
Yeah, I mean, there are times when candidates get too toxic for their own party and the party ushers them off the stage, right? And in some ways, it's kind of, you know, the interesting thing here is that, you know, 20 years ago, you might have thought that he would have resigned by this point in time. But you're right, the real development in the last few days has been this defection from the sort of national line in Washington, which has been one of just sort of trying to stand back, ignore the situation, and say, well, you know, it's up to the voters, and having this sort of active voice that's being heard now from New York Republicans, breaking with the sort of meh standpoint that you're getting out of Washington, and these New York Republicans now actively calling for him to resign.
Yeah, and so the question here becomes, we know locally it could have a big impact. You're hearing that Nassau County, the GOP there is saying, we want you out of office, we want you to resign. But it seems like nationally, we're not necessarily hearing as much about it. Why do you think that might be?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reasons behind this are fairly clear, is that it has to do with incentives. Like right now, Speaker McCarthy has a very slim majority in the House of Representatives. We watched last week as he had so much trouble getting elected. He went 15 ballots. It was the first time in 100 years we had seen anything quite like this. And Santos was a reliable vote for McCarthy. Now, the McCarthy vote was a sort of harbinger of things to come. The Republican majority in the House of Representatives is going to have to pass bills, and they have very few votes that they can afford to lose on any bill if Democrats are unified in opposition. So for the Republican majority in Washington, every vote counts right now. The second factor here is that the district in New York that Santos is representing is not a safe Republican seat. So in a weird way, I think Santos is quite lucky. If he was in a situation where the Republicans had a much larger majority in the House of Representatives, or were not in the majority, and if he was in a district which was a safe Republican seat, I think you'd see more incentive to usher him off to the sidelines at this point in time. But that's where the Washington incentives differ from the local Republican incentives, because the local Republicans have to deal with their brand on Long Island and in New York State generally at this point in time. And to them, Santos can be a real risk.
Yeah, a real risk might even be an understatement, I guess. Do you think part of the reason that you are not seeing as much nationally is, and you kind of touched on this, but Speaker McCarthy and the hope that this seat wouldn't be replaced by a Democrat? That is a very likely scenario.
Yeah, there's absolutely no guarantee that if Santos if Santos resigns, there's no guarantee he's going to be replaced by a Republican. So that creates a very, a compelling set of incentives for Speaker McCarthy to try to drag this thing out as long as he possibly can. The question is, at what point does it become untenable for McCarthy? And as you noted earlier, the defection of members of his own party is a really big deal. In this current climate where we have a sort of hyper-polarized politics, it is increasingly easy for parties to push off anything that is being demanded by members of an opposite party as somehow unreasonable and caught up in general partisan politics. That kind of argument becomes much harder when it's members of your own party, and it's much harder to sustain that. So, we may see this continued stalemate, but clearly, Republicans in New York are trying to get out ahead of this and are concerned about having him stay in office. And I think also it got personal, is my sense, from my understanding of, and this is all, just reading of news reports on this, but I think he also lied to members of the Republican Party. And in a sense, once someone's looked you in the face and lied to you, it becomes much harder for you to trust them. So I think there may be a sort of personal dimension here beyond just concern about the local brand.
All right. Joshua Tucker, professor of politics there at NYU. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us about this.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. So I actually do want to head out. As we mentioned, that George Santos anti-George Santos rally is now underway, and there is a speaker here. So I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Where's Julie, ready to go? All right. Anyone need another minute? All right, looks like we're ready to go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Josh Lafazan. I have the privilege of serving as Nassau County Legislator representing District 18. We're joined by a number of residents from the 3rd Congressional District, Republicans and Democrats, who are outraged at our absentee congressman. To give everyone a recap, the New York Times story dropped on a Monday, and in the time since, this group has convened press conference after press conference. We convened outside George Santos's fake Whitestone address, where he claimed he lived. We convened outside the federal courthouse in Islip, calling for an investigation from the U.S. Attorney. We convened outside his campaign headquarters, where he hatched so many of his fantastic lies. We convened here just last week at his district office, and you'll notice behind me that nobody seems to work here, and the name of our former congressman is on the awning. We'll continue to convene and hold him accountable. It is clear from George Santos' own words that he will not resign. He has said that he's not going anywhere, and despite pressure from Republican and Democratic elected officials, despite outrage from constituents here, despite making local, state, federal, and international headlines, he refuses to go. I think what's interesting is George Santos went on far-right extremist Matt Gaetz' podcast, and he said, "I hope you have the strength that I have when they come for you." But what George Santos is doing is the opposite of strength. He's behaving like a petulant child. He's showing weakness, not showing up for the voters who elected him, not showing up to do the job that he got elected to do, but hiding and speaking only to those who give him safe comfort. We are here today to say that if George Santos does not come to the voters, then the voters will come to Mr. Santos. And that is why today we are launching the Where's George campaign. We are encouraging people all across Long Island and Queens, if you see George Santos in public, take a picture of him and upload it to social media with the hashtag Where's George. Again, if George Santos won't come to us, then we'll come to him. What George Santos has made clear is that he thinks these 2 years are going to be a walk in the park. George Santos believes that people will simply forget about this story. He believes that he'll weather the storm and that these 2 years will be a cakewalk. I am here to remind you, George, that we will make every single day in this district a living nightmare until you find us. You will not be able to go into the bagel store. You won't be able to go into the supermarket. You won't be able to get a bite to eat. Everywhere you go, we will be there to hold you accountable. You don't get to run for Congress and hide from the people who voted for you. You don't get away with being the biggest fraud in modern American political history. And we will work day and night to hold you accountable. Now, George Santos doesn't live in this district. In fact, George Santos may not even be a citizen. And I continue to challenge him to provide a record of your birth certificate. George Santos, we know, doesn't live here. But what George Santos doesn't know is that Long Islanders don't give up that easy. We're not just going to roll over and accept the fact that our congressman is a con man, a liar and a fraud. We don't give up that easy, and we'll continue to join as Republicans and Democrats together to hold him accountable, to call him out, and make every single day a living nightmare until he does the right thing and resigns. And so again, if you see George Santos in public, and now George Santos, after a week of being our congressman, has a week off from Washington, so we know he's coming home. Let's give George Santos the warm reception and welcome that he deserves. And so if you see George Santos, upload a picture of him with the hashtag Where's George. If George Santos won't come to us, then we will come to George Santos. Thank you. And now you'll hear from a number of residents, all who live within the district, all who are uniquely outraged. We'll start with two residents from the group Concerned Citizens of New York's 3rd Congressional District, Aiden Davis and Jody.
All right, what you're listening into is a rally that is underway. It's being called an anti-George Santos rally. We know that there have been calls for him to resign, and we're hearing not just from some representatives, but also from people who live in his district. So that is a story that we will keep on following here at Live Now from Fox and bring you the latest. I want to get to another story we've been tracking very closely, and that is the ongoing search for Ana Walshe, the Massachusetts mother of 3, who has not been seen since January 1st. We're talking about 13 days ago. We've been bringing you updates as they're coming in. We know that her husband, Brian Walshe, has been charged with misleading police. No murder charge as of now. I want to bring in Brian Yennis with Fox News to talk a little bit more about this ongoing case. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Josh. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course. So first off, what is going on right now with this case? Because at last check, there is no murder charge against Brian Walshe. He is still just charged with misleading police.
Right. So basically what's happened over the last 24 hours is that there are now more indications that perhaps there were violent tendencies on behalf of Brian Walshe, Ana Walshe's husband, not only towards others, but also towards his now missing wife. There was a police report filed by Ana in August of 2014 in Washington, D.C. And it said that during a 7-minute phone call, she claims that he threatened to kill her and a friend. Now, she decided she did not want to go forward and press charges. She declined to press charges, but that police report is interesting because it was in 2014, a year before they got engaged and they decided to marry. Now, you take that information and then you add several years down the line in 2019, a family friend filed an affidavit explaining and really describing Brian Walshe as a sociopath, that's a quote, and also a very angry and physically violent person in that affidavit. So you've got the police report from Ana Walshe in D.C. in 2014. You've got a 2019 affidavit that's describing this person as a violent person. It was an incident back in China in which he got physically violent, according to this person, with guards and threatened to kill 4 or 5 people there. So that you take those 2 incidents, and then you have a photo, Josh, that was posted by Ana in 2018 that now has some renewed focus, because when you take those 2 incidents of violence, she posted a photo, a selfie, showing a bruise on her eye, Ana did. And in that, she captioned it that she had a mild concussion, a bruised hip, and a cut, #vulnerability. So obviously you look at that photo now in this new context, and so people are asking questions here as to whether or not perhaps there was a domestic violence situation. But again, you've said it off the top, Josh, there have been no murder charges. He is being held currently on bail for misleading police in this investigation. We have no indication that there is an active search. In fact, there is not an active search for Ana right now. That is, they're not going into forests and searching for a body right now. We know what they have found physical evidence this week, including a hatchet, bloody trash bags, as well as tissue on a rug. We know that that is being tested, but other than that, That's the latest that we have.
Yeah, Brian, and a lot of the experts that we have spoken to, both us and Fox News, have basically said the evidence against him is fairly damning when you're talking about the $450 in cleaning supplies that were purchased the day after she was last seen. Then you also have the bloody knife, the blood inside of the home, and the internet search history that we've heard about with how to dispose of a 115-pound woman. Now, at this point, we still don't necessarily know if Brian Walshe is going to face any charges, including murder. We know he's obviously charged with misleading police, but we don't know where the investigation necessarily goes next.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The circumstantial evidence, when you speak to experts and just anybody who can lay out the facts that you just laid out, Josh, would say that the circumstantial evidence is strong. But until they decide to charge him with murder, we simply don't know if they will. You know, basically what we've heard from experts is that they're waiting on the forensics to come back. Because if that blood does match, for instance, that blood they found at the landfill, in those trash bags, and if the blood matches with that knife that was found in the family home in the basement, then you can start putting two and two together, and one would think that those charges could be coming at any moment. But as of now, that is not the case. So until then, we will continue to ask questions and try to put two and two together here as more of the history behind Brian and Anna keeps coming out, as we just laid out for you. What we're now seeing are violent indicators over the last several years, according to family friends and a police report filed by Anna herself in 2014.
All right, Brian Yennis, Fox News. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us to talk the latest about this ongoing case. I'm sure we'll be checking back in with you soon.
Josh, thank you.
All right, everyone, it is 10:49 over on the East Coast, and it is 7:49 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Right before we were talking about Ana Walshe, we were in a news conference here that's being called an anti-George Santos rally, where his constituents are urging him to resign, the same thing that his own party there in Nassau County, New York is doing. I do want to dip back in and listen to more of that ongoing rally.
I have slips of paper with the information if anybody needs and wants to reference it later. We've been putting out press releases. We've been organizing to get George Santos out and give this congressional seat back to the people. So, thank you.
Thank you, Aiden and Jody. Next, we have Jonathan Rudis, who is from Delphi Real Estate Advisors and is a leader in the senior citizen community in Woodbury.
So R-U-D-E-S as in Sam, Jonathan, J-O-N-A-T-H-A-N. Okay, I'm a Long Island businessman, also an advocate for the senior community in Long Island, and clearly we have issues. We have economic issues, we have social issues. We need somebody to represent us fairly in Congress, and clearly George Santos isn't going to be able to do it for us, right? I think if the Republicans feel that they want to keep Santos there, keep another liar, con man, weirdo, wacko in Congress, then they should probably make him their poster boy. But frankly, he's not helping Long Island. So impeach him, we'll make him the poster boy. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll now hear from another leader in the community, Sheila Harmon from the North Shore Towers community.
Hello, it's Harmon, H-A-R-M-O-N. As a senior citizen, I've been around for a long time and worked on political campaigns for the last 50 years. I have never seen anything like this, and I've worked with both Republicans and Democrats. This is just horrible behavior that no congressman or politician should model for the community. He's not there for us, and we need somebody. I worked in a Central American country for 6 years, and this is the kind of government that has been produced from Central America, unfortunately, and we should not lower ourselves to that level. and he should resign immediately.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you. Well said. We'll now hear from a youth leader, high school civic activist, and an amazing young woman, Marion Karp.
Hello, my name is Marion Karp, M-A-R-I-O-N-K-A-R-P, and I'm a Mamaroneck High School, and I am 17 years old, and I am here today to stand up for my community and represent the opinions of so many constituents who are frustrated and tired of the lies we have heard, and we are demanding justice in our community. We are standing behind an empty storefront, and we are not being represented, and our views are not being accounted for in Congress, which is a tragedy and a contradiction to the values of our democracy. And I'm 17 years old. I should be in school, but I'm here because of the lies of Santos, and we have to stand up to that, and we have to act. And I urge the constituents to stand up and use their power of speech and utilize the social media campaign we are launching to voice their cries and make it known that we will not stand for this. The youth is rising up. We're all rising up in unity as a district and as a community. No matter your party and no matter your beliefs, we all know that this will not stand and we will not accept it. So we're here and we're organizing and we're mobilizing to make our views clear and to demand justice for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Well said, and you see why she's a superstar, and her mom is here, so we signed her out for a couple periods. Two last speakers we have. One is Vicky Cosgrove, who lives recently in Queens, and she's brought a special guest with her.
Hi, my name is Vicky Cosgrove. That's V-I-C-K-Y C-O-S-G-R-O-V-E. I am an angry New York City citizen. I am furious about this man. I had a great-grandfather who was in the Civil War. He was a volunteer. He wasn't a coward. And this man comes to my community and thinks he's going to represent me. I'm so disgusted. I made this poster. I used to be a kindergarten teacher. I made this poster. This is him lying and running from his constituents. He says that he's not going to listen to the congressman telling him, I don't listen to politicians telling me to leave. He said, I'll listen to my 142 constituents that voted for me. Well, he's not counting the people like me who did not vote for him, and now all the people who did vote for him that no longer want him as their representative. So I would like to see him running with his pants on fire and out of this country even. Maybe they should prosecute him in Brazil for the checks that he stole and the money that he was using that was not his. And this is what I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you. And thank you for your special guest as well.
Oh, yeah.
Lastly is concerned resident from the 3rd District, Aileen Abramson.
Hello. Unlike a lot of these people, I've never done this before, so it's a little overwhelming for me. I was asked what I might want to say, and there's so many messages going through my head at the same time. It's hard to really narrow it down, but I did just hear Hakeem Jeffries in some interview say something to the effect of how the Republicans are now in the House of Representatives. They're running the House, and it's time for them to clean house. I thought that was well said, and the first order of business is to throw him out. When you think about cleaning house and throwing out, maybe they should start with George Santos. And I guess that's the main message, and obviously we'd like him to resign, and if he's not going to resign, I would love for him to find someone else who does represent us, because the best way he could represent us is by finding someone else to represent us. That's honest.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Aileen. So you've heard from a number of concerned residents. These are Republicans and Democrats, concerned citizens, Americans of good conscience, who are outraged that our congressman is a liar and a fraud and seems to have no shame. Right? The moral depravity to lie in the fashion that he did, to lie about his grandparents being involved in the Holocaust, to lie about his employees dying in the Pulse nightclub shooting, to lie about literally every single line on his resume, it is an abomination and it's outrageous. And George Santos has said that he will not resign. He said he's only guilty of embellishing his resume. And so George Santos thinks the next 2 years he'll simply be able to weather the storm. He thinks he will simply be able to hide from the press, to not show up for the voters who elected him, and he thinks that this will just die down.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to that rally underway as folks who do want George Santos to resign have gathered outside of the Bronx there, it looks like, but they are calling once again for George Santos to resign from his position still, despite his own party saying they do not want him there. He says he will not resign. All right, I do want to take a live look here at the Dow Jones, our Wall Street board that shows things have kind of flipped since we show it to you earlier. It looks like it is up very slightly there. The Dow up about 0.09%. It's 10:58 on the East Coast and 7:58 on the West Coast. I do want to send it over to our friends in Phoenix with more of your headlines.
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. A new hour right here as it is 11 o'clock out on the East Coast. You're taking a look at the Dow here. It is started the day down, but now coming up here, 32 points in the green. We'll continue to take a look at it right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye on the White House. Pretty soon, President Biden will welcome the Prime Minister of Japan to the White House, so we will feature that as soon as that gets going right here on Live Now from Fox, with a preview and more on world affairs. Let's go to the State Department, showing you just a little preview of this visit as well as other matters for the U.S.
We started precisely at 2 p.m. and I said, remember this, and we were a couple minutes late? 2 minutes before, exactly. So this is where I'm going to ask for your forbearance and offer a reminder of better days. Let's start with this. The United States welcomes the January 11th announcement by the government of Uganda and the World Health Organization of the end of the Ebola epidemic in Uganda. We commend the Ugandan government and our international partners on reaching this milestone. We celebrate with the survivors, just as we express our condolences for those lives lost. We support the government of Uganda's response and minimize outbreak spread. The U.S. government mobilized a comprehensive interagency response to the Ebola outbreak through the U.S. Embassy in Kampala. The State Department, the Department of Health and Human Services, including the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the U.S. National Institutes of Health, the Department of Defense, and the Agency for International Development worked in coordination with the government of Uganda and other key partners such as the World Health Organization to actively provide support in several areas vital to the response. Every single outbreak reminds us that a health threat anywhere is a potential health threat to everyone in the world. The containment of this Ebola outbreak is just the most recent example of coordination and teamwork to keep all of us safe by preventing infectious disease threats from crossing borders. Our work with countries around the world helps to not only prevent outbreaks and to detect them early, but also to respond rapidly and effectively when they do occur. While we celebrate the end of this outbreak, we redouble our commitment to work with partners in Uganda and around the world to mitigate the risk of future disease outbreaks anywhere. With that, Matt.
Right. I wasn't actually going to ask about this, but since the Attorney General has just appointed a special counsel to look into these classified documents that apparently ended up at the Penn Biden Center and elsewhere, I'm just wondering if there's been any contact. I realize it's early days yet, or minutes, but has there been any contact, given the Secretary's previous work there? Has there been any contact between the special counsel and this building?
So, Matt, there's not going to be much that I can say on a case like this for reasons that you well understand. You heard the president speak to this earlier in the week from Mexico City. Just as you heard from the president, the secretary was surprised to learn that there were any government records taken to that office. As you know, as is now well known, there is a review of this matter, and so we're going to let that review play out.
You mean to when you say that office, you mean the one that he was involved in? Right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And you said the secretary was surprised to learn. When did he learn of that?
I'm just not going to offer any additional detail. Just as the president was, he was surprised to learn that there were any government records taken to that location. Had no knowledge of it at the time, but I'm just not going to offer any additional detail.
But you can't tell us when the secretary learned that this was a matter being looked into by the White House?
This matter is under review, so we're going to let that review proceed as it should.
And are there any State Department documents that are part of these documents that were found?
Of course, that would not be anything I would know. It is not anything the secretary would know. As we've heard from the White House, it is not something that the president knows. This is a matter that's being investigated, being looked at by the Department of Justice. We're going to let that proceed.
But certainly if it has to do with work related to this department, you would hope to find that out, right?
If there is a need for the Department of Justice to speak to the Department of State on an investigative matter, there are channels and procedures for them to do that. They are not channels or procedures that would involve me. They are not channels or procedures that would involve most people in this building. So if there is a need, there will be, as you would expect, full cooperation. But again, we're going to let this review play out.
One more question, sorry. DOJ said that we reported that they have interviewed officials as part of their investigation into this. Have they interviewed any State Department officials as far as you know?
Again, I'm just not going to comment on this. This is a matter that is being pursued by the Department of Justice, and we'll let them pursue it. Nazira? Sure.
I have 3-4 questions if you answer, because today is my birthday. It will be my
Yes, happy birthday. I heard that.
Thank you very much. Okay, number one, the day before yesterday was big attack, actually yesterday morning in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. More than 21 young diplomats has been killed. And today ISIS or Daesh took the responsibility. And yesterday I was at the White House. I expected that they should say something, but she was silent. They didn't say anything. That's why I come today to ask this question. And number two, Zamir Kabulov, Putin representative, went to Kabul, discussed with the Taliban, although they did not recognize Taliban, and he announced their support to Taliban. And the third question, so many Afghan refugees called me from Abu Dhabi. They're still waiting to come to the United States. Any comment to expedite their procedure to come to the United States?
So, Nazira, on your first question, we condemn in the strongest terms the terrorist attack that took place in Kabul. We've seen the claim of responsibility from ISIS-K. If ISIS-K was indeed behind this, is just the latest horrific example of a brutal group perpetrating senseless violence on the people of Afghanistan. We send our deepest condolences to the loved ones, the family members of those who were killed in this senseless attack. We stand against and condemn terrorism everywhere, and of course that is the case in Afghanistan as well. When it comes to the Russian official that you mentioned, I would need to refer you to the Russian government for any comment they might have on their approach to the Taliban. Our approach is well known. We have made no secret of the fact that the Taliban's actions are inconsistent and at odds with what they have pledged to the international community, but more importantly, what they have committed to the Afghan people. We are always going to stand on the side of the Afghan people. We are going to continue to condemn the actions that they take that are inconsistent with the rights, with the liberties, with the freedoms, with the opportunities that should belong to the people of Afghanistan. And in doing so, we have any number of countries at our side. Just after the Taliban announced the restrictions on international NGOs, the United States, our fellow members of the so-called Group of Seven, other countries issued a strong statement condemning this. You have since heard other statements condemning this from countries around the world. Just today, there was a strong statement from the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, a confederation of Muslim-majority countries that were vocal, were vociferous in their condemnation of what the Taliban is perpetrating on the women, the girls, the minorities, the people of Afghanistan. We're going to continue to speak out with much of the rest of the world. We are going to continue to hold the Taliban to account for what they are perpetrating on the people of Afghanistan. Yes, Leon.
Can I move on to Libya?
Sure.
The CIA chief is or was in Libya today, and this comes a month after, more or less a month after the extradition of the Lockerbie suspect to the United States. The Tripoli government got a lot of backlash for that. What kind of reassurances, or was he there to give reassurances to the Libyan government? And then second, still related to Libya, there are reports there's a meeting of special envoys from France, Germany, the UK, and the US, of course, on how potentially to stage elections in Libya. With the two factions have not agreed. Can you give us any details on this meeting and what your expectations are? And if the US is optimistic at all that there can be an agreement to have elections in Libya?
First, the easy question. I am just not going to comment on any purported travel on the part of the CIA director. Would need to refer you to the CIA to speak to any potential travel the director may be undertaking. On the second part of your question, the report that you mentioned is not accurate. The reports of a meeting in Washington scheduled for tomorrow is erroneous. We take part in periodic consultations with key international stakeholders on how best to support the special representative of the Secretary General, SRSG Bathili, in setting the stage for elections in Libya and supporting the people of Libya. We look forward to hosting a future discussion as we have in the past, but we haven't confirmed any dates at this time. We continue to be engaged with political leaders in Libya and the international partners on that very way forward in Libya. That includes a political track to establish a time frame for elections as quickly as possible. We strongly support the special representative of the Secretary General, the call for national consensus in Libya on establishing a clear timeline for elections. We believe there is no other way to secure stability and long-term peace. We share the desire of all Libyans to see Libyan leaders adopt the necessary measures as quickly as possible to set that electoral process in motion. Come on.
Ned, what can you say about this U.S. Navy veteran who was released in Poland, and former Governor Richardson was apparently instrumental in securing his release? Can you guys confirm and provide some details on what happened there?
Unfortunately, there is little that I can say for reasons that you all know well, but I can make a few points. First, we're aware of reports that a U.S. citizen was deported after having been in Russian custody. I'm not in a position to discuss the particulars of this case due to privacy considerations that so often limit what we can say publicly. But as we always do, I want to emphasize that this department, the Department of State, has no higher priority than the safety and security of U.S. citizens overseas. As a general matter, when a U.S. citizen is deported from anywhere around the world, and of course this would include Russia, the department may provide assistance to help facilitate the return of that citizen to the United States. And as always, we stand ready to provide appropriate assistance to all U.S. citizens overseas. To the second part of your question regarding the Richardson Center, of course I would refer you there. We're likewise aware of the Richardson Center's travel, which they have announced, but not going to comment on their travel or activity in this case, again, owing to those privacy considerations.
Staying on this just for 1
No,
second.
go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Well, just on this. I mean, right, you're aware of reports. The statement from Governor Richardson himself names 2 U.S. Embassy employees, one from Warsaw and one from Russia.
Matt,
are you saying that?
I know this.
No. I think you need to go back to the lawyers and CA and say that this is getting to the point of absolute ridiculousness. You can either confirm that this guy has been turned over, and that there was an embassy official there, or you can say that it's not true. But saying that you don't have a Privacy Act waiver to do this when it has been announced by the governor himself, and the names of a diplomat in Moscow and a diplomat in Warsaw are out there for everyone to see.
Matt, I know this is
completely disingenuous for you to say that you're aware of reports.
Matt, it is not disingenuous. I know this is a bugaboo of yours. We are not going to find resolution to this long-standing irritant of yours today. What I can tell you, and what you seem to be disregarding, is the fact that Governor Richardson is a private citizen. Private citizens can say whatever they would like without any restriction imposed by pesky things like the Privacy Act waiver. The Privacy Act waiver applies to us. It does not apply to private citizens. It, in some cases, doesn't even apply to other entities within the executive branch. To say it is disingenuous, Matt, our attempt to stay within the bounds of the policies to which we adhere, that I think is
impacts the Privacy Act at all for you to say, yes, we can confirm that an American citizen was deported and we took custody, or we were part of a team that took custody of him.
And there are many cases in which we have made analogous statements like that, because we've been in a position to do so because of various Privacy Act waivers. When we don't make statements like that, we're not doing that because we want to be obtuse. We're not doing that because we want to stonewall you. Believe me, my job would be a lot easier if I could share every single detail of this case. We're doing it to be consistent with policies that apply to us.
Asking for a confirmation of the name, but you just to say you're aware of reports that an American was deported, I mean, that's... You're aware of more than reports that an American was deported, and saying saying only that is disingenuous.
Are you able to talk at all about his ordeal, like these 9 months, and like the kinds of conversations you guys have had with the Russians, and when the State Department became aware of his detention by the Russians? Are you able to talk about any of that?
Unfortunately, I'm not. I can talk in generalities. Anytime we learn that an American citizen is incarcerated, is detained, is in the custody of a foreign government, we work to protect and to promote the interests of that individual. Oftentimes, we do learn of such cases from interaction with the family. That is really what our Bureau of Consular Affairs, that is the bread and butter element of their job, is to work with American citizens, to work with their representatives, to work with families, to devise how we can best protect and to promote the interests of Americans overseas. That is the core priority of the work we do around the world, but we also want to respect the privacy of private American citizens, however frustrating that might be.
They posted pictures on Twitter, but sure.
Sure. I mean, the treatment between previous cases and this one, obviously different cases, of course, but very different. And your speech is not at all the same, right? You don't have any problem with the Privacy Act regarding certain people that were freed recently. And in this case, you do. So how do you explain that?
Absolutely right, Leon, because there is something called the Privacy Act. There is something called the Privacy Act waiver. If we're in a position to say more, we will. If we're not, we can't. Yes.
On that, one more thing. I mean, the outside groups are referring to this as a wrongful detention. Is that a characterization that the United States government would use, or is that?
We have been open and transparent because we have been in a position to do so regarding cases of wrongful detention inside of Russia. We had spoken of 3 cases. 2 of those cases have been resolved, with Trevor Reed and Brittany Griner now back in the United States, reunited with their loved ones. There is 1 case of wrongful detention in Russia at the moment, and that, of course, is the case of Paul Whelan. I say that with a very important caveat that we are always assessing the circumstances of the detention of each and every American around the world to determine if a particular case may meet the criteria that's spelled out in policy, that's spelled out in the Levinson Act, to determine if those criteria are met. And when that determination is made, we will make the formal declaration that someone is wrongfully detained. Yes?
Stay in the region of Ukraine. What is your sense of the latest situation in Soledar, and also the fact that Wagner Group is increasingly becoming the face of the war? Is there any concern inside the administration that we might be too cautious or lagging behind in terms of designating Wagner Group?
Sorry, any concern that we might be
behind, too cautious or lagging behind because some other countries have already taken those steps?
First, a couple things. And you know we don't tend to get into battlefield dynamics or tactical assessments from here. Some of this may be best directed to the Department of Defense, but a couple broad points. Number 1, the reason why the pitched battle over a town like Soledar, a town of some 10,000 residents, at least before the war, is making headlines is because of the possibility, and it's not confirmed, but the possibility that the Russians are achieving or at least claiming increment.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are now going live right out here to the White House, where the Prime Minister of Japan is now at the White House being greeted by the President. And we are going to watch this take place. There's a number of events going on at the White House. And here you have President Biden and the Prime Minister of Japan there. Looks like they'll be taking a photo as well. There will also be a White House briefing a little bit later this afternoon. We will bring that to you as well right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here. When we come back, we'll have an update for you on the destructive tornado that happened in Alabama yesterday. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Getting an update on a tornado that happened yesterday in Selma, Alabama. A significant long-track tornado crossed central Alabama just yesterday, causing devastation across multiple counties as it made its way east. Perhaps hardest hit was the historic city of Selma in Dallas County. Looking out from a busy Broad Street shows extensive damage to businesses and structures in every direction. The tornado that made a direct hit on downtown may have been as high as EF2 or EF3 and lifted debris as high as 16,000 feet into the air based on radar and reports. Multiple people are reportedly injured, but there was no known fatalities as of last night. Dallas County EMA Director Toya Sweets said, and the rescue efforts will continue starting at 7 a.m. a little bit later as well. Selma officials have called this a disaster area. Many roads are blocked with storm debris in Selma as well as throughout the county. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Live look here at the White House, where we are seeing really unprecedented times right now as a current and former president of the United States. We have President Biden, the current one, and the former President Trump. Both have special counsel's investigations now revolving all around classified documents that were found in other parts of their homes or their businesses. So what we are going to do is just play out the latest there from the Attorney General announcing the special counsel for President Biden. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Counsel, pursuant to Department of Justice regulations governing such matters. In keeping with those regulations, I have today notified the designated members of each House of Congress of the appointment. I'm joined today by John Walshe, the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, who conducted the initial investigation into the matter that I will describe today. On the evening of November 4th, 2022, the National Archives Office of Inspector General contacted a prosecutor at the Department of Justice. It informed him that the White House had notified the archives that documents bearing classification markings were identified at the office of the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement, located in Washington, D.C. That office was not authorized for storage of classified documents. The prosecutor was also advised that those documents had been secured in an archives facility. On November 9th, the FBI commenced an assessment consistent with standard protocols, to understand whether classified information had been mishandled in violation of federal law. On November 14th, pursuant to Section 600.2b of the Special Counsel Regulations, I assigned U.S. Attorney Walshe to conduct an initial investigation to inform my decision whether to appoint a special counsel. Mr. Walshe has served as the U.S. Attorney in Chicago since 2017. Before that, he spent more than a decade as an assistant U.S. Attorney in that same office. I selected him to conduct the initial investigation because I was confident his experience would ensure that it would be done professionally and expeditiously. On December 20th, President Biden's personal counsel informed Mr. Walshe that additional documents bearing classification markings were identified in the garage of the president's private residence in Wilmington, Delaware. President Biden's counsel informed Mr. Walshe that those documents were among other records from the period of the president's service as vice president. The FBI went to the location and secured those documents. On January 5th, 2023, Mr. Walshe briefed me on the results of his initial investigation and advised me that further investigation by a special counsel was warranted. Based on Mr. Walshe's initial investigation, I concluded that, under the special counsel regulations, it was in the public interest to appoint a special counsel. In the days since, while Mr. Walshe continued the investigation, the department identified Mr. Hur for appointment as special counsel. This morning, President Biden's personal counsel called Mr. Walshe and stated that an additional document bearing classification markings was identified at the president's personal residence in Wilmington, Delaware. When I first contacted Mr. Walshe about this matter, he said he could lead the initial investigation, but would be unable to accept any longer-term assignment because he would be leaving the department in early 2023 for the private sector. U.S. Attorney Walshe and his team of prosecutors and agents have conducted this initial investigation with professionalism and speed. I am grateful to them. Earlier today, I signed an order appointing Robert Hur as special counsel for the matter I've just described. The document authorizes him to investigate whether any person or entity violated the law in connection with this matter. The special counsel will not be subject to the day-to-day supervision of any official of the department, but he must comply with the regulations, procedures, and policies of the department. Mr. Hur has a long and distinguished career as a prosecutor. In 2003, he joined the department's criminal division, where he worked on counterterrorism, corporate fraud, and appellate matters. From 2007 until 2014, Mr. Hur served as an assistant U.S. attorney for the District of Maryland, where he prosecuted matters ranging from violent crime to financial fraud. In 2017, Mr. Hur rejoined the department as the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General. In 2018, he was nominated and confirmed to serve as a U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland. As U.S. Attorney, he supervised some of the department's more important national security, public corruption, and other high-profile matters. I will ensure that Mr. Hur receives all the resources he needs to conduct his work. As I have said before, I strongly believe that the normal processes of this department can handle all investigations with integrity. But under the regulations, the extraordinary circumstances here require the appointment of a special counsel for this matter. This appointment underscores for the public the department's commitment to both independence and accountability in particularly sensitive matters, and to making decisions indisputably guided only by the facts and the law. I am confident that Mr. Hur will carry out his responsibility in an even-handed and urgent manner and in accordance with the highest traditions of this department. Thank you all.
Have you ever spoken to the president about this?
The White House briefing is later today. Of course, they will be getting more questions on this matter, and we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox when it does happen. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, Seattle is welcoming a new police chief, someone that has been on the force for the Seattle Police Department since 1997, climbing the ranks ever since. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
In our attendance, I just want to recognize them. Please do not applaud because they may go to their heads. Council President Deborah Juarez, Councilmember Sarah Nelson, City Attorney Ann Davison, OPA Director Gino Betts, OIG Director Lisa Judge, Fire Chief Harold Scoggins, CSCC Director Chris Lombard, and members of our mayor's leadership team are here celebrating this momentous occasion. Now let's applause. Thank you very much. The people of Seattle have clear expectations for our Seattle Police Department. That is clear. Continuous attention is given to improving public safety. This, we know, is one of our highest priorities. They want to see sustained and meaningful community engagement and a commitment to accountability. They deserve a police chief who will wake up every day to make those expectations a reality. I believe we have that in Chief Adrian Diaz, unequivocally. Chief Diaz has served our city as a dedicated member of the Seattle Police Department since 1997. He's learned this department's operations inside and out as he worked his way up the ranks as an officer, a lieutenant, a sergeant, an assistant chief, a deputy chief, an interim chief, and now as our chief. He's worked on patrol, the mountain bike unit, the anti-crime team. So that's $2. He worked on the anti-crime team, the collaborative, the collaborative policing bureau, and the investigation bureau. I got $2 so far. Through his service, he's built relationships externally and internally with community and within our city departments, and that becomes critically important in the work that we need to do. He has firsthand experience with our systems and knows what we need to do to move the departments to the next level. Despite all of that experience, he continues to solicit input, receive feedback, and consider the wisdom of those he leads, the very definition of a servant leader. Many of you are here today, and not only does the chief rely on you, I do as well as members of my senior team. At his core, Chief Diaz does this work because he cares about protecting and serving our neighborhoods, and he is dedicated to bridging divides through relationship building. The chief and I openly talk about how do we develop bridges, how do we establish trust. I talk to rank and file about that. I talk to everyone, city departments, how do we reestablish trust, often in a city that has lost trust in what we do as public servants. Recruitment experts have advised me that this chief would be a top competitor to lead any police department in the nation. And next week I'll see literally hundreds of mayors throughout this country, and I know, having talked to them about what they're looking for, that this chief could fit into any of those shoes. Now, I didn't make this nomination lightly. We undertook a robust national search, and I heard the perspectives of residents, public safety advocates, accountability partners, key stakeholders. Quite frankly, I said we have to kick the tires. We have to know who else is out there. But I think it says something when we hire from within as well. It was clear that Chief Diaz was the right choice to respond to the concerns about crime and safety and to drive the effective response that will have a real impact for all Seattleites. I'd like to take this moment to express my profound gratitude for the search committee members who offered their time and valuable insight. Now, many members of the search committee are here with us today, and there might be one, two, there might be all of them. I do not know. We didn't script that part, but I'm going to ask all of them, including Council President Deborah Juarez, to stand at this moment so we can give you a round of applause, please. Thank you very much, and the check is in the mail. $3. It wasn't in there. So I had the good fortune to work with Chief Diaz when I became a mayor a year ago. And I've learned, quite candidly, that he brings authenticity, humility, integrity, and dedication to the community. We have a lot of challenges ahead in front of us. This is not a victory lap, and you've heard me use that expression before. But with Chief Diaz at the helm, these challenges, they pale in comparison to the opportunities. We're working to re-envision our approach to public safety, assessing how we do more with less, and always work to earn and maintain the trust from our communities. Chief Diaz will continue to be an instrumental partner as we move to the next phase of reform, enhance officer recruitment efforts, ensure accountability, and drive innovative efforts to develop diversified emergency responses. I could not have more confidence in Chief Diaz to lead, again, with distinction and integrity. I'm honored to stand beside him as he ascends to this permanent job. In closing, we all realized when we signed up for public service that, number one, you have to have a little thick skin, that there's not a lot of, hey, you did just great today, that more times than not we hear from people when they are fearful and they are angry. But we do it anyway, because at some point we realized we were called to do this kind of work. And leadership is not, oh, you're going to pound your fist and tell everyone what to do. Leadership is one based on inspiration. And what I've learned about this chief is he knows how to tap into that special inside ingredient to pull out the best in people. And that's why I chose you. And I know that you love your family, you love community, and you love this city. And for that, I'm absolutely honored that you will be our chief of police.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. I just have to go off script. I'm in $4 now. I had said, is that Walter Jones in the back? And I said, man, do they got a chair big enough for that dude? So sorry, Walter. He's an inspiration to many of us, and we love hearing you. And thank you for supporting the chief, who I know you're personal friends with. Thank you for supporting the city and continuing to stay here. We look up to you and we admire everything you do for our community. Thank you, Walter Jones. And I always say a joke about you because you're a big guy. With that, I'd like to move to the moment we've all been waiting for, the oath of office to be administered by our interim city clerk, Elizabeth Atkinson. The chief badge will be affixed by the chief's oldest son, Alex.
I will support of the United States Constitution of the State of Washington, Charter and ordinances
Out of Seattle, please. Out of the Seattle Police Department. Congrats.
Oh no, it's just the chief. Okay. Excuse me.
I'm left-handed, so.
Yeah, lefty.
I'm gonna move you just a little bit.
A lefty.
There's not many lefties around, but that is what happens.
Next, we'll hear from the chief. A few thoughts from our chief. Oh, we're going to do the badge first.
It took him like 10 times in the practice room, so. Yeah, you know, as I mentioned at the very beginning, I think it was, I said 125 weeks, and who's counting? What an honor and privilege to be standing before you as the Chief of Police for the Seattle Police Department. I want to say thank you to everyone at SPD for their support the past 29 months. This has been one of the most challenging times in our department's history. And I want to thank Mayor Bruce Harrell for selecting me to lead this department. And I want to thank you for your leadership as well. In our first year, we have focused on the most challenging areas facing the city. And that begins with violent crime. While there's still a lot of work to be done, violent crime has been on the decline. I also want to thank the City Council for confirming me. I look forward to addressing the public safety issues before us. We might not always agree, but we will challenge each other to do what is best for this city. And there is one thing you should know about me: I love a good challenge. And the way I take them on is simple. It's on the face of my challenge coin. 4 virtues that should never be replaced, and that is wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. And they're the heart of every action I take. Since the summer of 2020, we've invested in officer wellness. We've recovered more guns in nearly 20 years and reduced officer complaints by 50%. We've hit the reset button on the consent decree. We've decreased use of force by 50% since 2015. We've revamped our crowd management response, including adding public outreach engagement teams. And we're also identifying alternative responses to policing. I've dedicated my 26 years career at SPD to building relationships, bridging divides, ensuring equity, and humanizing officers with many of you in this room. And that will continue as the chief. And through initiatives like SPD Before the Badge and Equity, Accountability, and Quality, also known as EAQ, these 2 initiatives are the first of their kind in the nation. That's the kind of department we're building. As we recruit new officers to join our ranks, I challenge them to rise to the occasion. I also want to thank my family for their support over the past 2.5 years. The many nights being away, I thank you for your love and patience. As we work towards Mayor Harrell's goal of One Seattle, I challenge every one of you to consider the 4 virtues of wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. We are going to get to the heart of public safety, and we are going to get to the root of crime, and we will make the city safe. Because as your chief, I am up for the challenge. Thank you.
The new police chief, who has served 26 years there on the force, is going to have a big job to get to as crime and really trying to retain the police officers that he has is going to be the top 2 missions that he said he is going to try to do. All right, everyone, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. We are about to get some tape playback of President Biden in the Prime Minister of Japan. That is about, well, you know what? We were going to go to a break. It looks like we have it right here. Let's go to it right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Fumio, they like you. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, it's great to see you again. Welcome, welcome such a close friend to the Oval Office again. And, you know, we meet at a remarkable moment in our alliance. I can honestly say, more as a student history than a participant, that It's been, I don't think there's ever been a time when we've been closer, Japan and the United States. I'm going to stop so you can translate.
岸田総理、これほど親しい友人をホワイトハウスに迎え、またお会いでき嬉しい限りであります。私たちは今目覚ましい時に集うことになっています。で、私が思うことは、今までこれまで以上これほど強い関係にあったことはないと思っております。
Last year in Japan, you said to me, and I quote, "We are two nations that share fundamental values." I couldn't agree with you more. We are. These shared democratic values are the source of our strength, source of our alliance, and the source of our being able to deliver for all our people.
昨年日本で総理は日米は基本的価値観を共有しているとおっしゃった。私もその通りだと思います。共有する民主主義に基づく価値観は私たちの力の源です。この力を糧に、この同盟、そして世の人々すべてにより良い未来を築きます。
We're modernizing our military alliance, building on Japan's historic increase in defense spending and new national security strategy.
これに加え、日本の歴史的な防衛費増や新たな国家安全保障戦略を受け、軍事同盟の現代化を図っています。
Let me be crystal clear. The United States is fully, thoroughly, completely committed to the alliance.
改めて明言させてもらいます。米国は日米同盟にフルにコミットしています。
And more importantly, to Japan's defense, the defense of Japan.
もちろん日本の防衛にもフルにコミットしています。
Working closely on tech and economic issues, including the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. And we're stepping up to hold Putin accountable for his unprovoked war in Ukraine. And I want to thank you. Thank you for your strong leadership on this from the very first conversation we had on this.
このほか、インド太平洋経済枠組みも含め、技術や経済課題でも緊密に連携を図り、またウクライナに対する言われない戦争を始めたプーチンに責任を課すことにさらに注力しています。この点に関しては初日から力強い支援をいただき、心から感謝しています。
Today I'm looking forward to how we can continue advancing our shared goals and values, including at the G7 summit in Japan and the APEC in San Francisco later this year.
今日の会談で日本での G7 と今年後半サンフランシスコで開催される APEC も含め、いかに日米が共有する目標や価値観を増進できるかについて議論するのを楽しみにしています。
Rather than figuring out how we can work more closely together, the more difficult job would be trying to figure out how and where we disagree.
なので、共に取り組む、ということ、私たちに齟齬がある、かないか、それはないと、それを見つけるのが一番難しいことになるんではないかと思います。
You're a real leader and you're a real friend.
素晴らしいリーダーで、真の友人でもあります。
はい、大変温かい歓迎の言葉ありがとうございます。
Joe, thank you so much for those warm words of welcome.
2023年という新しい年を迎え、私も総理大臣になって初めて、ワシントン DC を訪問させていただきました。そして、大切な友人であるバイデン大統領とこうして、お会いできますことを、大変嬉しく思っています。
As we enter the new year of 2023, I am pleased to make my first visit to Washington, D.C. as a Prime Minister and to have this meeting with you, Joe, my dear friend.
そして昨年を振り返りますと、5月にジョーにご訪日をいただきました。日米首脳会談は言うまでもなく、日米豪印ですとか、日米韓、さまざまな対話を積み重ねることができました。そして、この地域の、そして国際社会の平和や繁栄に、この努力することができたことを改めて、ジョーの協力に感謝を申し上げたいと思っています。
And last year, or starting with your visit to Japan in May, we were able to accomplish so much for peace and security in the region and prosperity in the region and the international community through numerous meetings, not just our bilateral summit meetings, but also the Quad meetings, the Japan-US ROK trilaterals, among others. And I'm sincerely grateful for your cooperation, Joe.
今、日米両国はかつてないほどの厳しい、そして複雑な安全保障環境の中にあります。その中で地域のこの平和や繁栄に貢献し、そして自らの国のこの安全を守るために昨年末我が国は新しい国家安全保障戦略を策定いたしました。
And Japan and the United States are currently facing the most challenging and complex security environment in recent history. And in order to ensure peace and prosperity in the region and to contribute to that and also safeguard peace and security of Japan, in late last year, Japan formulated a new national security strategy.
その中で反撃能力を含む防衛力の抜本的な強化を定め、そしてそのために予算を拡充する、こうした新たな方針を示しました。このことは日米同盟の抑止力、対処力を強めることにもつながっていきます。
And in so doing, Japan decided to, upon fundamentally reinforcing our defense capabilities, including possessing the counter-strike capabilities, and in order to ensure that increase our defense budget. And this new policy was set forth by Japan, and I believe that this will be beneficial for the deterrence capabilities and response capabilities of the alliance as well.
ジョーがおっしゃるように、民主主義や法の支配といった価値観を共有する日米の役割はますます大きくなっていると感じています。
And Joe, as you rightly pointed out, I too feel that the role to be played by Japan and the United States, which share the fundamental values such as democracy and the rule of law, the role that we are to play is becoming even greater.
ぜひ今日も自由で開かれたインド太平洋ですとか G7 あるいは APEC、そして気候変動などさまざまな重要な課題についてジョーとこの率直な意見交換ができればと楽しみにしております。
And today, I very much look forward to having a candid exchange of views with you, Joe, on the various important topics, including a free and open Indo-Pacific, the G7, APEC, as well as climate change.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Mr. President,
All right, and as expected there, the media not asking any questions about the Prime Minister of Japan's visit at all, but all surrounding the special counsel that was just issued by the Attorney General just yesterday. President Biden taking no questions right there. And there will be a White House briefing, so we will feature that for you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. And then, of course, President Biden is heading to Delaware later today, so we'll have his departure as well from the White House. We do have some other breaking news that we are following here for you. This is Sky Fox aerials right now in Dallas, because this is a situation that is going on with a clouded leopard that escaped from the zoo, and now the hunt is on for this leopard here. So we are taking these visuals here for you live right here on Live Now from Fox, and you can see that crews are going to have really their work cut out for them today, because this animal really could be anywhere. But I just want to show you just some of the latest tweets that are coming out from the Dallas Zoo. That just put this out moments ago. Let's show that to you. The zoo is closed today due to a serious situation. We have an ongoing situation at the zoo right now with a code blue. That is a non-dangerous animal that is out of its habitat. One of our clouded leopards was not in its habitat when the team arrived this morning and is unaccounted for at this time. Dallas PD is on site assisting with the search efforts. The zoo is closed today as our teams work to find and recover the animal. Given the nature of these animals, we believe the animal is still on grounds and hiding. We will share updates and more information as soon as we can. Our focus right now is on locating the animal. Let's take it now back out live right here. And what we'll do, everyone, is just keep an eye on this shot here, and we'll update you throughout when we get more updates regarding this situation of the clouded leopard that is still on the loose right now. And welcome all our new viewers here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate you joining us here worldwide as we bring you the top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. We're taking a live look here in Dallas, Texas. The search for a clouded leopard is on the loose, escaping from the Dallas Zoo right now. And you can see crews there on the scene as they try to locate this clouded leopard here animal. Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you top stories and headlines all in the mix right here. So what we'll do, everyone, is just keep an eye on definitely on this here. And if when we get more updates, of course, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much again for joining us here. As you can see, we just have sometimes you never know what kind of news that we're going to bring in, what kind of feeds we're going to bring in. That's one of the fun aspects here of Live Now from Fox, everyone. I want to show you another live look here. This is the parents of a Navy lieutenant serving a 3-year jail sentence in Japan pleaded with President Biden to secure their son's release ahead of his upcoming meeting with Japanese officials. The Navy lieutenant, who is based in Japan, was convicted of negligent driving by Japanese courts in October of 2021 after he was involved in a vehicle accident that year that resulted in the deaths of 2 people. As Biden prepares and is talking right now to the Prime Minister of Japan, the parents of this lieutenant are urging the president to make their son return to the state a top priority. And as you can see, this is a roving camera here. So if we get anybody speaking here, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But again, this is right outside of the White House. You can see that they are just right there on the grounds. And of course, we'll bring that to you all in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. In the meantime, let's go back out to Dallas right here as we are continuing the search right now. It's more of a static shot here from the helicopter, but you can see it's really trying to locate this clouded leopard that is on the loose right now. The zoo is obviously closed today as the teams are working to find and recover the animal right now. So once we get more updates on that, of course, we will bring that to you in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's show you what the Dow is looking at today. You can see it's pretty flat right here, just about 13 points in the green. Of course, we will continue to update you throughout the day on this matter right here on Live Now from Fox. So the next story here is all about the showdown between Republicans and Democrats on one representative. It is Representative Santos that is causing a lot of fury within the Republican Party. Some are wanting Santos to back down after ethics and lying allegations have triggered him in the past. Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy had to speak on that and much more. Let's listen here for just a little bit on Live Now.
To the voices of America of who they elect. We repealed and stripped the funding for 87,000 IRS agents. Government should be here to help you, not to go after you. Be able to protect the unborn. We just protected the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, where the president can no longer deplete it and sell our oil to China. And we opened the House back up for the public, something the public has not been able to be a part of for the last couple years. That's just the first 5 days, and we're just getting started. So we made a commitment to America, and we're going to keep it. With that, let me open up for questions. Yes.
You've got a growing number of Republican members now that are calling on Representative George Santos to resign, or at the very least not sit on committees. These aren't just allegations. These are things that he's admitted to, lying to, stealing. Why put him on committees?
Well, what I find is the voters have elected George Santos. If there is a concern, he will go through ethics. If there is something that is found, he will be dealt with in that manner. But they have a voice in this process. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes. I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't even mention the other thing we did. Passed a very bipartisan bill with 146 Democrats joining with us to create a new select committee on China that Congressman Gallagher will chair. And I've met with Leader Hakeem on this. This will be, Hakeem Jeffries, this will be a very bipartisan committee. Because I think it's very important. A number of reasons why I believe we have lost jobs to China, our intellectual property, because many times we don't speak with one voice from America. What I am trying to accomplish is get members on both sides of the aisle from all different perspectives, not just from a militarily, from financial, from agriculture and others, to bring those jobs back to America, to make sure China's not with inside America buying our farmland and others. Get a level playing field for competition. We watched during COVID for our medical supplies, them controlling 50% of the market. We watched from our medical pills and others what they control. This is something that is very, not just disturbing to me, but for the future of America. I would say in this first 5 days is probably one of the most powerful things that we passed. In a very bipartisan way, a step forward. I would hope the Senate would do it as well, and that we can speak with one voice as we move forward to bring the jobs back to America. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, they deserve to know. And the thing that you should look at is the commitment to America. There's not a side deal to anything. You watch the rules package, exactly the same rules package we had back at January 1st. What does it do? The only change within that is vacate the chair from 5 to 1. The other thing that we did, and I'm glad you keep bringing these up because it reminds me of other things we accomplished. We watch what is happening right now with the President of the United States. Not once, but now we're finding in 2 different locations classified information just out there in the open. It just goes to prove, and we're finding out now, after being sworn in, that this was discovered before the election. Another faux pas by the Biden administration, but treating law differently based upon your political beliefs. Treats President Trump one way, but treats President Biden a whole different way. That's why we had to provide a new entity from our church style to look after the weaponization of what's gone on, that you want an equal playing of the law to all Americans. Oh, sorry, let him finish. I see it could go from that committee or others, but I think Congress has to investigate this. Here's an individual that's been in office for more than 40 years. Here's an individual that sat on 60 Minutes that was so concerned about President Trump's documents locked in behind, and now we find it just as a vice president keeping it for years out in the open in different locations. I do not think any American believes that justice should not be equal to all. And we found from this administration what happened before every single election, whatever comes out that they utilize to try to falsify it, they try to have different standards for their own beliefs, that doesn't work in America. Yes, sir.
Do you trust someone who has admitted to lying about major aspects of his past, could be facing fraud charges from Brazil, to have access to top secret information?
I don't see any way that he's going to have top secret. If you're referring to George Santos, he's got a long way to go to earn trust. But the one thing I do know is you apply the Constitution equal to all Americans. The voters of his district have elected him. He is seated. He is part of the Republican conference. There are concerns with it, so he will go before ethics. If anything is found to be wrong, he will be held accountable exactly as anybody else in this body would be. That is the fair way to handle anything you go, and that's how I'll deal with any single issue that ever comes forward. Yes, ma'am.
Do you see a difference in that former President Trump denied repeated requests for all of his classified documents for more than a year, and President Biden's lawyers turned in documents after finding them?
No, because from one standpoint, they knew the documents were there. They actually asked President Trump to put another lock on them, so they were locked. You look at President Biden. He wasn't president. He was vice president. He held these in different locations right out in the open. He criticized President Trump. Did he utilize the Justice Department to raid President Trump? Did you think that was right? They knew this has happened to President Biden before the election, but they kept it a secret from the American public. He goes on 60 Minutes, criticizes President Trump, even knowing what he has done, and he wasn't president at the time. Now we find another location that it's at, but he refused to answer. His press secretary won't answer the questions. You watched them leak photos of sitting out files of President Trump. Where's the photos of President Biden's documents? Where are those photos at? He knowingly knew this happened going into election, going into interviews. This is what makes America not trust their government. You cannot have one form of law because somebody philosophically has a different opinion than you, and you can't use the Justice Department to go after people that are politically different as well. It has to be equal across, and what I'm finding what's happening with President Biden time and again, you go from a laptop saying it not only that it wasn't true, but utilizing your own friends to go into companies to tell them to say the same thing, to try to knock down information, to try to make sure the New York Post story couldn't be printed. You should be offended by that. You are of the press. You should be allowed to write even when you knew it was true. So, yes, sir. Look, the one thing I know, I've watched when Republicans were in power those 8 years, discretionary spending increased zero. I watched Democrat take over for 4 years. They increased it by 30%. They went from $4 trillion to $7 trillion. I watched a $31 trillion debt. I watched inflation grow under their fiscal policies. We've got to get our house in order. So the one thing I will tell you as Republicans, we will always protect Medicare and Social Security. We will protect that for the next generation going forward. But we are going to scrutinize every single dollar spent. It's the it's the hardworking taxpayer that actually pays it. And we want to make sure it's spent wisely and not the way the Democrats have spent it. Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask, so there's been some interest among some of your rank-and-file Republicans to possibly introduce a resolution to expunge one of former President Trump's impeachments or possibly vote. What do you think of that? Is that something that you'd be supportive of?
I'd have to look. When you find that the final information that the Russia document was all a lie, when you watch what went through, I'd understand why members would want to bring that forward. Our first priority is to get our economy back on track, secure our borders, make our streets safe again, give parents the opportunity to have a say in their kids' education, and actually hold government accountable. But I understand why individuals want to do it, and we'd look at it.
Yes. Now, a bunch of Republicans, about 20 of them last Congress, called on Speaker Pelosi at the time to release the adjacent Capitol Hill security footage, all things that happened on that day. Is that something that you'd be interested in doing? Congressman Gates said that you would be willing to do that. Is that
yeah, I think the public should see what has happened on that day. I've watched what Nancy Pelosi did, where she politicized it, where for the first time in the history as a speaker, not allowing the minority to appoint to a committee. to pick and choose. We watch the politicization of this. I think the American public should actually see all what happened instead of a report that's written for a political basis. And I think the answer. We're looking through that. I want to be very thoughtful about it, but yes, I'm engaged to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. On the debt ceiling, can you guarantee that Republicans will provide votes necessary to raise the debt ceiling and avoid...
Look, we want to make sure we don't want to put any fiscal problems to our economy, and we won't. But fiscal problems would be continuing to do business as usual. I remembered when Trump was president and Nancy Pelosi was speaker, they became a debt ceiling agreement, and it was a cap agreement for 2 years to cap the spending and make those decisions. This is something that people have utilized. But I ask all of you and all Americans, if you have a child and you give them a credit card and they spend the limit, so you increase the limit again and again and again, when does it end? We've got to change the way we are spending money wastefully in this country. And we're going to make sure that happens. It's a hard-working taxpayer to do it. Paul, how are you? That's good to see you.
Senator Cornyn seemed a little bit dismissive of some of the House Republican plans to Jake's some of the other Republicans.
What did he say?
I don't have the exact quote on me, I'm sorry. You seem to think that what happens in the House happens in the House, but the Senate needs to be bipartisan.
Well, that's interesting because in the House here, we just had probably one of the biggest bipartisan votes to collect a select committee on China. I don't know, is the Senate even in this week? What did they do this week? Oh yeah, they haven't done anything. So I think the House has been very productive in the first 5 days. But yes, I sat down with all the Republican senators and talked to them about ways that they could be more productive. But they didn't even pass one appropriation bill last year. They didn't even pass an NDAA. So the ways we can make the Senate more productive would be great, and I think us working together will help them in the process to do that. Mr. Speaker, yes, ma'am. No, yeah. I'd say they're wrong.
Inflation, Speaker? We saw the right flank of the party move you on the rules package. Are you concerned that moderates will throw their weight around to do the same?
Look, we are one party. We don't have just one idea, but we go from the Reagan philosophy. If we agree with people 80% of the time, we're all together. I like the idea of having a party so large that you have a lot of beliefs inside it, but you have a foundation of our beliefs. And I think what we went through last week will only make us stronger in the long run.
Mr. Speaker, do you see a cap? You mentioned a cap agreement, a budget cap agreement alongside the debt ceiling. Is that one of the things?
Well, I laid out from an example of what happened last time. When Nancy Pelosi was Speaker, that's what transpired. To get a debt ceiling, they also got a cap on spending for the next 2 years. Spending is out of control here. There's been no oversight, and we cannot continue around the same process. I had a very good conversation with the president when he called me, and I told him I'd like to sit down with him early and work through these challenges. Because, yes, your question earlier, Paul, the House is different. The American public made a decision where they fired the Democrats and they put us in charge. We put out a commitment to America to tell them exactly what we would do if they gave us the power. And in this first week, we continue to keep that commitment. We repealed 87,000 IRS agents. We created a select committee on China to bring the jobs back. We continued to work for the going after accountability in this government, the church-style committee of where we're going. We just stopped the raid of our petroleum reserve, so it won't be sold to China anymore. We continue to keep our promises, and you'll watch it week after week after week. Yes, ma'am. No, because mine wasn't ignoring a subpoena. I said I would gladly go if we got to appoint people to the committee. If it was not political, you will find the fundamental difference of me being a speaker and Nancy Pelosi. The other side will get to name their members on the committee. It won't be handpicked by me and denying the Democrats their voice. So whatever transpires out of that committee is work to Republicans and Democrats as we move forward. It's a fundamental difference. Why?
You said you're going to let Democrats appoint their own members to the committee, but you've also indicated you're not going to let.
I was very clear early on. Let me phrase something very direct to you. If you got the briefing I got from the FBI, you wouldn't have Swalwell on any committee. And you're going to tell me other Democrats couldn't fill that slot? He cannot get a security clearance in the private sector. So would you like to give him a government clearance? You asked me questions about Santos. You asked the questions about Swalwell. Not only was he getting a clearance, he was inside an intel committee. He had more information than the majority of all the members. Did you ever raise that issue? No, but you should have. You're going to tell me there's 200 other Democrats that couldn't fill that slot, but they kept him on it? The only way that they even knew it came forward is when they went to nominate him to the Intel Committee. And then the FBI came and told the leadership then, he's got a problem. And they kept him on. That jeopardized all of us. Adam Schiff openly lied to the American public. He told you he had proof. He told you he didn't know the whistleblower. He put America for 4 years through an impeachment that he knew was a lie. At the same time we had Ukraine, at the same time we had Afghanistan collapse. Was that the role of the Intel Committee? No. So what I am doing with the Intel Committee, bringing it back to the jurisdiction it's supposed to do, forward-looking to keep this country safe. Keep the politics out of it. So yes, I'm doing exactly what we're supposed to do. Last question. No, right here. I'll go two quick. You both, but you go first. No, let her go first. Let her go first.
That Congress has a priority to investigate Biden's handling of classified documents, but
Yes.
you don't think that Congress has a priority to investigate Trump's handling of classified documents?
Well, what's an interesting question to me is, they put a special prosecutor on that. They raided Mar-a-Lago when he was gone. They came in with sirens and everything else. Even though they had already met, they knew it was there. They said, put another lock on. They put another lock on it. Had they asked, they could have just picked it up. But why would they do that? Why would they go after a political opponent that way? Why would they leak photos and say all this? Why would they go through the former First Lady's clothing? Why would they go through his son's clothing? Why would they raid in the manner in which they did? At the same time, prior to an election, you found a sitting president when he was vice president with top secret documents. Why did they handle that differently? We're in America. We believe in equal justice. Why did they not even tell America that that transpired? How did he sit before 60 Minutes knowing what he had done? How do we find out a second location and he's shocked by it? Why aren't you asking him these questions? Why doesn't he come forth to the American public? We don't think there needs to be a special prosecutor, but I think Congress has a role to look. Yes, last question. A lawyer or attorney to clean up. I have a lawyer. I don't know what point you're trying to get at, so help me further on the question. No, I use my hands and my own, so I think it's kind of, I think if you call a lawyer to remove something for your office, he must have known ahead of time. So I think he has a lot of answers to the American public. The good thing about that is the American public has a Congress that can get the answers. Thank you all. I hope you have a great weekend.
back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Live look here at the White House, where we're expecting a briefing pretty soon. We'll bring that to you right here, of course, and then also keeping an eye on Dallas right now, as there is still, the search is on for a clouded leopard on the loose here that left the premises there of the Dallas Zoo, and right now crews are still trying to find a clouded leopard. The zoo is telling the public that that they should not worry here. That is a blue code, meaning it's not a harmful animal, but they just want to locate and try to get it back to its habitat. Right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we always got you covered, bringing you the latest right here on always top stories, breaking news when it happens, always in the mix here for you. And we'll keep an eye out there in Dallas. You just never know what you're going to expect here in the next top feeds coming in, as always. And you can see right there, yep, you got maybe some animal control people coming out here, as well as other zoo staffers. The zoo is closed for the day, obviously, because they have not located yet the leopard there and don't want to put anybody at risk. And so while they investigate to see what happened and how that got out, we'll continue to track it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, always right here for you. In the meantime, I just want to show you
public
some
interest
other
and
top stories here that making waves there on continuing the talk of George Santos. Will he resign there? He says he won't. Others, Democrats and both Republicans, say he should.
Position and over personality. It's our hope that we can find common ground. We continue to extend the hand of partnership to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but implore them to focus on issues that the American people care about. Let's work together. Following the leadership of President Joe Biden, whose record continues to move things in an incredibly positive direction for the American people. Wages are up, inflation is down, and more than 10 million jobs have been created under the leadership of President Joe Biden. That's a strong economic track record of success, particularly given the mess that President Biden inherited from the previous administration. But instead of trying to find ways to work together, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to lean into an extreme MAGA Republican agenda, which seems to be focused on trying to investigate the president's family, not make a difference in the lives of everyday Americans, and that's quite unfortunate. Questions? Heather?
Yes, sir. George Santos, one of your delegation members, so far 5 Republicans have called for him to resign, including 4 in New York. Do you think that he should resign, and do you expect Democrats to try to take any action to force some kind of House punishment for him?
Well, the spectacle that is George Santos speaks for itself. He's a complete and total fraud, lied to the voters of the 3rd Congressional District in New York, deceived and connived his way into Congress, and it's now the responsibility of House Republicans to do something about it. There are ongoing investigations. The Nassau County District Attorney investigating George Santos. The Queens County District Attorney investigating George Santos. The State Attorney General investigating George Santos. Apparently, the U.S. Attorney from the Eastern District of New York investigating George Santos. Brazilian authorities investigating George Santos. And ethics complaints have been filed calling for an investigation of George Santos. This is not a partisan issue, but it is an issue that Republicans need to handle. Clean up your house.
How do you
And you can start with George Santos.
Have you made a decision as to whether you'll appoint members to this church select committee?
We're still evaluating the dynamics as it relates to Select Committee on Insurrection Protection, which seems to be designed to obstruct justice and execute upon an agenda that many of my Republican colleagues have said is anchored in ultimately wanting to defund the FBI. Again, why don't we anchor ourselves in this Congress in fighting for the priorities of the American people, address quality of life issues, try to continue to improve public safety, deal with cost of living concerns that everyday Americans have. That's the focus of Democrats. But Republicans have begun to implement what we suspected would be an extreme MAGA Republican right-wing agenda. On Monday, the Republicans come to the floor of the House of Representatives and they bring a bill that is designed to help the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected cheat on their taxes, avoid paying their fair share as part of some effort to subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless. That's Monday. Then on Tuesday, empower a select committee to obstruct justice and protect insurrectionists as part of this journey to ultimately defund the FBI. And then on Wednesday, they made it clear they're going to do everything possible to impose a nationwide ban on abortion, detonate reproductive freedom, criminalize abortion care, and impose government-mandated pregnancies on the American people. That's what their legislation yesterday was all about. That's this week in extreme MAGA Republican land. It's quite unfortunate. We remain committed to trying to find common ground to solve problems that the American people care about. We also remain committed to a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. That's a big difference between House Democrats and the extreme MAGA Republican agenda. Back to the other side, back.
Yes, Mr. Jeffries. Kevin McCarthy yesterday said that George Santos would not serve on any of the top 8 committees. However, he did say that Republicans would place him on some committee or committees. Do you have any national security concerns about Mr. Santos serving on committees, given that, you know, even T&I has oversight of things like the FAA? We saw a major airline issue pop up yesterday. Agriculture has jurisdiction over food safety, things like that. Do you have any national security concerns about George Santos serving on committees?
Let me simply say, it's clear to me that George Santos is not fit to serve in the United States Congress. That's not my perspective. That's not a Democratic perspective. 3 to 4 of my Republican colleagues, his next-door neighbors in New York, have said George Santos is not fit to serve in Congress. Now, it's interesting because many of us are wondering, how did Republicans let this happen? How did you get behind someone like George Santos, who is so clearly a fraudster? Santos didn't even have a Republican primary. Think about that. He didn't even have a Republican primary. They cleared the field for him, and now they're running away from him. But why did you clear the field for George Santos? Why did you back him not just in 2022, but they backed him in 2020 as well against Tom Suozzi?
Mr. Jeffries, thank you. You talk about this being a responsibility of the Republicans to clean up their house, as you say. But you're now the Democratic leader. You could offer a privileged resolution, which would not even have to sit over because you're the minority leader, to refer him to the ethics committee, expel him, reprimand, expulsion, any of those things. Why would not Democrats, if you feel so strongly about Mr. Santos, not try to take action for the integrity of the House?
I believe that two members of the New York City congressional delegation, Richie Torres and Dan Goldman, have acted in this regard. I was well aware of their decision to do so, but any matters before the Ethics Committee are before the Ethics Committee and should be resolved by members of the Ethics Committee. I've made my appointments to the Ethics Committee. They take seriously their responsibility to be judicious, to be fair, to evaluate the facts, apply the applicable law, and let's see what happens as it relates to the matter that has been before the Ethics Committee.
Leader Jeffries, on the classified documents, we've learned the president was informed of the initial classified documents on the same day they were found more than 2 months ago. Are you concerned the White House didn't disclose this sooner?
I have full faith and credit in President Biden. Believe that he's doing everything to take the appropriate steps to determine what happened and how to move forward in a responsible fashion. And I'm confident that he will continue to do so.
What does it say to you that documents have been found at another location?
Again, I haven't been briefed on the full set of facts in this regard, but I have full faith in President Joe Biden.
Leader Jeffries, so earlier this week, Congressman Fallon introduced articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas for border security issues. The repeated now Biden documents, the drumbeat now. Marjorie Taylor Greene said yesterday we have to impeach him too. Are House Democrats prepared for another round of impeachments against myriad Biden administration officials, or is there anything that can be done to keep a lid on that now?
Yeah, House Democrats are prepared to continue to fight for the American people, for working families, middle-class folks, senior citizens, young people, veterans, the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the least, the lost, the left behind, everyday Americans. That's why we come to Washington at our core, to make life better for the people. That's what unifies House Democrats. That's what we believe in. Those are the challenges that we, as members of Congress, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, all of us should be tackling together. And it's very unfortunate that we've seen this extreme MAGA Republican agenda, which is apparently anchored in impeachment and investigation, focused on witch hunts, not working families. We're going to keep our focus on working families. Two more questions.
A follow-up on.
Those were just some of the comments there from the latest there from Representative Jeffries. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We are still keeping our eyes on Dallas there as the search for a clouded leopard continues right now, right there. On the Dallas Zoo grounds. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here and give you updates when we get them right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to Illinois, where we do have the governor there, J.B. Pritzker, speaking. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Aspiration abortions, just like 20 other states do. Here in Illinois, we know that reproductive care is health care. A medical decision should be made between a patient and their health care provider, no one else. Every single person, regardless of gender, sexuality, race, and economic status, has the right to privacy and bodily autonomy. And when people come to Illinois to exercise those rights, they will be welcomed and protected. That's what this historic bill stands for. And I couldn't be more thankful for the hard work of Senator Selena Villanueva and Representative Kelly Cassidy, who worked around the clock with advocates and stakeholders and the public to get it right. We are only here making this the law of the land because of the steadfast advocacy of hundreds of thousands of Illinoisans, along with stakeholder partners. There are too many organizations to name, but some of them are here with us today, and they deserve a shout out. Thank you to the ACLU, to Brave Space Alliance, to the Abortion Fund, Chicago Abortion Fund, Equality Illinois, Lambda Legal, the Midwest Action Project, Personal PAC, and Planned Parenthood. And I'm sure I have left some out, but I want them all to know how important their advocacy has been in making this a reality. These groups, along with patients and providers across the state, made it clear that they expected us as public servants to ensure that we would enact the strongest possible protections. I ask you all to take a moment to reflect upon the war that is being waged on women's bodies by the zealots on the right, and how brave and unafraid all of you have been. You have proven that here in Illinois, we will never back down in the battle to protect reproductive justice. With that, it is my sincere pleasure to turn it over to one of the fiercest advocates I know, Senator Selena Villanueva.
Good morning, everyone. I want to start off with 1,000,001 thank yous to the advocates, a bunch of who are standing with us today, who are out in the crowd and who probably are out doing their jobs right now, unable to be here. We thank you all, because coming from that space, that's where my heart resides. I want to thank the governor, the lieutenant governor. I want to thank my sister in so many different fights, Kelly Cassidy, Representative Cassidy, for holding firm, giving me a couple more gray hairs, but also, you know, being able to be in this fight together. And I also want to thank Senate President Don Harmon, who wasn't with us here today, and hopefully he has some time to be able to grieve his mother, finally, after a very long lame duck and then inauguration week, to be able to take the time to actually spend time with his family. I thank him for his leadership and his support throughout all of this. And there's so many people to thank, but I want to get into my remarks. This legislation consolidates Illinois as an island that protects reproductive and gender-affirming rights in the Midwest and places our state at the forefront of a nation for granting people the freedom to make their life decisions. House Bill 4664 protects reproductive health care patients and providers from out-of-state legal action and widens access to reproductive care. It also protects the licenses of healthcare professionals who provide care that is illegal in other states, and prevents insurers from charging more for out-of-network care when in-state providers object to treatment on moral grounds. These protections are needed, and I say this personally, as a Latina, in my opinion, from my experience, because half of Latinas of childbearing age in the United States live more in the states that restrict women's reproductive rights. We're trying to protect patients, we're trying to protect providers, and we're trying to protect families with this bill. I want to take it a little personal because I take this fight very, very personally. While other countries like Mexico are legalizing abortion, there are states in this country that are creating refugees. coming to Illinois to seek refuge, to make bodily decisions of their own, to be able to take care and access health care that helps them. This is no different than some of the other needs that we have as people that are legal in other states right now. But this is a persecution of people trying to live their lives and make decisions for themselves. Being an immigrant rights organizer, being a daughter of immigrants who were undocumented when they came to this country and who were undocumented when they had me in 1985, who were legalized in 1986 because of the Immigration Reform and Control Act. One of the reasons why I'm so steadfast on this is because one of the major things that nobody wants to talk about in this fight is the reason why. And that is because there are too many babies being born to women who look like me in this country, being born to undocumented families coming to this country. If you don't think that immigration and trans rights and every other fight is intrinsically tied to reproductive rights, you are wrong. They are all tied together. It's because of women who look like me, who are younger than me, who are having too many babies, and white women who are not having enough babies. It is because of the fear of people like me being in positions like me to be able to fight for our trans family members in these positions and say their rights matter, their right to live matter. That's what these fights are about. It is about fighting not just prosecution, but persecution. It is about fighting oppression and suppression. And it's a fight that I'm going to continue for the rest of my life. Thank you. Let me introduce the woman who likes to give me gray hairs, and we're going to have pink hair eventually together.
I was going to offer you some.
Yeah. But my sister, in so many fights, we did cannabis together, we've done this together, and we'll probably do a hell of a lot more together. My sister, Representative Kelly Cassidy.
Good morning. When the Supreme Court overturned Roe, I learned an important lesson. Doesn't matter how long you've anticipated a punch in the gut, it still hurts. We all came together on that day too. Many of us were together. And as we hugged and cried and consoled each other, I thought about the people who dedicate their time and energy to attacking those least able to defend themselves. Whether that's enacting bans on reproductive care, attacking the trans community by taking away health care, or simply trying to legislate them out of existence. And I resolved to punch those bullies back even harder. I referred to them as bullies in debate on the House floor. They didn't like it, but that's exactly what they are. They're punching down. Well, they got a problem. Folks, this is the first of those punches, but certainly not the last. Soon after the decision, Speaker Welch announced the formation of working groups, including the Reproductive Rights and Dobbs Decision Working Group. Mr. Speaker, thank you for entrusting this work to such a dedicated and focused group of worker bees. These legislators showed up all summer long as we heard from dozens of stakeholders, including folks on the receiving end of those daily punches in other states. And to my oldest son, Josh, who's here today, this is where I start to lose it. He wouldn't be here but for access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care. Thank you for tolerating all of the weekend meetings, the vacation meetings, the endless talk about this topic at the dinner table. I love you and your brothers so very much. Thank you to the members of the Dobbs Working Group, former leaders Greg Harris and LaToya Greenwood, Representatives Dagmara Avalar, Lakeisha Collins, Tara Costa Howard, Margaret Croak, Anna Moeller, and Ann Williams, some of whom couldn't be here today. And thank you to our fierce ally, my sister, Senator Villanueva. I love you to the end of the earth. Gray hairs and all. Yeah. We had amazing staff supporting us all along the way, and the captains of that ship were my incredible Chief of Staff, Torrance Gardner, and Kendra Piercy from the Speaker's staff, with an able assist from Taylor Howard and Kevin DePasqua. Complex bills like this that go through seemingly endless rounds of revisions well into the night.
Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
I hope Lauren Smith is getting some well-earned rest after what we put her through. And I would be remiss if I didn't shout out the folks who joined us to lend their expertise all summer long, from Governor Pritzker's staff and Attorney General Raoul's brilliant team. And finally, the real heroes are the folks who are showing up every day and finding a way to help meet the ever-increasing demand for services and help, usually while simultaneously facing attacks from protesters seeking to interfere with patients accessing care. And I'm going to edit the list to try to make sure we don't repeat people. So in addition to the Planned Parenthoods, the independent abortion providers we met with, Dr. Rob Garofalo and the team at Lurie Children's, the practical support groups that are here today, and others who are facilitating connecting out-of-state patients with resources and care. And we owe a debt of gratitude to the advocates like the ACLU of Illinois, Lambda Legal, Brave Space, Equality Illinois, the AIDS Foundation of Chicago, Howard Brown Health, the Illinois State Medical Society, the Nurses Association, so many others who brought their expertise to bear to work out complex solutions to unprecedented challenges. And this is the first step of what I fear will be a long journey. As legislatures reconvene across the country, we will have to respond to the new ways that bully states will come up with to attack patients and providers. We have to continue to build our capacity to meet the demands for care in both the reproductive and gender-affirming care spaces. We have to continue to seek solutions to protect the privacy of patients and providers through examining our data privacy and retention laws. This is the fight of my life. I was born across state lines because my mother was denied the care she needed by the Catholic hospital in New Jersey, where my 6 siblings were born, because they wouldn't give her the hysterectomy her doctor recommended due to the complications from her late-in-life pregnancy. So I was born in Philadelphia. Our mission is clear. If you want to come after people seeking care or their providers, if your mission is to torment trans kids and their families, you're going to have to get through all of us first.
Yeah.
And now I want to bring up one of the fiercest fighters, Attorney General Kwame Raoul.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker, thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for your leadership. You're off to a great start on the second term. Setting the bar high for the next 3 years and 361 days. Speaker Welch and to Senate President Harman, who's not here, your capacity to manage caucuses to achieve what you've achieved over the last week is something that is underappreciated. Thank you. Representative Cassidy and Senator Villanueva, when you said you did cannabis together, I wasn't invited to the party. But thank you for the countless of hours you spent over the course of the last several months, and thank you for including our staff and allowing us to lend our expertise. I want to recognize Caitlin McEllis and Karen Bass-Ehler, who really did hard work on this.
And as you can see there, we do have the White House briefing, so we want to go to that one live right here. We'll get out to Illinois a little bit later here, but let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Cooperation with Mexico and Canada to address shared challenges that impact the American people. Challenges like combating climate change, COVID-19 pandemic, and transnational criminal organizations that are trafficking and smuggling people, as well as illicit drugs like fentanyl. The president spoke to our work to take thousands of smugglers off the streets, catch record levels of fentanyl before it even reaches our border, strengthen border security, and increase resources for border communities all over the opposition of Republican governors and Republican members of Congress, I might add. We've also continued taking action to lower health care costs for American families, made possible by President Biden and congressional Democrats, enactment of the Inflation Reduction Act. On Wednesday, HHS announced its historic plans for Medicare to directly negotiate lower prescription drug costs. In addition, starting this month, seniors on Medicare are seeing their insulin costs capped at $35 for a month's supply. They are also now able to get recommended vaccines for free. All of this thanks to, again, the Inflation Reduction Act. HHS also announced record-breaking enrollment number of healthcare coverage on the Affordable Health Care Act marketplace. Nearly 16 million people have signed up for this open enrollment period for healthcare coverage, a 13% increase from last year. And it includes over 3 million people who are brand new to the marketplace, and we're not even done with the open enrollment yet. Because of the cost savings measure in the Inflation Reduction Act that President Biden signed into law, millions of Americans are continuing to save $800 per year on health insurance on average. And 4 out of the 5 healthcare.gov enrollees can find coverage for $10 or less a month. All of this adds up to real impact and meaningful progress to expand affordable, quality healthcare coverage for American families. And that matters. That matters to the American people. We also had exciting news on the economic front as well. On Wednesday, as you all saw, the largest solar investment in U.S. history, a direct result of the President's economic plan and the Inflation Reduction Act again. This $2.5 billion investment in Georgia will create 2,500 jobs. And yesterday we learned that for the 6th month in a row, inflation has indeed come down. Annual inflation has fallen to lowest level since October of 2021, and gas prices are down by more than $1.70 from their peak, thanks in part to the President's actions to increase oil supply, which were also historic actions that this president took. This is further proof the president's economic plan is working. Even though inflation is high in most major economies, it's coming down in America and giving families more breathing room. You hear the president say that all the time, how he wants to make sure that he's giving American families a little bit more of a breathing room. At the same time, the president is building an economy from the bottom up and middle out, with the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years, nearly 11 million jobs created, and historic manufacturing investment, like I just mentioned, totaling nearly $300 billion in major investments across the country. And as we end this week, on Friday the 13th, as somebody marked, today, President Biden welcomed Prime Minister Kishida of Japan to the White House. We will have a joint statement out for all of you shortly, laying out their conversation and their discussion this afternoon. But I can tell you that the two leaders are discussing the unprecedented actions we have taken together to better equip us for the 21st century challenges, as well as working to deepen our cooperation on everything from economics to technology to fighting the climate crisis, advancing peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific and around the world. Today's visit is a testament to President Biden's investment in our alliances and partnerships since day one, since he walked into the administration. And a historic week is leading into a historic weekend. I am so happy and glad to be joined by my colleague and former mayor of Atlanta, senior advisor for public engagement, Keisha Lance Bottoms, to talk about the president's trip this coming Sunday to the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church to remember and honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. this Sunday, as I just said. I know many of you had some interest here, so we wanted to make sure that she was here to answer any questions and to lay out why this day is going to be so important. I do want to say on a personal note, as Black women, we have broken barriers. This church and the day honoring King are near and dear to both of our hearts. I know on a personal level, we are both looking forward to joining the president on this trip and being in what has been the epicenter of the movement from civil rights in this country for decades. With that, Mayor Bottoms. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's kind of scary up here. All right. As Karine mentioned, I am looking forward to joining the president as he travels to Atlanta this weekend. As many of you all know, in Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech, he expressed many ideals that he would not live to witness. But I stand here, and many of you sit out there as beneficiaries of that dream, his sacrifice and service. So I am eternally grateful for that. As Kareem mentioned, the president is traveling to Atlanta. This is at the invitation of Reverend Warnock, and the president will deliver a sermon at Ebenezer Church, which of course was Dr. King's church, also Congressman John Lewis's church. The president spoke with Senator Warnock last night. Senator Warnock has been the pastor since 2005 at Ebenezer. They had a wonderful conversation about the significance of this historic event, including the fact that the president is the first sitting president to speak at a Sunday service at Ebenezer in its history. This would have been Dr. King's 94th birthday. As we know, this is an inflection point in history, and the president will deliver remarks reflecting on Dr. King's life and legacy and the way that we can go forward together. Following his trip to Atlanta on Sunday, he will join Reverend Al Sharpton on Monday at the National Action Network, which Monday, of course, is the official celebration day of the King holiday. The president will deliver the keynote speech there. And then finally, before I take any questions, this is an important day. As a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, it's our Founders Day, our 110th Founders Day. So the president did a lovely video for the women of Delta. Also, our Secretary of HUD, Marcia Fudge, was also a former national president of Delta. So the president and the vice president are very grateful for all of the support of the women of Delta and the Divine Nine, and happy Founders Day.
Okay. All right, we'll take a couple questions.
Can I ask you if, as in your role in community outreach, whether the issue of the documents is a particular setback for the president at a moment when other things seem to be going pretty well, inflation's coming down, employment is solid. Like, are you finding that you're getting a lot of response from the public on that, and how do you play that issue?
In my role as Senior Advisor for Public Engagement, we've not gotten any information on that in terms of from the public. We've not received any questions.
And do you anticipate that that will have any bearing, or is causing the president to think at all about, as he's making his decision about whether to run again, will this series of discoveries have any bearing on his thinking and his thought process as he decides whether to run?
I'll refer those questions to the president. He can speak for himself on that.
While the president's in Atlanta, what do you expect his message to be on voting rights in particular? And given that the situation in the Senate remains virtually unchanged when he spoke about this issue in Atlanta last year, is he considering any additional executive action on this issue?
Well, the president has been very clear that we need Congress to act. He's asked for Congress to codify the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and also the additional Voting Rights Act that's pending before Congress. That's a Freedom to Vote Act. So the president has been very clear that voting, the right to vote, the access to vote is a core component of our democracy, and he's going to continue to push for that.
Including on Sunday at the church?
The president will speak on a number of issues at the church, including how important it is that we have access to our democracy. And you can't come to Atlanta and not acknowledge the role that the civil rights movement and Dr. King played and where we are in the history of our country. But we still have to push forward. We still have more work to do.
And just one other thing, do you expect him to have any engagement with the King family while he's down there?
We do expect that. I know on previous Sundays, previous King Day services, and many Sundays prior to the pandemic. Dr. King's sister, in particular, is often at the service. I don't know if she will be there this Sunday. And we also expect other members of the King family to be there as well.
In regards to the voting rights, last time around this time when President Biden went to Atlanta, some of the civil rights groups and voting rights groups skipped the speech out of concern that the White House wasn't doing enough to push this issue. Aside from wanting Congress to do more, what is the message to those who feel the White House is not doing enough?
Well, as I've been in this role as senior advisor to the president since June of last year, we have engaged with civil rights leaders. He's had them at the White House in a round table. I'm in constant contact with them. And I think that it's very clear that the president is doing everything that he can in his executive power to lean in on voting rights. But we need Congress to do more. This is important. If you've come through the East Wing, you've seen the pictures of Dr. King meeting with Lyndon Johnson, meeting with other civil rights leaders, hashing out voting rights in the White House. And so the fact that we are still here talking about this in 2023, I think really speaks to the fact that we need action. We need that action from Congress. The president has done and will continue to do all that he can do in his executive powers, but there's only so much that he can do. We need Congress to act.
Is the feeling then that he has exhausted what he can do, his powers from the White House, his executive powers?
Well, if there is more that he can do, we welcome those suggestions. But as I stand here today, it's my understanding that we have done all that we can do from the executive branch. Now we need Congress to act.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Lyons, for being here. Really appreciate it. When you look at the economy, you saw the unemployment rate come down last month, and yet it went up for Black women, for Latinos. What is your reaction? How focused is this administration on trying to make sure that the recovery is equal, is helping African American women?
Well, equity is at the center of what we do from this administration, and so that's extremely important. It's been said that when America catches a cold, then Black America catches the flu. Well, that's also in relation to the economy. We often know that communities of color and those communities that often face additional challenges have additional challenges with the economy. The great news is that the economy is doing much better under this administration. Also, the president is going to continue to lean in to make sure that we have access to resources that are specific to communities of color, that are specific to women, to give us those opportunities to be successful in this economy.
Do you anticipate him addressing that in his remarks on Monday?
I know that he will generally speak about where we are just in terms of helping those who are in need in our communities. I don't know if he will specifically address the economy, but as you all know, during Dr. King's last major campaign before his assassination, it was called the Poor People's Campaign. And what we know is that from this administration, many of the focus areas have been aligned with what Dr. King was focused on at the time of his assassination. That's making sure that we are creating this beloved community, free from hate, free from poverty, giving people access to resources so that they can have what they need to compete and succeed.
Two more. Thank you. Thinking back to the 2020 campaign, part of the president's strategy at the time was going to visit these churches to engage some of the voters that he needed to turn out for him. In South Carolina, there was the 16th Street bombing anniversary that he spoke at in Alabama, and also on hand in Selma for Bloody Sunday. Is this speech at Ebenezer the start of a similar outreach campaign heading into 2024?
I don't know that it's the start of it, but it could be a great start of it. I know that the president is very interested in connecting with people, hearing directly from people. It's the best way that any elected official truly hears and understands understands the needs of people, and there's no better place than to do that than at Ebenezer. Reverend Warnock has not just been very vocal about the challenges and the issues that are facing people as a candidate, but also as a pastor. And Ebenezer is a cornerstone in the Atlanta community, and I'm sure the president will get an earful on what our needs and our desires are for our country when he's there.
Can you provide any insight into the writing process for this speech? I know that oftentimes there's a lot of time paid attention to speeches like this. How long the president's been working on it for?
We've been working on it for a couple of weeks just as a team, and of course with the president's input. And as with any major speech that the president is giving, he gives his input, and the team takes it from there, and then he takes his pen and he says what he wants to say, and you'll hear that on Sunday.
Okay, is it finished? Is it finished?
No.
Never finished. Okay.
Just one question. Obviously, Democrats had a big victory in the runoff election in Georgia. He's going back to a historic black institution to speak of this church. How do you see the state, your home state, kind of fit into the political landscape going forward now?
Georgia's pretty important. I think I've always thought that. Now the rest of the country knows it. We know that Georgia's played an important role with how our Senate is now comprised, and I expect that role will continue to be just as important in future election cycles.
Okay, last question.
And remember,
sorry,
I just have to say this.
Go for it.
Georgia did go for Joe Biden. All right.
Go ahead, Ebony. Last question.
Just a couple of questions. First, whether it be on Monday or on Sunday when he's at Ebenezer, is he going to be meeting with any civil rights organizations at any point during any of those visits?
Well, as I mentioned, on Monday, he will be joining Reverend Al at the National Action Network. There'll be many civil rights representatives there. There will be many at the church who will also have an opportunity to connect with the president while he's there.
Nothing separately?
Nothing separately, but there will be some engagement while at the church.
And at the policy forum with Reverend Al Sharpton, when he attends the NAN event, what kind of policies can you talk about that you know that they'll be talking about on that day, or what kind of policies do you think that we can kind of expect to hear the president talk about even following that? I know that Rev has been talking about criminal justice reform quite a lot and had several other meetings. Can we see the president pick back up on those same messages following this?
Well, the great thing is that this is not a one-time engagement. Reverend Al and some of the other civil rights leaders, I believe from 8 other organizations, were in the White House a few months ago, sitting down with the president, sharing their concerns. My office, me personally, I'm constantly engaged with these civil rights leaders, so we're hearing in real time what our challenges are, and I think I can safely say that we have confidence in many of these leaders that we are doing what we can do and will continue to do more as we can to make sure that the needs of our communities are met.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How did you feel the President Biden picked Kamala Harris instead of you for running mate?
Okay. Thanks, everybody. And thank you so much, Keisha. Appreciate it. I have a couple things at the top that I just want to go through. This is the week ahead, so all of you have this. Before we take questions. So later today, the president's going to travel to Wilmington, Delaware, as you all know. On Sunday, as you just heard from Mayor Lance Bottoms, the president will travel to Atlanta, Georgia, and deliver a sermon at Ebenezer Baptist Church. And on Monday, he will return to Washington, D.C. to join Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network at their Martin Luther King Jr. Day breakfast, where he will deliver the keynote address. On Tuesday, the president looks forward to welcoming Prime Minister Mark Rutte of the Netherlands to the White House to further deepen the historic ties between our two nations. As strong NATO allies and global partners, the two leaders will reaffirm our shared efforts to strengthen transatlantic security and economic prosperity. After that bilateral meeting, the president will welcome the Golden State Warriors to the White House to celebrate their 2022 NBA championship. And next Friday, the President will welcome bipartisan mayors attending the U.S. Conference of Mayors winter meeting to the White House. The President will deliver remarks celebrating the achievements of the past 18 months and focusing on the bipartisan work that needs to be done to implement these and other historic pieces of legislative victories at the local level to make a difference in people's lives across the country. With that, Chris, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Question on a couple different topics. Speaker McCarthy has invited the President to deliver the State of the Union on February 7th. That just went out. Is that the date that the President plans to give the State of the Union? Does he accept that invitation?
So we have received Speaker McCarthy's kind invitation, and the President has accepted it and looks forward to delivering the State of the Union address on Tuesday, February 17th of 2023. So we have. Oh my God! I'm so sorry, guys. On Tuesday, February 7th. 2023, but we truly appreciate the kind invitation by Speaker McCarthy.
On the debt limit, Republicans want to cut spending as part of a debt limit deal. Is the President willing to cut any spending as part of a debt limit deal, and what would he be willing to cut?
Look, as you've heard us say before, we will not be doing any negotiation over the debt ceiling, but broadly speaking, at the start of this new Congress, we're reaching out to all the members through the Office of Leg Affairs, making sure that we have those connections with those new members, as I just stated. But I want to say, like in the past, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again, there's been a bipartisan cooperation when it comes to lifting the debt ceiling, and that's how it should be. That's how it should continue. It's not and should not be a political football. This is not political gamemanship, and this should be done without conditions, and that's how we see this process moving forward.
When you say that there'll be no negotiating, you will not negotiate anything involving spending?
What we're saying is that this should be done without conditions. In the past, we have seen this. We have seen both Republicans and Democrats come together to deal with this issue. It is one of the basic items that Congress has to deal with, and it should be done without conditions. So there's going to be no negotiation over it. This is something that must get done.
And does the President agree with the Treasury Secretary that the debt ceiling should be eliminated?
Again, I've spoken to this before. That is not, no one is talking about eliminating the debt ceiling or the debt limit. That's not what we're talking about right now. Congress is going to need to raise the debt limit without conditions. So that is not what the discussion that we're having.
Very last thing, have White House officials been interviewed by the special counsel or by the Justice Department involving the classified documents?
So what I'll say from here is any questions that we may have about the review, about the process, I would refer you to the Department of Justice. I would also refer you to my colleagues over at the White House Counsel. I'm not going to get into any specifics from here. Okay, Mary.
Aside from the special counsel, aside from this review, I just have a question about process and classified documents and their handling, because I think there's some confusion amongst the public and even in this room. What is the process to make sure that classified documents aren't accidentally or intentionally taken when a president or vice president leaves office? What's the protocol, or is this sort of just a self-review system?
It's a good question. I would, on the process and how that works, I would certainly refer you to the White House Counsel's office. They would know that. They can walk you through that. My colleagues there, and I know many of you have been in touch with my colleagues in the last 24 hours, in direct touch, and answering many of your questions. So I would refer you to them on the specific process, so that they will certainly guide you in the right way.
But as far as you know, is it ever okay for classified documents to be mixed with personal evidence?
What I can say, what I can say is what the President has said before, what I have said multiple times. We take this very seriously. The President takes classified information, classified documents very seriously. But look, I've said this before. We have addressed this issue multiple times at length, and we have been fully cooperating with the Department of Justice, and now we will be doing the same with the Special Counsel's Office, just to be prudent here and just to make sure that we are consistent. I would refer you anything that is related to this, as it relates to the review, to the Department of Justice or my colleagues at the White House Counsel Office, and we see it as the best way to move forward. We want to respect the process, and so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to refer you to the Department of Justice.
Just to be clear, you're confident he followed whatever protocol was in place?
Again, This is something that he takes very seriously. The president, when it comes to classified documents, when it comes to classified information. I'm not going to go into any specifics from here. If you have any questions, anything further that's related to the review, or I refer you to the Department of Justice or my colleagues over at the White House Counsel's Office, who I know many of you who I'm staring at right now has been in close touch. Go ahead, Ed.
A few things, Corinne, thank you. Following up on the State of the Union, I believe it was the president who suggested he has spoken with Speaker McCarthy. Are there any plans for them to meet in person before February?
Yeah, they spoke, and I think we actually shared that with all of you. The day that Speaker McCarthy became Speaker, you saw a statement from the President and the First Lady congratulating Kevin McCarthy becoming Speaker. And then the next day, I believe that was on a Friday, I believe the next day, which was a Saturday, the President had a direct conversation. He connected with Speaker McCarthy and congratulated him in person.
But no plans yet for...
I don't have a plan. I don't have a scheduled meeting to share with you at this time.
I wanted to follow up on a few things from yesterday. When was the president informed about the Attorney General's decision to appoint a special counsel? How and by whom?
So, the specifics on that, here's what I can tell you. I can tell you that we were not giving a heads up. I was asked that question yesterday. We did not know that the announcement was going to come yesterday until after it happened, so I can clear the deck there and let you know. Anything else specific to when the president knew or anything that's related to this, I would refer you to the White House Counsel's Office. I know many of you that I'm looking at right now has been in close touch with my colleague there, and so I would continue to refer you to my colleague at the White House Counsel's Office.
One of the things that they finally confirmed for us is that Bob Bauer is indeed the president's personal attorney handling some of this. Given that the Justice Department cited the personal counsel as having made this initial outreach to National Archives and has been in touch with the Justice Department, is that the person who these questions should be directed to? Why the White House counsel?
I will say this again. Whatever the White House counsel, my colleague told you in your conversation, I know you guys just spoke or connected earlier today, I would ask them that question. And anything related to the review, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
And regarding the extraordinary measures that the Treasury Secretary announced a little while ago in advance notice to Congress, is there a policy that requires her to give advance notice of those plans? You have to reach out to the Department of Treasury on how that process works. What I can say is just so that everyone knows, the folks who are watching, the debt limit is projected to be reached on Thursday, January 19th. At that point, Treasury will begin to take extraordinary measures to prevent default. Secretary Yellen did not name a specific X date, if you will. The day Treasury would no longer be able to pay the government's obligations, but quoting from the Secretary's letter, it's unlikely that cash and extraordinary measures will be exhausted before early June. But that does not mean that Congress should not wait until then to raise the debt ceiling, as we have been saying over and over again. The sooner Congress acts, the better, since even the prospect of not raising the debt ceiling will have damage the full faith and the credit of our nation. And again, we are going to continue to encourage Congress to act. But as far as the steps and how this all works, I would refer to the Department of Treasury. 6 days till the 19th. A few years ago, she did it about 10 days before.
I understand. I would refer you to the Department of Treasury.
Nothing to it being announced today amid the situation that the White House is facing.
I would refer you to the Department of Treasury. And just to be very clear here, Ed, I've been in here almost every day since we got back from Mexico City, standing here taking your questions at length, so that we're not avoiding anything here. And you've heard from the President at least twice, and we have put forth multiple statements from the White House Counsel's Office. So that suggestion I just disagree with. Go ahead, Kristen.
Corinne, thank you so much. Does the White House and does the President agree to fully cooperate with the special counsel investigation?
We have said that we are going to continue to fully cooperate. We have been. The President's lawyers and team has been fully cooperating with the Department of Justice, and they're certainly going to do that with the special counsel.
And so by that reasoning, would the president agree to sit for an on-the-record, in-person
Just
interview?
I'm not going to get into specifics or get ahead of what's going to happen. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals because that is a hypothetical. What I will say is we have addressed this multiple times at length, and we are going to continue, the president's team is going to continue to fully cooperate with the Department of Justice, and we respect that process, and that's what we're going to do.
The president has said he hopes to speak about this soon. When can people expect to hear from him?
Don't have, again, that is something that I don't have a magic wand here. I don't know when that's going to happen. What I can say is his team is going to fully cooperate with the Department of Justice. Let's not forget, the president said during the campaign that when it comes to the Department of Justice independence, he respects that. And that is something that he had said was incredibly important to make sure that they had their independence. That's why we say we're going to make sure that they have their independence, and that's why I'm saying that we're going to refer to Department of Justice.
And let me just ask you a big picture question here. Does the White House, broadly speaking, have an obligation to share not just with the National Archives, but with the American people when the existence of classified information is found in a private location?
Again, there is a process in this.
But just big picture, not necessarily this instance, but is it the policy of the White House that they should share that information not just with the National Archives, but with the Americans?
So I'll say this, Kristen. We have been transparent in the last couple of days. Remember, there's an ongoing process, and we have spoken when it is appropriate. And we have shared, again, I've been here almost every day, not every day, but from Wednesday, yesterday, and today, taking your questions on this. The White House counsel has put out a very extensive, multiple statements on this as well. And you all, I know, you all have been talking, many of you here have been talking to my colleague in the White House counsel. So what the actions that we took were right actions that his team took in dealing with the Department of Justice and also the archives. Look,
you guys have answered questions when the press has broken in the news.
Because it's an ongoing process. Because again,
some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Taking questions, I can take two questions through 100 questions. I have answered your questions as almost every day on this issue. And again, anything else that you may have, anything that's related to the review, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
One last question, because I know you've got to move on here. But the president campaigned on the argument that he would restore confidence. We know that he's in the process of deciding whether to officially announce he's running for re-election. Does this episode undercut that argument that he would restore confidence? Because here we have in the headlines that he is now under investigation.
He's restored independence in the Department of Justice. That's what we're doing here. When we're saying we're going to refer you to the Department of Justice, that is restoring independence as it relates to issues like this. And that is important to the president. And it's been consistent. What I am saying about investigations has been consistent for the last 2 years. You've heard me over and over. Again, when it comes to a legal issue or a matter like this, we have always referred to the Department of Justice. So there's nothing here different here. We have said we wanted to restore the independence of the Department of Justice. That is what you're seeing. And again, this has been done in a transparent way when it relates to how this was dealt with the Department of Justice and the archives. The president takes this very, very seriously. Any other questions that you may have about this particular issue, about the review, I would refer you to the Department of Justice. You guys have been in touch with my colleagues at the White House Counsel Office, and I would suggest that you continue to reach out. Go ahead, Stephen.
Thanks. I just want to press you on that point about the idea of disclosures when it's appropriate. You describe it as a process, but it sort of feels like a strategy, a communication strategy to protect the president from political damage. Was it the hope and expectation here that this would have remained a private matter and not have been subject to public disclosure?
Look, Stephen, that's your version of the case. I've been very clear here, and I've answered that question multiple times in different versions, right, in the last couple of days. Look, want to be very clear. There is a process here. We are going to respect the process. This is all part of the Department of Justice process, and we are cooperating fully. We are cooperating fully in this process. And again, the president believes that the Justice Department and its independence needed to be restored. That's what you have seen under this administration the last 2 years. And I want to be consistent in what I'm saying. I want to be prudent in what I'm saying when I say that we are going to defer any questions related to this to the Department of Justice and any other items that you have. If you don't want to talk to the Department of Justice, you're free to talk to the White House counsel office. I know you guys have been in touch with my colleagues there.
We have done both. But let me just ask you, because oftentimes in the careers of White House press secretaries, there comes a time where they are asked, what they knew and when they knew it. Were you or any member of your staff involved in the crafting of a strategy as to when this disclosure should be made in advance of CBS News breaking the story on Monday evening?
No. Okay. Oh, did you have a question?
Driving down the ends a bit of it. A couple of equal questions for you. Do you have a position on how high the debt limit should be raised?
I don't have a position on that. What I can say more broadly, what I'm saying is that more broadly speaking, not going to get into the specifics of that. What I can say is that we believe when it comes to the debt limit, it has been done in a bipartisan way over the years and decades, and it should be done in a bipartisan way, and it should be done without conditions. That is important here. And so we're going to continue to encourage and ask Congress to take action, and that's where we're going to leave it at this time. We're not going to do any negotiations, and it should be, again, done without conditions.
Would you make calls to Congress and all? Is this a ledge affairs thing, or is it entirely up to Congress?
I've said that our Office of Ledge Affairs has been in touch with the new Congress to make sure that they know who to reach out, the appropriate people to reach out on the Office of Ledge Affairs, and so we're going to continue. We're always having conversations with members of Congress. The president always has multiple conversations with members of Congress. As you know, he has a lot of longtime friends who are over on the other side of Pennsylvania, and so that is something that continues. But when it comes to this, when it comes to the debt limit, it should be done without conditions. It was done under the last president 3 times in a bipartisan way, and so this should continue.
And very quickly on the CPI data yesterday, pretty good result there. That comes on the heels of the jobs data, which was pretty strong. Your officials have been kind of, jazzed about that, it seems, on TV in the last 24 hours or so. Is it fair to say that the White House is thinking this is what a soft landing could look like, or are you not getting that far?
What we can say, Team soft landing. I'll say this, and as you said, you've heard from many of my colleagues who are who are economists who have been working on this issue, pushing for the president's economic plan. Look, it just goes back to the president's economic plan, and we see it as it's working, right? With what the vision that the president has for this country. When you think about when he came in, he passed the American Rescue Plan. You think about all the other historic pieces of legislation, the bipartisan infrastructure legislation. I talked multiple times at the top about the Inflation Reduction Act. Look, it matters what the vision of a president is and him acting out on it, and that's what you saw. When you see inflation down for 6 months, that matters, right? That's because of the president's economic plan. When you see annual inflation down 6.5% from where it was this summer, just this summer at 9.1%, gas prices down by about more than $1.70 from its peak. All of that matters, and so that's how we're seeing this. We're seeing it as the president's economic plan is indeed working. We are going to continue to put the American families and American people first and work on this issue that you hear us talk about all the time. His number one economic issue is bringing down inflation. That's why the Inflation Reduction Act, what I talked about, when you think about health care, when you think about Medicare and negotiating those prices, when you think about what we announced in Georgia, 2,500 jobs are going to be created because of the Inflation Reduction Act. All of that All of that matters, and all of that is important, and it's more broadly speaking about the President's economic plan. Look, we believe that we continue to be in this transition of stable and steady growth, and I think that's what we believe. That's what the numbers continue to show as you talk about the jobs report that we saw recently, and as we talk about the CPI data.
You're not calling it a soft landing?
I'm just saying that we are in this transition of transition to stable and steady growth, and we believe that the President's economic policies that he's put forward in the past 2 years, we see that working. Good, Franco.
Thanks. U.S. Attorney John Walsh was looking into this for several weeks before. He was in touch with...
Looking into what exactly?
The classified documents. Okay. He was in touch with President Biden's counsel. I wanted to know, was President Biden, was the White House surprised that along with Merrick Garland that they decided that more investigation was needed and a special counsel was appointed?
What I can tell you is that we were not given a heads up that Attorney General Garland was going to make his announcement yesterday on the special counsel. That is something that we learned, like many of you, watching the news. I'm not going to get into anything further from that. I can't speak to this person who you just mentioned, who has been, I don't know, having conversations or making comments about this. I'm just not going to get into that. I'm not going to give reactions from here. What I can tell you is that, again, I'm going to refer you to the White House counsel and office to talk to my colleagues on any particular questions that you may have that's related to this process. And if it's something that you want to know specifically about the review, I will refer you to the Department of Justice.
When President Biden did say, God willing, he hoped to be able to say more soon, I mean, it seemed like he was thinking that the investigation would end soon. I mean, was he surprised?
I'm just not going to go beyond what the president said. I will say this is that we are going to continue to fully cooperate. As I've said, we have talked about this at length. We've had multiple statements on this, and again, we want to be prudent here. I'm going to be consistent here. Any questions that you may have about this process, I would refer you to the White House counsel.
Another topic. I wanted to ask about the administration's appeal of the Sutherland Springs mass shooting case. Does it concern the administration that some gun control advocates are concerned or worried about the appeal by the DOJ, and that appeal undercuts Biden's own stance on background checks, and actually also that the NRA is essentially applauding the DOJ's move? So
look, when it comes to issues like this, legal issues, that is something that the Department of Justice deals with. Again, they are independent, so I would refer you to them on their decision. The president continues to be committed on making sure that we address an issue that is affecting families across the country, communities across the country, which is gun violence. That's why it was so critical when he signed the bipartisan piece of legislation on gun violence just a couple of months ago, this past summer. And he's going to continue to call for the ban of assault weapons, working with Congress to make that happen. And let's not forget, the first year and a half of this administration, we put forward more executive actions than any other president on dealing with this issue, on dealing with protecting our communities, protecting families, dealing with gun violence, and that is that call that he has, especially the call to action from Congress, is going to continue, and it's not going to stop. I'm going to go to the back. Go ahead.
I have two questions on the meeting with the Prime Minister, but just briefly on the documents. We have seen online propaganda from adversaries seeking to take advantage from this revelation.
I'm sorry, can you go back a little bit? Who's seeking to take advantage?
We have seen online propaganda from adversaries seeking to take advantage of the revelation of the classified documents. I wonder if you can share with us whether the administration is anticipating any kind of national security implications from this fallout. Are you hearing any kind of intelligence, and are you doing anything to deter those threats?
Again, I'm just not going to talk about any intelligence from here. I would certainly, anything that's related to this, I would refer you to the Department of Justice and also refer you to my colleagues at the White House counsel. I'm just not going to go into anything, especially national security affairs, and so I would refer you to them.
I'd probably follow up with your National Security Council friends. Okay, on the meeting, I know we're waiting for a readout, but if you can tell us whether the leaders spoke about semiconductors and whether Japan confirmed that it will enact export controls to limit Chinese access to semiconductors, and whether the Prime Minister again urged President Biden, as he has done so many times, if he would be open to joining CPTPP.
So on CPTPP, this is not an option we're exploring. I think we've said that before. We're focused on the IPEF, as you know, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, negotiations and deepening our economic ties with those 13 partners, many of which are TPP partners. So that is going to be our focus. That has not changed. As it relates, again, I don't want to get ahead of the conversation. They're currently still having a dialogue. The bilateral is still occurring. But I expect they will discuss China, Russia's war against Ukraine, and the DPRK's unlawful nuclear and missile programs. And the leaders will focus on what they can get done together in 2023. Japan holds in the G7 presidency and has just taken a non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council, while we're hosting the APEC and seeking to make shift progress on the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Prime Minister Kishida arrived at the White House, as you all know. I believe my colleague laid out what came out of that 2+2 after consulting closely with us and regional partners in Europe, and I expect the President and the Prime Minister Kishida will debrief on those consultations. Again, don't want to get ahead of, we're going to have a readout for you. They're having this conversation currently, and so once we have the readout this afternoon, we certainly will share that.
If I can just dig a little bit deeper on IPEF, Krim, because we really haven't heard much about this framework since it was launched last year. So at this point, it seems like the administration still believes that this is the best offer that the U.S. can give to counter Chinese trade clout. Am I understanding this correctly?
Let me so as you said, it was announced in Tokyo just this past May, and Japan was a critical partner, as you know, in helping us to build support, particularly among Southeast Asian countries. So that is important. Again, Japan has been a critical partner in this. IPEF partners represent 40% of the world GDP, and we are united in our belief that much of our success in coming decades will depend on how well governments harness innovation. So that is part of it, right? We got to see how this works through, especially the transformations afoot in the clean energy, digital technology sectors, while fortifying our economies against a range of threats, from fragile supply chains to corruption to tax havens. So again, with Japan's partnerships and leadership in the negotiations, we expect to achieve high standard commitments that will deepen our economic engagement in the region and make good progress in text-based negotiations this year. So this is a partnership that is incredibly important. Japan played a very big role in it. When you think about it represents the 40% of the world GDP. And so, look, this is, again, an important partnership. This is a framework that we are incredibly committed to, and we appreciate Japan's partnership in this. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Corinne. I want to ask you about the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. So the U.S. Chamber of Commerce embraced President Biden in 2020, and now the president of the U.S. Chamber says that the businesses it represents are fed up with the government making it harder to do business and adding new rules and regulations. Do you have any response?
Yes, I do. First thing, the president's first 2 years in office have been the best for job creation in history when you think about nearly 10.5 million jobs created. Manufacturing and small businesses are on the rise, and we are seeing progress in our fight against global inflation. So that's the first piece to just lay out there. The second, look, I don't think that it's all of the Chamber's presidents who said that. She also called out polarization and gridlock and called for permitting reform, immigration reform, improving child care, improving climate resilience, and funding law enforcement. So those are all areas where President has called for Congress to act. And we also agree with the Chamber that Congress must address the debt limit, and we can, quote, not play chicken with the true faith and credit of the United States. That's end quote. And lastly, let me just say, as I think everyone is aware, the last 2 years showed historic bipartisan progress for the American people. I've talked about during this press briefing those pieces of legislation, again, historic pieces of legislation, including on rebuilding our infrastructure and investing in American manufacturing. So the president's plans on infrastructure, next generation research, clean energy, and
And some of you will be seeing another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Different communities, when we talk about these important pieces of legislation, when we talk about the president's economic plan, but he also believes big corporations should pay their fair share in taxes. And that's not just us. That's also the American public who believes that they should be doing this.
Well, she said also that there's government regulatory overreach, adding, and I'll quote her, when regulations are driven by ideological agendas and imposed on businesses without transparency, accountability, or clarity, government isn't working. So will there be changes in his government work?
Look, I'll say this. Our administration is leveraging every available tool to advance the president's ambitious agenda for the country and to deliver for the American people. That's the president's primary goal. When he came into the administration, and it continues to be the case, he wanted to make sure that he's delivering for the American people, delivering for American families, making sure that we're building an economy from the bottom up, middle out, and that's what you are seeing. I was just asked about the inflation data, the CPI data, and the jobs report. We are seeing, while there's still more work to do, we are seeing the president's economic policy is actually working. Okay. Go ahead, Alex, in the back.
Yeah, Karine, earlier this week we discussed the situation in Florida with, I think, about 350 Cuban migrants landing at Dry Tortuga and Key West. I believe you said it was a political ploy on the part of Governor DeSantis to deploy the National Guard. His office has said that the Coast Guard requested help patrolling the waters off Florida. So can you just kind of discuss your understanding of the situation in Florida and how that understanding has developed in the last several days?
And I'm happy to repeat what I said, which is Governor DeSantis has made a mockery of the system, and he has consistently and constantly, as many of you have reported, has done political stunts, has not helped to address the issue, but has instead decided to put the lives of migrants who are coming here for a better life at risk. And that's what we have seen from this governor. Look, when it comes to the Coast Guard and Customs and Border Protection, they are deploying additional personnel and resources to Florida to quickly process individuals and place them in removal proceedings. I would note that the migrants from Cuba who arrived in Florida over a week ago were processed and moved out of the state by Border Patrol within days. At the national park that you mentioned, it reopened just this past Sunday. The president has expanded safe, orderly, legal pathways for migration, including for Cubans, and we continue to urge individuals to use those instead of risking their lives at the hands of human strugglers. And you heard that directly from this president just a couple of days ago on the world stage in Mexico City. I'm going to try and call folks I haven't. Go ahead, Karen. Folks I haven't called on. I called on you early. Go ahead, Karen.
You've several times today referred people to the White House counsel for questions about the process and the review. Would you bring Richard Sauber here or someone from his team to answer these questions in the briefing room in a formal capacity?
So look, the White House counsel's office has provided information on this for this week as appropriate. Again, I think I just said this. I've said this multiple times during this briefing that I know in the last 24 hours, my colleagues at the White House Counsel White House Counsel's office has been in touch with many of you and has answered a lot of your questions. And so that will continue. You reach out to them and they will certainly engage. And so I'm going to leave it there. But again, anything that is related to this review, I would send you to Department of Justice. Again, if there is something specific to this that you want from us, I would refer you to the White House Counsel office.
And is the White House concerned that this investigation is going to overshadow what you are trying to do right now, what your message is right now?
Look, our message is very clear, and it will continue to be just that. And you've seen it. That's why when I started the briefing, I laid out all of the kind of progress that we have made just this week alone. When you think about the Inflation Reduction Act, when you think about how it's going to lower costs for American families, when you you think about the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, just recently, as some of you were there in Kentucky, where you saw bipartisanship talking about a bridge that has, for decades, presidents have talked about fixing that bridge. And this president, because of the bipartisanship that he was able to bring together, got that done. And so, look, we're not going to stop talking about how we're going to deliver for the American people. I actually think, and we actually believe, there are people who are watching, the American people who are watching want to hear that. They want to hear what I just laid out at the beginning of the briefing. They want to know how this president, how this administration, how the federal government is delivering for them. So we're going to continue to have those conversations. You're going to continue to hear from me speaking about that. You heard from the president yesterday talking about the CPI data and how important it was to see inflation go down in six months, and how we're seeing record low unemployment in 50 years. That is conversation, and that work is going to continue. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend.
White House briefing wraps up right there. Obviously, a lot of questions on the special counsel that has been issued since yesterday. Of course, we brought that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
That
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Alabama, getting an update on the deadly tornado that came through central Alabama, killing at least 9 people right now. We are going to listen here to officials right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for that. And so she's going to speak right after her. Toya Crusoe is going to speak, Director of EMA here in Dallas County, probate judge as well. Following that, we'll have a couple of folks from public safety that will give you an update from the fire department and the police department.
Let me just say the devastation here in Selma is unimaginable. I would be any place else right here in my hometown. We're going to get through this one. It's going to take a coordinated effort. My office is...
All right, we'll try to get you a better quality audio there. It was a little hard to hear the officials there, but again, killing at least 9 people in central Alabama. We'll definitely continue to take a look at that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. State Department briefing is on tap as well. We just heard from the White House moments ago as well. We're taking you out to another event here ahead of Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday. There is a special statue unveiling right now. Let's show this to you right here on Live Now.
Work, but cultivating it in ourselves to carry it forward in action. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you very much, Mayor Michelle Wu, for your powerful comments. We appreciate them deeply on this day. I've been waiting all day, all week, really the last several months to hear and to meet our next speakers. I don't know about you, but I simply can't imagine what it's like to carry the mantle and the bloodline of Dr. King and Mrs. King. They are the epitome of grace. And we right now are beyond fortunate to hear from Martin Luther King III, his wife, Andrea, I want to get it right. Did I say it right? I got it because I don't play. Yes. Andrea Waters King and their daughter, 14-year-old Yolanda Renee King. Let's give them a loving Boston welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Boston. I probably want to thank you mostly for your weather today. I'm not a cold weather person, and I started this morning without a coat, but I had to graduate even though this is very warm for you. I'm from the South. We are from the South. But in all seriousness, this is such an amazing and wonderful occasion, and we are honored to participate in the unveiling of the Embrace Boston Memorial. It is a great pleasure to be a part of this unveiling ceremony for the memorial, which truly signifies the bond of love shared by my parents, Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King. And whenever I've come to Boston in the past, I've always felt a powerful bond of solidarity with this first great American city. Of course, it is the city where my parents met and fell in love and decided to create a family. And in a way, I owe my very existence to Boston. As the place my parents found each other. In addition to all of that, Boston has a history like no other city in the world. Boston's history includes the legacy of some of the great leaders of the movement to abolish slavery: William Lord Garrison, Phyllis Wheatley, Wendell Phillips, Prince Hall, Lucretia Mott, and John Quincy Adams are all called Boston home at some point in their lives. In more modern times, this Boston has been the city that nurtured great political champions of civil rights. Some of the great thinkers about the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence, including Henry David Thoreau, W.E.B. Du Bois, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Howard Zinn, Noam Chomsky, and Gene Sharp have all called Boston home as well. I think my father was drawn like a magnet to Boston to complete his PhD as my mother to the New England Conservatory of Music. They both love this city because of its proud heritage as a hotbed of the abolitionist movement and its unique intellectual and educational resources. And indeed, Boston became the place where they forged a partnership that would change America and make a powerful contribution to the Black freedom struggle. That's what I see in this beautiful monument. And now, a few words from my wife and partner, Andrea Waters King.
Thank you, honey. I too am dazzled by the power of this wonderful monument. Those hands, the way they clasp and hold on to each other, it's just a remarkable statement of mutual love and solidarity. To me, the strength and intertwined beauty of those hands symbolizes the hopes and dreams of two people who are in love and who share mutual determination to overcome the obstacles of racism, and not merely to survive, but also to prosper and build a better future together for themselves and future generations. To underscore the power of the relationship this sculpture symbolizes, I want to share a few words with you regarding what Martin Luther King Jr. said in his first book, Stride Toward Freedom, which was written after the Montgomery bus boycott, about his wife and partner and soulmate, Coretta Scott King. Through all of these trying and difficult days, Coretta remained amazingly calm and even-tempered. In the midst of the most tragic experiences, she never became panicky or over-emotional. She was always strong and courageous. She seemed to have no fear for herself. She was always a deep consolation to me and supported my every move. I am convinced that if I had not had a wife with the fortitude, strength, and calmness of Coretta, I could not have stood up amid the ordeals and tensions surrounding the Montgomery movement. In the darkest moments, she always brought the hope of light. What a wonderful blessing it was, not only for Black Americans, but for all Americans, that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had a spouse who was equal to the enormous challenges as the leader of the American Civil Rights Movement. And might I add, as a footnote to history, was involved in the peace movement before her husband. And consider what Coretta Scott did after he was assassinated. She envisioned, raised the necessary funds, and built an international monument to Dr. King that has become a place of pilgrimage for freedom-loving people the world over. On top of that, she led a coalition that created the Martin Luther King Jr. National Holiday, which we will commemorate on Monday. I mean, think about that. A Black woman demanded that this nation stand up and honor the ideals of democracy and freedom and justice that Martin Luther King Jr. stood and fought and died and gave his life for. She was an embodiment and a reminder that the magic of little Black girls will no longer be ignored, and the power of Black women can no longer be denied. And now it's time to hear from her only grandchild, our granddaughter, I'm sorry, our daughter, Yolanda Renee King.
Thank you, Mom.
I love this monument. I also see the love and strength and unity in these hands and how they symbolize a beautiful marriage and partnership. And it was one that changed the world. I never met my grandparents in person because they died before I was born, and yet I feel that I know them well. I have heard stories about them since I was a baby. I have studied their Sorry. It's one of those days.
No, that's your grandparents.
That's
your grandparents' love.
Yes, I think that my grandparents are really excited. I've studied their writings. I have listened to tapes of them speaking, and I have watched that show, and I have watched videos that show them in action. I feel that they are somehow with me, that our spirits are joined in the quest for a just, loving, and peaceful world. I am very proud to be their granddaughter, but I am also challenged by their inspiring legacies of vision and courage and hope and healing. But I know that I am not alone. There is a sense in which we are all children and grandchildren of Martin and Coretta Scott King. We are all challenged to carry forward their unfinished work. This is the spirit we must keep as we commemorate the 37th Martin Luther King Jr. holiday on Monday. Let's make it a great day of community service, a day of brotherhood, a day of sisterhood, a day of using your platform for good, a day of love and healing in the spirit of this wonderful monument. Thank you.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Miss Yolanda, sweetheart, can I grab you for a second? It's not in the program, but you just blew me away, and I am a journalist, and I gotta know your story, my sister. Come on over here for a second. Number one, who do you think you are?
Well, I just really see that there needs to be a lot of change in this world, and I think it is all our responsibility to really do something. And so I feel called to do this work. And yes, there are days when I want to give up, and days where I just never want to do this work again, and days where I feel that it's tough, and days where I feel sad. But then I see the love, and then I see so many people who also feel the same way as me, and seeing monuments, and seeing, I was talking about with my parents about how this is almost like Love 360, because this monument is dedicated to their love, and we really need more love in this world.
Yolanda Renee King, thank you for creating this next leader. You are exceptional in every way. You are your ancestors' wildest dreams, and we appreciate you here in Boston. My goodness. So apparently it's in your DNA. Thank you. Give it up one more time. Give it up one more time for the King family. Exceptional. Well, let's keep the high energy going right now with the importance of the embrace to the Commonwealth. Give a rousing round of applause to Massachusetts' brand new, newly elected governor, Maura Healey.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. And Yolanda, I just said to LaToya, how do I follow that? It is such a privilege for all of us in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to be graced with the presence of the King family this afternoon. To Martin, to Andrea, to Yolanda, thank you for being here. And if you look up behind that tent, there's a hill there, and there's a building. It's got a gold dome on it. And I want you to know that your father, your grandfather, spoke there on April 22nd, 1965. A Unitarian Universalist minister, James Reeb, from our community in Boston, was killed by a group of white men in Selma. And Dr. King was invited to give testimony to our legislature here. And Yolanda, I'm reminded of your grandfather's words he spoke that day. He said, ultimately, we must come to see that human progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It comes through the tireless efforts and the persistent work of dedicated individuals who are willing to be co-workers with God. So on those days that you are weary, you, all of us, are affirmed by the words of Dr. King. And again, we just thank you so much for being here today. I want to begin also by saying how wonderful it is to celebrate along my partners in public service, Mayor Michelle Wu, Congresswoman Ayanna Presley, you see Senator Markey. I know we're going to hear from former Governor Deval Patrick, and so many others. What a momentous occasion it is for the city of Boston, for the state of Massachusetts, and for the community that has made this memorial their mission. What a definition of teamwork. The vision of Hank Willis Thomas and the Mass Design Group. The commitment of Paul English and Demon Martin. The wisdom and encouragement of Reverend Liz Walker and Reverend Jeffrey Brown. The leadership of Marie Jeffries, the dedication of the Boston Foundation, the generous support from individuals and organizations, the uplifted stories of our local civil rights leaders, the inspiration and emotion of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his beloved Coretta Scott King. History is being made today in the Commonwealth. Coretta said it best, maybe, when she said that the greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. That's all of you. That is all of us. That is the collective. That is the beloved community. The Embrace Memorial, after 6 years, 37,000 pounds, and a long cross-country journey, is here, is home. And it will forever serve as a reminder to all of us about what this city and what this state stands for, must stand for, and what we're capable of. Not to mention the power of compassion, of love, and a really good hug. Some laugh. I'm serious. A really good hug. Mr. Martin spoke. You rightly called out, sir, the disparities that persist in our community and in our Commonwealth. Disparities only exacerbated by this pandemic. But with these disparities, as challenging as they are opportunities. And it is a call to service and to action that all of us must answer. Especially here in Boston, especially here in Massachusetts, where, as noted, it is here where the Kings spent formative years together, fell in love, and forged long-lasting relationships within this community. It's here where Dr. King addressed a Massachusetts legislature and stressed our shared responsibility in giving people a sense of belonging, a sense of somebodyness, he called it. And it's here where from this day forward, we will gaze up at interlocking arms and see it as a call to action for a more equitable and inclusive society. Because our greatest strength is our people. Our greatest strength is in one another. If we only see the common humanity among all of us. And that is something that Dr. King and Coretta Scott King lived every single day. We cannot reach our potential when so many, too many, are held back from reaching their own. That is why, Commonwealth, we must center equity in everything that we do. In everything that we do. You have my word that I will promise to do that every day as your governor. And know that no matter what challenge we face, no matter what lies ahead, we will stay true to who we are and should be, to act on our values, to never hesitate to stand up for justice, to lean on one another, just as Dr. King and Coretta Scott King do in this beautiful bronze statue. Knowing that we should, as they did, from wherever we are, from whatever time of day it is, always be looking to help those in need, just as they did, to see the person right in front of them. And I think that's what I'm reminded of most. The legacy of Dr. King, to me, is not only about pursuing a righteous path to fight indignity and injustice wherever we see it. To me, it is about something more than that. It is about seeing. It is about seeing and recognizing and respecting and uplifting the dignity, the worth of every single human being in our midst. Let this legacy live on. Let it empower us, City of Boston. Let it empower us, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We are so grateful and so honored. Thank you very much.
Governor Maura Healey, thank you for your passionate call to action. We appreciate it. Now, after the unveiling of the Embrace, when you get a chance to explore the monument,
Okay, we are going to take a break from that event, and we also want to show you another look here, in case you missed this earlier, of a search in Dallas that's continuing for a clouded leopard that escaped from the Dallas Zoo this morning. Well, we have an update from officials. We're going to bring you that right after this 2-minute break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We want to bring you an update to a story that we first brought you this morning out of Dallas, Texas, where there is a clouded leopard that remains on the loose at this hour. Here are some images provided from the Dallas Zoo. You can see exactly what that leopard looks like. And we also want to show you some of these aerial images as well. This is from our Skyfox cameras as that search began this morning. And zoo officials say that they showed up to the zoo and noticed that that animal was unaccounted for at the spot that it was supposed to be in from the zoo. So we do want to bring you this update from officials on the latest in this search.
Is E-D-E-L-L. I'm the Executive Vice President, Animal Care and Conservation here at Dallas Zoo. I wanted to share an update with you guys, put some rumors to bed. First thing this morning, our zoologists found that one of our 2 clouded leopards was not accounted for. So of the 2 sisters that live here at Dallas Zoo, they're both between 3 and 4 years of age. One is safe and sound in her habitat here at the zoo, but the other was MIA. And so we triggered what we call a code blue, which essentially brings the staff resources that we need to find a non-dangerous animal that's not accounted for. And I'm going to encourage everybody at home to Google clouded leopard, because some of the early accounts say leopard, and a leopard and a clouded leopard are dramatically different animals. So the cat that we're looking for is about 20 pounds, between 20 and 25 pounds. She does not pose a danger to humans. And more likely than not, when she's scared, she's going to climb a tree, stay out of our way, hunt some squirrels and birds, and hope not to be noticed. So at this point, we've spent much of the morning searching zoo grounds, and we continue to hunt for her. It is working to our advantage that we're in winter, so there's not a lot of tree cover right now, so that's going to make it a little bit easier for us to find her. We did locate the tear in the mesh that she used to leave the habitat, but thinking like a cat, she likely went straight up to the trees and has not come down. So we are spending a lot of time with binoculars. It looks like we're bird watching, but we are hunting for a leopard that we believe is likely still on zoo grounds. Again, she's about 25 pounds, 4 years old, and we don't believe that she's going to go very far. We cannot say thank you enough to Dallas Police Department. We have DPD officers that work here at the zoo during the day. The officer on duty today shared with his station that we had a code blue. We had some assistance from DPD, and they're still on grounds now. And specifically, they have access to 1 million technological tools that we would never have access to otherwise, so we cannot thank them enough for their assistance.
I see the DPD management right now, all these extra officers.
Yeah, so we have officers that are coming in. Some of the DPD technology that we're using are things like drones that have infrared capabilities to see up at the treetop level. Again, thinking like a clouded leopard, they are designed for life in the trees. So she's going to go up and stay in cover. For us, looking up, we're going to continue to miss her, but with some of the technology that they've got, that's given us an advantage, which is phenomenal.
We see the markings on the DPD crime scene. Do you know why the crime scene is on location?
We don't have a comment on that yet. We'll share more info once we've got more to share.
Is a possible theft being considered?
It's too early for us to speculate one way or the other, so we'll keep working on finding the cat. Our highest priority is finding her and making sure she's safe and sound first.
Harrison, outside of the tear in the mesh, any other indicator as to how long NOAA may have been gone?
We do have security staff on grounds overnight, and we have some animal care staff on grounds overnight. So we know that at 1 a.m. We had staff who believed that both the cats were still accounted for in the same spot, but the specifics of the timeline are something that we're still working through right now.
Do you have any idea how the mesh tear?
We don't yet. We're still working on that too.
Is that something that occurs just occasionally, or do you think the animal is gone?
It doesn't happen all on its own. We check the integrity of every enclosure every single day, a couple of times a day. So this isn't something that happened and we didn't notice it. But again, the timeline and the specifics are things that we're still working through right now.
any message to neighbors, in addition to the zoo being densely populated with trees, this area of Oak Cliff has a lot of trees too.
Sure.
If someone should notice this clouded leopard, what's the ask?
Yeah, we've got tons of photos of our clouded leopards on social media and on the zoo website. So if people are curious as to what they're looking for, they can absolutely check the websites and compare photos. If you happen to see a cat that is bigger than a house cat, smaller than a bobcat, we'd love a heads up. And photos are always helpful too, to make sure that we know what we're looking at. So if people have the opportunity to snap a photo of a cat that looks bigger than usual, we'll take any tip we can get.
Should they call police or 311?
I would say call the zoo's main line or shoot us an email through social media. That's the easiest way to get in touch with us. And we have folks monitoring those 24/7. So
you spoke about the mesh that wants to tear apart. Is that the only security it has, the cage, or what is the animal inside?
So the habitat where our cloud leopards live, the habitat where our clouded leopards live is a mesh enclosed 2-story habitat. The tear in the mesh is big enough to have accommodated her, so that's how she left the habitat. But the specifics of the engineering of it and the specifics of the tear, we're still working through specifically how we think that happened.
But is that the only security measure, just the mesh?
That's the primary containment for the habitat, yes.
Can you talk about how the person discovered that the cat was missing?
First thing every day in a zoologist's job, we do head count of every single animal. So they're checking in with each animal, making sure everybody looks happy and healthy, and then preparing the routine for the rest of the day. So that first head count, first thing in the morning, is when we could account for one of the clouded leopards, but not the second.
It's hard to imagine a world in which nobody thinks it's a good idea to maybe set a trail of food for a big cat, maybe try to get it into one's home. Tell us why this might not be a good idea, or if it is.
Sure. Even though this is a small cat, she is only 25 pounds. This is not a tiger or a lion. She's still got a full complement of claws and teeth. So to the earlier question, what do I do if I see her? We don't want anybody trying to grab her. She's not a house cat. This is still a wild animal. But any photos or tips would be helpful. So.
Are you convinced that she's still on the grounds, most likely, that she is not taken off somewhere far away? Is the zoo enclosed with a fence such that would be hard for people?
Yeah. We do have a perimeter fence that encloses the full zoo that is a safety measure. Thinking like a clouded leopard, they tend to be territorial like a lot of cats do, so she's not likely to go out and travel in a direction. She's likely to be linked to home. She and her sister Luna are pretty close and usually attached at the hip. So knowing that Luna is still in the habitat and Nova's not, I just don't believe it's likely that she's traveling. She's likely still on grounds, but just up, tucked away in a tree somewhere. So we will spend the rest of the day scouring those trees trying to figure out where she's hunkered down.
Is there any video of the habitat?
We have a number of video cameras in the zoo, and we're reviewing those right now.
One good thing is that we don't hear about these emergencies a lot, but it has happened in the past where an animal has escaped its habitat here at the zoo. You mentioned that there's overnight security, and during the day, staffers do a head count. Any other security or safety measures in place or protocols in place that prevent things like this from happening?
I mentioned at the beginning of the day we do head counts on every animal. We do those head counts throughout the day, so anytime we're interacting with animals, we're gathering head counts to make sure we can account for everyone at the beginning of the day, but also at the end of the day, we're shifting animals in and out of night spaces. So with cold weather, we always want to make sure that animals have access to indoor barns. That gives us another opportunity at the end of the day to make sure that we know exactly where everyone is. Again, the overnight security crews have specific rounds that they are walking to make sure that we're covering the entire zoo so that we won't miss anything. And I would say, especially in a couple of our departments, depending on what animal activities are going on at the zoo, we often have zoologists who might be here overnight, and so there are additional opportunities to sort of keep tabs on what's going on. So I feel like we have a lot of eyes on the habitats throughout the 24-hour period.
What was the last time?
Cold blue is a non-dangerous animal?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
When was the last time you had track of last night? When was the last night?
There are details of that I need to hold on to for now.
Can you tell us, since the clouded leopard is new to a lot of us, can you tell us a little bit about the uniqueness of the animal? I saw they're endangered, I think.
Yeah, Clouded leopards are a real unique small cat designed for life in the treetops. So they have an exceptionally long tail, incredible claws for climbing. Most of the prey that they hunt in the wild would be squirrels and small mammals and birds that are up high in the trees. They do come down to the ground from time to time, but it's not frequent. They're more comfortable up high. And they are a species of conservation concern in the wild. They're hunted for pelts in the wild. They're hunted out of fear in the wild because people are afraid that they might steal livestock or be dangerous. They are absolutely not a dangerous animal to humans, though. So.
I saw one place they're the smallest of the big cats, but you referred to it as a small cat.
Yeah. I think typically when we talk big cats, we're talking leopards, jaguars, lions, tigers, big cats. Those are all animals we would consider dangerous to humans. Small cats, like bobcats or lynx or clouded leopard, are a smaller animal. If anything, she's real nervous and afraid of people. She grew up at Houston Zoo. She is accustomed to people, but she is definitely not tame. So she's more likely to avoid a stranger than she is to come down and investigate or challenge.
What is the likeliness that she looks for food?
Yeah, we have a ton of native wildlife that live on zoo grounds as well, squirrels and birds. I wouldn't put it past her to hunt some of them if opportunistically she had the chance. That is something we're talking a lot about is over the next few hours or so. What food items might she be more into and more attracted to than others, to try and figure out if there's the ways that we can reward her for coming down and coming closer to us. So we'll try and puzzle through that as well.
Is this essentially a combination of zoo staff and DPD?
We're continuing to work with DPD. They came out immediately with a crew and extra sets of eyes, and all of that technological access were really, really helpful. At this point, we still have some DPD officers that we're working with on aspects of this, and then we've still got a full crew of zoo staff that are working here with binoculars, scouring trees to try and identify where she's hunkered down. Thank you. I appreciate it. If anybody has questions, by all means, we have our marketing communications team, and I'm happy to stick around for specific questions as well.
Your name again, sir, and your title?
Sure. First name is Harrison, Harrison.
Okay, so we just got an update there from officials as they continue to search for this clouded leopard. The big thing to remember here from what they were saying is that this isn't just a leopard, it's a clouded leopard. So officials are stressing that this type of leopard in particular is not dangerous to the public. They were talking about how it's about 20 to 25 pounds, and she's most likely to be up in a tree, maybe looking for squirrels or birds, but that she's actually afraid of humans. So talking a little bit more about this type of leopard that's on the loose as they continue to look for it, and they are really focusing their search up high, looking in trees. We are going to take another 2-minute break. We'll see you right back here right after this. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich as we continue to follow other top stories here from across the country. Want to show you some video from this morning of President Biden welcoming the Japanese Prime Minister to the White House, Fumio Kishida, for his first visit since taking office over a year ago. Biden greeted the Prime Minister, as you can see here, out of the residence today ahead of that bilateral meeting. The two leaders are expected to talk about ways to bolster their alliance as they face potential threats from China and North Korea. Kishida is making the visit to the U.S. as Tokyo plans a major military buildup in the face of security concerns. We want to play out a little bit of that sound from earlier today of both the Prime Minister and President Biden talking earlier this morning.
Last year in Japan, you said to me, and I quote, "We are two nations that share fundamental values." I couldn't agree with you more. We are. These shared democratic values are the source of our strength, source of our alliance, and the source of our being able to deliver for all our people.
昨年日本で総理は日米は基本的価値観を共有しているとおっしゃった。私もその通りだと思います。共有する民主主義に基づく価値観は私たちの力の源です。この力を糧にこの同盟、そして世の人々すべてにより良い未来を築きます。
We're modernizing our military alliance, building on Japan's historic increase in defense spending and new national security strategy.
これに加え、日本の歴史的な防衛費増や新たな国家安全保障戦略を受け、軍事同盟の現代化を図っています。
Let me be crystal clear. The United States is fully, thoroughly, completely committed to the alliance.
改めて明言させてもらいます。米国は日米同盟にフルにコミットしています。
And more importantly, to Japan's defense, the defense of Japan.
もちろん日本の防衛にもフルにコミットしています。
Working closely on tech and economic issues, including the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and we're stepping up to hold Putin accountable for his unprovoked war in Ukraine. And I want to thank you for your strong leadership on this from the very first conversation we had on this.
このほかインド太平洋経済枠組みも含め、技術や経済課題でも緊密に連携を図り、またウクライナに対する言われない戦争を始めたプーチンに責任を課すことにさらに注力しています。この点に関しては初日から力強い支援をいただき、心から感謝しています。
Today I'm looking forward to how we can continue advancing our shared goals and values, including at the G7 summit in Japan and the APEC in San Francisco later this year.
今日の会談で日本での G7 と今年後半サンフランシスコで開催される APEC も含め、いかに日米が共有する目標や価値観も増進できるかについて議論するのを楽しみにしています。
Rather than figuring out how we can work more closely together, the more difficult job would be trying to figure out how and where we disagree.
なので、共に取り組む、ということ、私たちに齟齬がある、かないか、それはないと、それを見つけるのが一番難しいことになるんではないかと思います。
You're a real leader and you're a real friend.
素晴らしいリーダーで、真の友人でもあります。
はい、以上大変温かい歓迎の言葉ありがとうございます。
Joe, thank you so much for those warm words of welcome.
2023年という新しい年を迎え、私も総理大臣になって初めて、ワシントン DC を訪問させていただきました。そして、大切な友人であるバイデン大統領とこうして、お会いできますことを、大変嬉しく思っています。
As we enter the new year of 2023, I am pleased to make my first visit to Washington, D.C. as a Prime Minister and to have this meeting with you, Joe, my dear friend.
そして昨年を振り返りますと、5月にジョーにご訪日をいただきました。日米首脳会談は言うまでもなく、日米豪印ですとか、日米韓、さまざまな対話を 積み重ねることができました。そして、この地域の、そして国際社会の平和や繁栄に、この努力することができたこと、改めて、ジョーの協力に感謝を申し上げたいと思っています。
And last year, starting with your visit to Japan in May, we were able to accomplish so much for peace and security in the region and prosperity in the region and the international community through numerous meetings, not just our bilateral summit meetings, but also the Quad meetings, the Japan-US ROK trilaterals, among others. And I'm sincerely grateful for your cooperation, Joe.
今、日米両国はかつてないほどの厳しい、そして複雑な安全保障環境の中にあります。その中で地域のこの平和や繁栄に貢献し、そして自らの国のこの安全を守るために昨年末我が国は新しい国家安全保障戦略を策定いたしました。
And Japan and the United States are currently facing the most challenging and complex security environment in recent history. And in order to ensure peace and prosperity in the region and to contribute to that and also safeguard peace and security of Japan, in late last year, Japan formulated a new national security strategy.
その中で反撃能力を含む防衛力の抜本的な強化を定め、そしてそのために予算を拡充する、こうした新たな方針を示しました。このことは日米同盟の抑止力、対処力を強めることにもつながっていきます。
And in so doing, Japan decided to, upon fundamentally reinforcing our defense capabilities, including possessing the counter-strike capabilities. And in order to ensure that, increase our defense budget. And this new policy was set forth by Japan, and I believe that this will be beneficial for the deterrence capabilities and response capabilities of the alliance as well.
ジョーがおっしゃるように、民主主義や法の支配といった価値観を共有する日米の役割はますます大きくなっていると感じています。
And Joe, as you rightly pointed out, I too feel that the role to be played by Japan and the United States, which share the fundamental values such as democracy and the rule of law, the role that we are to play is becoming even greater.
ぜひ今日も自由で開かれたインド太平洋ですとか G7 あるいは APEC、そして気候変動などさまざまな重要な課題についてジョーとこの率直な意見交換ができればと楽しみにしております。
And today, I very much look forward to having a candid exchange of views with you, Joe, on the various important topics, including a free and open Indo-Pacific, the G7, APEC, as well as climate change.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, so there is a look at President Biden meeting with the Japanese Prime Minister today. Let's also give you a look here at some video here that shows the Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida participating in a wreath laying at the tomb of the unknown soldier. We are going to take another quick commercial break. We have a lot more to get to. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Representative George Santos continues to say that he will not resign. He recently discussed all of the latest controversy on a podcast. Fox 5 New York has more.
I've lived an honest life. I've never been accused, sued of any bad doings.
That not true. Congressman George Santos appearing on Steve Bannon's podcast War Room with guest host Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. The two discussing the controversies surrounding Santos, including how Santos was able to contribute more than $700,000 of his own money to his campaign, despite reporting earning a $55,000 salary.
Where did it come from? Well, I'll tell you where it didn't come from. It didn't come from China, Ukraine, or Burisma. How about that?
The newly elected congressman has lied about almost every aspect of his life and has admitted to fabricating parts of his resume. More members of the House GOP have joined the call demanding Santos to resign, including New York Republicans who have repeatedly called on Santos to step down.
Resign. Resign. Resign.
A group of concerned citizens in New York's 3rd District argue George Santos' work isn't welcome and will be ineffective.
We voted for an imposter.
I was elected by 142,000 people. Until those same 142,000 people tell me they don't want me, we'll find out in 2 years.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy was asked whether he trusted Santos. McCarthy suggesting Santos won't be given top secret information, but said he's still a member of Congress.
He's got a long way to go to earn trust. But the one thing I do know is you apply the Constitution equal to all Americans. The voters of his district have elected him. He is seated. He is part of the Republican conference.
And as you just heard from Fox 5 New York there, we also want to play out a little bit more on this, give you a little more insight after our Josh Breslow spoke with our Fox 5 New York team further on this controversy.
Take a look. This is video of a man that you've seen quite a bit over the last few days. New York Congressman George Santos saying he is not going anywhere, at least for now, despite his own party saying, "Get out of here, you are not welcome." Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez is outside of Santos's office in Queens to bring us the latest here. Thank you so much for being here as always, Lizette.
Hey, good morning, Josh. Good to be with you. And later this morning, we plan on hearing more from Santos's constituents. They plan on gathering outside his office. One thing to note here, this office has been without lights and the door has been locked for quite some time since Congressman Santos was sworn in. As we know, some of his constituents, they've been wanting to talk to him and get some answers of who he is because of all the lies that have recently come out. Now, we have heard also from House GOP members over the last couple of days, even more have called on him to resign.
Honest life. I've never been accused, sued of any bad doings.
That not true. Congressman George Santos appearing on Steve Bannon's podcast War Room with guest host Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. The two discussing the controversies surrounding Santos, including how Santos was able to contribute more than $700,000 of his own money to his campaign, despite reporting earning a $55,000 salary.
Where did it come from? Well, I'll tell you where it didn't come from. It didn't come from China, Ukraine, or Burisma. How about that?
The newly elected congressman has lied about almost every aspect of his life and has admitted to fabricating parts of his resume. More members of the House GOP have joined the call demanding Santos to resign, including New York Republicans who have repeatedly called on Santos to step down.
Resign. Resign. Resign.
A group of concerned citizens in New York's 3rd District argue George Santos' work isn't welcome and will be ineffective.
We voted for an imposter.
I was elected by 142,000 people. Until those same 142,000 people tell me they don't want me, we'll find out in 2 years.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy was asked whether he trusted Santos. McCarthy suggesting Santos won't be given top secret information, but said he's still a member of Congress.
He's got a long way to go to earn trust. But the one thing I do know is you apply the Constitution equal to all Americans. The voters of his district have elected him. He is seated. He is part of the Republican conference.
And we have heard from Kevin McCarthy there. Now, he did not say anything specific about any committees. But, Josh, we also heard from Mayor Eric Adams just yesterday. He was asked what his thoughts on Santos was and if he was willing to work with Santos. We do know that Santos represents a small portion of New York City. Mayor Adams saying he is willing to work with him as long as he's a member of Congress. As far as his future, Mayor Adams says that is up to Congress to decide.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez.
And we want to give you a live look here on Live Now from Fox, as we always do, of Graceland, the home of Elvis Presley, as we continue to follow the very sad news of Lisa Marie Presley's death. Funeral arrangements are now in the works as we continue to learn some of the latest regarding this for Lisa Marie Presley, who is the only child of Elvis Presley. And she died after suffering a cardiac arrest yesterday. She was rushed to the hospital yesterday morning from her home in Calabasas, California. Paramedics had performed CPR there and then brought her to the hospital. The 54-year-old singer had just attended the Golden Globes award ceremony on Tuesday. She was there to celebrate Austin Butler's award for playing her dad in the film Elvis. Yesterday evening, her mom, Priscilla Presley, confirmed the news of her daughter's passing. Let's bring you up to speed with the latest from Fox 11's Gigi Graciette.
Certainly a sad day for the Presley family and for the many friends and fans of Lisa Marie. Lisa Marie Presley, she was a talented songwriter and singer, a producer and keeper of her father Elvis's legacy. But most importantly, she was a beloved mother and daughter. The 54-year-old leaving behind 3 daughters. Her son Benjamin took his life in 2020. The grief and loss, something Presley said she lived with every day. Her death coming suddenly after reportedly collapsing at her Calabasas home Thursday. It appears she had gone into cardiac arrest. Paramedics performed CPR. Her pulse was regained and she was taken to the hospital, but sadly there was nothing doctors could do. With her mother and daughter reportedly by her side, she died. And while the exact cause will have to be determined by a medical examiner if an autopsy is done, there are multiple reports she may not have been feeling well in the days leading to her death. Her last public appearance just days ago at the Golden Globe Award ceremony, where she was interviewed by Billy Bush, who says he sensed something was wrong.
She was very uneven in her balance. The speech was very slow. And definitely when the interview was over, I turned to my producer next to me and said, something's off here.
Over the years, Lisa Marie made headlines for many reasons, including her music and her marriages. 4 of them, including ones to Michael Jackson and Nicolas Cage. But ultimately, she was and always will be Elvis's little girl, his only child, the center of his world before he died in 1977 from cardiac arrest, among other causes. Lisa Marie Presley dead at only 54, and while obviously it is too soon to talk about funeral plans, it is believed that she will be laid to rest in Graceland next to her father and son. In West Hills, Gigi Graciette.
Some very sad news that has shocked much of the entertainment world. We are going to take our final commercial break of this hour. We still have a lot more to get to. Be sure to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Well, we all know that there is such a special relationship between a family and their four-legged friends. Well, now there's a new Netflix movie that's highlighting just that. It's called Doggone, and it's based on a true story about a dog that goes missing and a family coming together to try to find him. Our Fox 5 New York team spoke with the stars of the film.
Everyone needs one soul who loves you because you are you. That's who Conquer was for me. And now he's lost.
Conquer! I promise you we will find that dog.
You promise? How can you say that?
Because I believe it.
There's a new Netflix film takes a look at the incredible relationship a family can have with their four-legged friend. The film, Doggone, tells the story of a father and son whose search for their beloved family dog ends up mending a relationship and sending them on an adventure. Joining us this morning are the stars of the new film, Doggone, Rob Lowe, Kimberly Williams-Paisley, and Johnny Birchtold. Nice to have you all here. Hi, everybody. How you all doing in California? Because you got mudslides and rain and everything. Rob, are you okay?
Yes, I made it in today. Yesterday, it didn't look like I was going to be able to be here to talk to you, but we did it. I got in my life raft and I paddled my way here.
And the house is okay?
Yeah, we're great. Thank you for asking. I think everybody in my community did fine. It could have been a lot worse.
I know. Johnny and Kimberly, are you guys all okay too?
We are good. I just flew in from Nashville yesterday. So I waited till the rain stopped and then I landed.
Yeah. Good move. Good move.
Doing good.
All right.
Place too. I made a big pot of soup, and it was great.
I love it. So, Rob, tell us about this particular film. Why you wanted to do it? Do you have a dog?
I have 4 dogs. I'm a huge animal lover. I rescue dogs. It's a very important part of my life. It's an important part of parenting. My wife and I thought it was important that our kids grow up with pets, and you know, and I love a good dog movie. I just do. It's a genre I love. I love a good cry. This movie is super emotional, and it's a true story.
Right.
And it's a true story of a dog lost on the Appalachian Trail, an estranged family coming together with their son to find his dog, which is really the first real relationship he's ever really had in many ways. It's deep emotional stuff.
Kimberly, what attracted you to the role?
Yeah, I mean, it's a true story, so I love when it's an incredible story and it happens to be true. I'm also a huge dog person. We have 2 dogs. I love dogs, and what I love about this is it is emotional. It's a tearjerker, but it's a feel-good movie. It's not going to traumatize you.
Yes.
You're going to feel like a good cathartic cry, and if you're not a dog person, you're going to be a dog person after you're done watching this movie.
How many boxes of Kleenex do I need? Because I am a dog person too. So
10.
Oh, gee.
Yeah.
10.
You need a few.
Johnny, what was it like for you to play a real-life character?
Yeah, I mean, it was really cool, and I got to meet the real-life Fielding, and it was very funny. We were like almost wearing the same thing, which I guess is a testament to Sarah Down, our costume designer. But it was really cool, and he got to share some experiences. I met him halfway through filming, so beforehand, you know, I was able to read the book, and there's an amount of pressure there to try and tell a story well and just tell it truthfully. Yeah.
So, Johnny, I know you got family in New Jersey, and you've been in the business a while. You've worked with Julia Roberts on a film. But what was it like working with Rob Lowe and Kimberly Paisley?
Watch what you say, kid.
They were great. No, they were. They were. I mean, I mean, look at them. It was a complete honor of a lifetime to work alongside these 2, and I just have the coolest, kindest parents who were so welcoming, and getting to watch them do their thing was just a dream for me. So I was just along for the ride, and then also there was a dog there, so it was just like the perfect scenario.
All right, let's see.
I was very happy.
Let's see you all in action. We have a clip from Doggone.
What's going on?
Oh, the library gave us phone books for every county in Virginia. At least I think it's everyone.
Why?
Because I'm analog, and if I search online, I'm just going to print it all out anyway. That's hundreds of loose pages. This way, it's easier to manage.
No, like, why are you doing this?
because we have to find Gonker.
So I think we should start with pounds, obviously, in
Yeah,
animal hospitals. And let's do Rockbridge, Rockingham, and Augusta.
Okay.
Also, I think every town we should talk to the police department.
Yes.
We should talk to animal control. We should talk to churches, anywhere people congregate and go for information. Your mom's going to hold down the command center here, but you and I are heading the Appalachian Trail.
So, Rob, there's a message to this movie.
Yeah, I mean, I think the message for me is just a reminder of how similar we all are when it comes to our love for our pets and our love for our families. And in a world where there's so much going on, to remember that and to have that is a cool thing. And that's one of the things I'm very happy with the movie, because it's just going to make you feel good.
So, Kimberly, I know you're all about family. I mean, you've written a book about your mom's journey with dementia, Alzheimer's, and this book is about family. I mean, this movie is about family as well. Any parallels, anything that you saw that said, oh my goodness, this reminds me of what we went through?
Well, you're absolutely right. It's about family, and it's about family in a crisis. What does a family do? We have to come together. There's no other way to solve this problem but to work together. And, you know, my character, Ginny, is healing a lot of trauma from when she was younger and she lost her dog. And now to find Gonker, she's able to heal that pain. And the same with the father and son, able to heal their estrangement by looking for this dog together. And in fact, a larger community came together to help. We've really brought people together in other families and all over the country. So I love that part of that story.
Rob, before we go.
All right, well, you heard it here first. You'll need to grab the tissues before you watch that new movie that just hit Netflix. And we also want to bring you this story as well. University of Georgia championship winning quarterback Stetson Bennett put down the football to, you're seeing it here, help serve up some chicken fingers. Bennett picked up a shift at the Raising Cane's restaurant in Athens, Georgia yesterday. You can see him here taking orders for different customers. And the Cane's founder and CEO said that they've also unveiled a new custom piece of art honoring the quarterback, and that will hang in the Athens restaurant. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break. We have a lot more to get to. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being with us on this Friday. We do want to start with another top story that we've been following all week as we near the 2-week mark since missing mom Ana Walshe from Massachusetts went missing on New Year's Day. The mom of 3 still missing now nearly 2 weeks, and her husband Brian Walshe is in jail for allegedly misleading police. The couple's 3 sons could potentially be separated in the foster care system as friends of the family are begging for them to stay together. Friends of Ana are pleading with her husband to also cooperate with police. Walshe mysteriously vanished from her Cohasset, Massachusetts home on New Year's Day, but she wasn't reported missing until January 4th when she didn't show up to her job at a Washington, D.C. based real estate firm. Brian Walshe was arrested on Sunday. He's accused of lying to police about his whereabouts on January 1st and 2nd. Walshe failed to tell investigators that he made a trip to Home Depot on January 2nd, which violated his probation, and then bought $450 in cleaning supplies. Police have also found internet records showing he had made some very cryptic internet searches, like how to dispose of a 115-pound woman's body. Investigators reportedly found trash bags with blood as well as a hatchet and a hacksaw at a waste facility about an hour away from the Walshes' home. He is currently being held on a $500,000 bond, and there's still a lot of evidence that is being collected in this. But again, right now, Brian Walshe is only being charged with lying to investigators. Let's bring you up to speed with the latest into this case.
And we start the 5 with some breaking news. We're getting new details in just now about that missing mother, Ana Walshe, the woman from Boston with D.C. ties. She apparently told police her husband threatened to kill her.
Our Sharon Roger joining us now from the newsroom with the latest out of the courtroom. Hey, Sharon.
Yeah, Jim, Marina, Ana Walshe has been missing since New Year's Day. According to reporter Bob Ward, this is from Boston 25, she told D.C. police her husband Brian threatened to kill her and her friends. According to other law enforcement sources, investigators now are waiting on forensic test results before they announce next steps and possibly additional charges. Now, Ana's friends are begging her husband, Brian Walshe, as you see here, to cooperate with police. He's already charged with misleading an investigation after police found him on surveillance video at a Home Depot buying hundreds of dollars in cleaning supplies just the day after Ana went missing. Now, in an interview with Fox News Digital, Ana's friend tells us they want to know why Brian Walshe lied to police, why he bought those cleaning supplies shortly after Ana's disappearance. Ana's friends are also shifting their focus to the couple's 3 young children who are just 2, 4, and 6 years old. Her friends say the kids are currently in state custody and may be separated in foster care.
In this investigation, unfortunately, there's so much that is happening, and there's a lot of question marks everywhere when it comes to Ana, when it comes to Brian, and we just don't know. And the only thing that's really for certain right now is those boys. So what can we do at this point in time with something that we know is certain, and to put some pressure there to make sure that they stay together?
Yeah, your heart just breaks for these 3 kids. Right now, this investigation is still classified as a missing persons case. Police tell us the search for Ana Walshe is ongoing. Jim.
Such a sad story, especially for those 3 children, all under the age of 6. Meanwhile, there's also an ongoing search in Pennsylvania. It's been more than a month since anyone has seen Jennifer Brown, who's a missing mom from Pennsylvania. Fox 29 has the story.
What happened to Jennifer Brown? It has been more than a week now since anyone has seen the Montgomery County mom.
As our Shawnette Wilson explains, Brown's community is rallying in search for answers, and they're trying to help her young son.
The Montgomery County District Attorney has discouraged the public from searching, but says the public is not in danger. Meanwhile, friends and families say they cannot just sit by and do nothing.
It's definitely starting to be a little heart-wrenching because, you know, we're now at day 9.
A community feeling helpless as police investigate the disappearance of 43-year-old Jennifer Brown of Limerick.
My heart breaks for Jennifer, whatever situation she may be in, but also Noah. Like, you know, her son needs to have his normal routine. He needs his mom.
Ellen Friend is a neighbor and friend. She and others in the neighborhood have put together a donation drive to help Jennifer's family and her son.
Noah is being taken well care of. But just, for the family that's taking care of them, extended family, I know that they live in New Jersey and driving up here, so just trying to ease some of that burden.
They've made a list of different gift cards people can donate, which Friend says they've discussed with the family.
If you don't want to donate financially, prayers are always appreciated. Prayers, positive vibes, and keeping this front of mind.
Investigators say Jennifer was last seen by a friend and business associate last week on Tuesday afternoon and was supposed to pick up her son from the bus stop the next day, but didn't show up. Her car remained outside her home on Stratford Court.
Every day, it's wishing for her to come home safely.
Meanwhile, Jennifer's picture is posted inside this Wawa not far from her home, and a memorial remains where she lives as neighbors hope and pray for the best.
Always be grateful for where you are, because honestly, in 5 minutes, life changes.
Jennifer also has a 20-year-old son named Jordan. For more information on the donation drive, what gift cards are needed, and how you can send it, just go to fox29.com. In Limerick, Shawnette Wilson, Fox 29 News.
There's also another sad story that we are following out of Oklahoma, where the search for a missing 4-year-old girl continues as authorities make an arrest in her mysterious disappearance. Fox's Sarah Smith has the latest on this investigation.
OSBI says a mail carrier saw Athena Brownfield's 5-year-old sister wandering alone outside near the family home off Nebraska Street and called police.
And she was very scared and terrified. She was saying to the mail lady that she's been left. They've left me. They've left me. They've left me. And her body language alarmed the mail lady, and she knew something was wrong, so she called the cops.
That's when surreal police noticed 4-year-old Athena Brownfield was missing. Some law enforcement officers told Fox 25 that the little girl had been missing since January 6th.
We encourage anybody in town, whether you're a business owner or a resident, that if you have any sort of video cameras or Ring doorbell systems, if you can come down to the church and provide that to law enforcement, it will be very beneficial.
We've been in the air with helicopter, with infrared. We've been on the ground. Obviously, you've seen around town there are a lot of grid searches on foot going around and on four-wheelers, things like that.
OSBI didn't say where the parents were when Athena went missing. Right now, the search is centered in Surreal.
We are collecting items that could be relevant. I'm not going to call them evidence, but we are finding things around town that could be helpful in this case.
Investigators say Athena was likely wearing a sweatshirt with butterflies on it, possibly pink in color. Volunteers are asked to check in at Family Life Church.
There's a lot of talk about this investigation on social media. Obviously, we can't stop that, but it can be counterproductive to the investigation, so I would encourage people not to report or spread rumors or innuendos that they see on social media.
We don't like to see this. We want her to come home and everything be good, but we're just doing everything we can to try to make that happen.
And in Delphi, Indiana, the man accused of killing 2 teenage girls appeared in court today. He's facing murder charges for the February 2017 killings of a 14-year-old and a 13-year-old. The girls were found dead after they disappeared while out on a hike just outside of that small Indiana town. In court, a judge denied a request by Allen's attorneys to move the case out of the current county that they're in. Instead, jurors from outside of the area will be bussed in to hear the case. A gag order preventing police and attorneys from talking to media was also left in place. Allen's next court date is set for February 17th. And we do have newly released audio that's shedding light on the moments before and after 2 planes collided over a Dallas air show in November. The FAA on yesterday, released the recording of radio traffic between ground officials and pilots. 6 people died when the 2 historic planes collided. The results of an investigation into what went wrong aren't due still for several months. Here's more from Fox 4 Dallas.
Newly released audio is shedding light on the moments before and after two planes collided over a Dallas air show in November. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
I'm Steve Eager. It's 9 o'clock. Today, the FAA released the recordings of radio traffic between ground officials and pilots. 6 people died when the two historic planes collided. The results of an investigation into what went wrong aren't due out for months. Fox 4's Blake Hansen spoke with aviation experts tonight. Blake's live. Blake.
Yes, Stephen, Heather, this gives us some clues as to the conversations between pilots and organizers, but still many questions as to how this happened.
Let's go ahead and start the 4-engine bombers. 4-engine bombers, start.
The Federal Aviation Administration released 36 minutes of audio Thursday, offering a glimpse into what was going on in the moments surrounding a crash at the Wings Over Dallas Air Show in November. Video shows the smaller P-63 King Cobra with one pilot hit the Boeing B-17 Flying Fortress carrying 5 crew members. All 6 died.
We're going to learn from it, and we're going to get something good out of this. I know that.
Richard Levy is a retired airline captain and aviation expert who has listened to the audio. In the moments leading up to the crash, he says you hear what's known as an air boss giving pilots commands.
And gunfighter, look out your left side and find the B-17. Yeah, there you go. Roll it back to the left. I want you to get in front of the bombers. I want you to come through on the outside edge of the runway.
Then seconds before the collision, a final instruction.
Nice job, fighters. Come on through. Fighters will be a big pull up and to the right.
After a few seconds of silence, you hear the air boss react to the crash.
Knock it off, knock it off. Roll the trucks, roll the trucks, roll the trucks, knock it off, roll the trucks.
That part is the mystery. The fighter that ran into the P-63 fighter that ran into the B-17, the mid-air collision, I say ran into him. Who saw whom at that second?
Chris Mano is a retired Air Force and American Airlines pilot who has closely followed the investigation. He told us by phone he also has questions about whether all of the 3 fighters were able to see the bombers.
Air boss questioned the lead and said, do you have the B-17, the bombers in sight? And lead said yes, but that's only lead. There are 3 aircraft in that formation.
The audio does not clearly reveal what went wrong, and a preliminary report released last month did not draw conclusions. But it's further evidence investigators will use, along with videos and interviews, to piece together that day.
I see it as a certainty. Without knowing, I can't look you now and say 100%. I'm saying 99.99%. And I'm so confident it'll be 100%. They're going to figure this out.
It could be more than a year before we get that final FAA report that could give us conclusions as to what went wrong.
Slide. Blake.
And we want to show you this video. It's new video that shows the moment a Tesla changed lanes and stopped on the Bay Bridge, causing an 8-car pileup. The California Highway Patrol released a series of these surveillance videos showing the Thanksgiving Day crash. Officers say the driver told them he had been using Tesla's full self-driving feature when this crash happened. He told investigators he believes the feature malfunctioned. The CHP officer who wrote the accident report said he could not determine if the software was in operation or if the driver's statement was accurate. There were no serious injuries reported in this crash, fortunately. We are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, here's what you can expect. We're going to take you out to Illinois, where Governor J.B. Pritzker today signed a new law sweeping reproductive health care legislation to protect out-of-state abortion seekers. That adds Illinois to the list of states that have placed legal reinforcements around the procedure in the wake of the U.S. Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. We'll have that in just 2 minutes. Well, it's Friday. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We have a lot to get to today. And as I mentioned before that last commercial break, we want to take you out next to Illinois. That's where the governor there signed a new law sweeping reproductive health care legislation to protect out-of-state abortion seekers, adding Illinois to the list of states that have placed legal reinforcements around the procedure. We want to take you out to all of Governor Pritzker's comments. Let's bring you that here now on Live Now from Fox.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Just 3 days ago, I was proud to sign the Protect Illinois Communities Act, banning the sale and distribution of assault weapons, high-capacity magazines, and rapid-fire switches. And here we are, once again, celebrating the signing of another piece of nation-leading legislation. Last summer, when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I promised you that Illinois would take action to protect our people, to remain a beacon of hope, an island of reproductive justice. Since that day, we've seen out-of-state patients who've been denied their rights in other states coming to Illinois for abortion care. Our clinics have been doing their best to serve the people seeking to exercise their rights, but they've been overwhelmed. The U.S. Supreme Court has forced women, especially those most marginalized, to flee their home states in search of safe health care. Here in Illinois, we know we have an obligation to support and protect reproductive freedom for our residents and those who seek safe haven. And we must protect our doctors and nurses too. The right to reproductive health care has been the law of the land in Illinois and across the nation, really, for 50 years. But pro-choice advocates and elected officials knew that the right wing would try to overturn Roe. So here in Illinois, we worked together to protect reproductive rights, and we succeeded when we signed the Reproductive Health Act in 2019. Last year, the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision created new challenges. So we went back to work, and the General Assembly passed House Bill 4664, a monumental new law that further protects patients and providers who seek and deliver legal and safe reproductive health care in Illinois. To care for our own residents and also meet the needs of patients coming from other states, we are expanding our pool of providers and eliminating barriers to access by allowing birth centers to provide all reproductive care, eliminating copays for reproductive health care medication like birth control, abortive medications, and gender-affirming therapies, all while expanding provider capacity by allowing qualified practice registered nurses or physician assistants to perform aspiration abortions, just like 20 other states do. Here in Illinois, we know that reproductive care is health care. A medical decision should be made between a patient and their healthcare provider, no one else. Every single person, regardless of gender, sexuality, race, and economic status, has the right to privacy and bodily autonomy. And when people come to Illinois to exercise those rights, they will be welcomed and protected. That's what this historic bill stands for. And I couldn't be more thankful for the hard work of Senator Selena Villanueva and Representative Kelly Cassidy, who worked around the clock with advocates and stakeholders and the public to get it right. We are only here making this the law of the land because of the steadfast advocacy of hundreds of thousands of Illinoisans, along with stakeholder partners. There are too many organizations to name, but some of them are here with us today, and they deserve a shout out. Thank you to the ACLU, to Brave Space Alliance, to the Abortion Fund, Chicago Abortion Fund, Equality Illinois, Lambda Legal, the Midwest Action Project, Personal PAC, and Planned Parenthood. And I'm sure I have left some out, but I want them all to know how important their advocacy has been in making this a reality. These groups, along with patients and providers across the state, made it clear that they expected us as public servants to ensure that we would enact the strongest possible protections. I ask you all to take a moment to reflect upon the war that is being waged on women's bodies by the zealots on the right, and how brave and unafraid all of you have been. You have proven that here in Illinois, we will never back down in the battle to protect reproductive justice. With that, it is my sincere pleasure to turn it over to one of the fiercest advocates I know, Senator Selena Villanueva.
Good morning, everyone. I want to start off with 1,000,001 thank yous to the advocates, a bunch of who are standing with us today, who are out in the crowd and who probably are out doing their jobs right now, unable to be here. We thank you all, because coming from that space, that's where my heart resides. I want to thank the governor, the lieutenant governor. I want to thank my sister in so many different fights, Kelly Cassidy, Representative Cassidy, for holding firm, giving me a couple more gray hairs, but also, you know, being able to be in this fight together. And I also want to thank Senate President Don Harmon, who wasn't with us here today, and hopefully he has some time to be able to grieve his mother, finally, after a very long lame duck and then inauguration week, to be able to take the time to actually spend time with his family. I thank him for his leadership and his support throughout all of this. And there's so many people to thank, but I want to get into my remarks. This legislation consolidates Illinois as an island that protects reproductive and gender-affirming rights in the Midwest and places our state at the forefront of a nation for granting people the freedom to make their life decisions. House Bill 4664 protects reproductive health care patients and providers from out-of-state legal action and widens access to reproductive care. It also protects the licenses of healthcare professionals who provide care that is illegal in other states and prevents insurers from charging more for out-of-network care when in-state providers object to treatment on moral grounds. These protections are needed, and I say this personally, as a Latina, in my opinion, from my experience, because half of Latinas of childbearing age in the United States live more in the states that restrict women's reproductive rights. We're trying to protect patients, we're trying to protect providers, and we're trying to protect families with this bill. I want to take it a little personal because I take this fight very, very personally. While other countries like Mexico are legalizing abortion, there are states in this country that are creating refugees, coming to Illinois to seek refuge, to make bodily decisions of their own, to be able to take care and access health care that helps them. This is no different than some of the other needs that we have as people that are legal in other states right now. But this is a persecution of people trying to live their lives and make decisions for themselves. Being an immigrant rights organizer, being a daughter of immigrants who were undocumented when they came to this country and who were undocumented when they had me in 1985, who were legalized in 1986 because of the Immigration Reform and Control Act. One of the reasons why I'm so steadfast on this is because one of the major things that nobody wants to talk about in this fight is the reason why. And that is because there are too many babies being born to women who look like me in this country, being born to undocumented families coming to this country. If you don't think that immigration and trans rights and every other fight is intrinsically tied to reproductive rights, you are wrong. They are all tied together. It's because of women who look like me, who are younger than me, who are having too many babies, and white women who are not having enough babies. It is because of the fear of people like me being in positions like me to be able to fight for our trans family members in these positions and say their rights matter, their right to live matter. That's what these fights are about. It is about fighting not just prosecution, but persecution. It is about fighting oppression and suppression. And it's a fight that I'm going to continue for the rest of my life. Thank you. Let me introduce the woman who likes to give me gray hairs, and we're going to have pink hair eventually together.
I was going to offer you
some. But my sister, in so many fights, we did cannabis together, we've done this together, and we'll probably do a hell of a lot more together. My sister, Representative Kelly Cassidy.
Good morning. When the Supreme Court overturned Roe, I learned an important lesson. Doesn't matter how long you've anticipated a punch in the gut, it still hurts. We all came together on that day too. Many of us were together. And as we hugged and cried and consoled each other, I thought about the people who dedicate their time and energy to attacking those least able to defend themselves. Whether that's enacting bans on reproductive care, attacking the trans community by taking away health care, or simply trying to legislate them out of existence. And I resolved to punch those bullies back even harder. I referred to them as bullies in debate on the House floor. They didn't like it, but that's exactly what they are. They're punching down. Well, they got a problem. Folks, this is the first of those punches, but certainly not the last. Soon after the decision, Speaker Welch announced the formation of working groups, including the Reproductive Rights and Dobbs Decision Working Group. Mr. Speaker, thank you for entrusting this work to such a dedicated and focused group of worker bees. These legislators showed up all summer long as we heard from dozens of stakeholders, including folks on the receiving end of those daily punches in other states. And to my oldest son, Josh, who's here today, this is where I start to lose it. He wouldn't be here but for access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care. Thank you for tolerating all of the weekend meetings, the vacation meetings, the endless talk about this topic at the dinner table. I love you and your brothers so very much. Thank you to the members of the Dobbs Working Group, former leaders Greg Harris and LaToya Greenwood, Representatives Dagmara Avalar, Lakeisha Collins, Tara Costa Howard, Margaret Croak, Anna Moeller, and Ann Williams, some of whom couldn't be here today. And thank you to our fierce ally, my sister, Senator Villanueva. I love you to the end of the earth. Gray hairs and all. We had amazing staff supporting us all along the way, and the captains of that ship were my incredible Chief of Staff, Torrance Gardner, and Kendra Piercy from the Speaker's staff, with an able assist from Taylor Howard and Kevin DePasqua. Complex bills like this that go through seemingly endless rounds of revisions well into the night won't happen without the often unnoticed heroes of the Legislative Reference Bureau, and I sure hope Lauren Smith is getting some well-earned rest after what we put her through. And I would be remiss if I didn't shout out the folks who joined us to lend their expertise all summer long, from Governor Pritzker's staff and Attorney General Raul's brilliant team. And finally, the real heroes are the folks who are showing up every day and finding a way to help meet the ever-increasing demand for services and help, usually while simultaneously facing attacks from protesters seeking to interfere with patients accessing care. And I'm going to edit the list to try to make sure we don't repeat people. So in addition to Planned Parenthoods, the independent abortion providers we met with, Dr. Rob Garofalo and the team at Lurie Children's, the practical support groups that are here today, and others who are facilitating connecting out-of-state patients with resources and care. And we owe a debt of gratitude to the advocates like the ACLU of Illinois, Lambda Legal, Brave Space, Equality Illinois, the AIDS Foundation of Chicago, Howard Brown Health, the Illinois State Medical Society, the Nurses Association, so many others who brought their expertise to bear to work out complex solutions to unprecedented challenges. And this is the first step of what I fear will be a long journey. As legislatures reconvene across the country, We will have to respond to the new ways that bully states will come up with to attack patients and providers. We have to continue to build our capacity to meet the demands for care in both the reproductive and gender-affirming care spaces. We have to continue to seek solutions to protect the privacy of patients and providers through examining our data privacy and retention laws. This is the fight of my life. I was born across state lines because my mother was denied the care she needed by the Catholic hospital in New Jersey, where my 6 siblings were born, because they wouldn't give her the hysterectomy her doctor recommended due to the complications from her late-in-life pregnancy. So I was born in Philadelphia. Our mission is clear. If you want to come after people seeking care or their providers, if your mission is to torment trans kids and their families, you're going to have to get through all of us first. And now I want to bring up one of the fiercest fighters, Attorney General Kwame Raoul.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker, thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for your leadership. You're off to a great start on the second term. Setting the bar high for the next 3 years and 361 days. Speaker Welch and to Senate President Harman, who not here, your capacity to manage caucuses to achieve what you've achieved over the last week is something that is underappreciated. Thank you. Representative Cassidy and Senator Villanueva, when you said you did cannabis together, I wasn't invited to the party, but thank you for the countless of hours you spent over the course of the last several months, and thank you for including our staff and allowing us to lend our expertise. I want to recognize Caitlin McEllis and Karen Bass-Ehler, who really did hard work on this. Since the Dobbs decision, states around the country began severely restricting access to abortion and in some cases criminalizing it. This has led to a dramatic increase in the numbers of out-of-state patients seeking reproductive care here in Illinois. This bill allows us to be equipped to respond to the need for care by expanding.
Okay, we are going to take a break from that news conference out of Illinois. As you know, we continue to monitor all of the severe weather that has been happening both in California and, of course, in the South. And coming up after this 2-minute break, we're going to take you out live to California, where state and federal officials are providing an update on the winter storm response there. We'll have that in just 2 minutes. Thanks again for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We want to show you some more video and images out of California, where cleanup is continuing to happen today after that parade of powerful winter storms moved through, with all of that rain causing mudslides, causing debris to be through the roads, impacting travel, as well as a ton of flooding. And this has allowed California to move out of that extreme drought category, according to the latest data from the U.S. Drought Monitor. Well, right now happening in California, officials there are talking about their response to this winter storm and what comes next. We want to bring you out to it right now here on Live Now from Fox. It is going on live, but we're going to play it for you right from the beginning here.
And with our federal partners, including the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, we have pre-positioned flood fighting materials such as sandbags, plastic sheeting for levees in various areas throughout the state. We continue to respond to new requests for both materials and expertise. We have deployed numerous flood fighting experts, geological technician experts that are helping the locals assess their levee conditions. They're doing levee inspections, and they're assisting with immediate repairs in areas that need it. So with that, I too would like to just echo public safety is number one. Please be aware of what's going on in your area. Stay tuned with your local officials and be ready to follow the directions that they may issue as the storms continue and conditions remain very dynamic. So thank you, and I am handing this over to Director Johnson, Department of Social Services.
Thank you and good afternoon. The California Health and Human Service Agency continues to respond with all of our partners across the state, and we continue to prioritize specific populations, including those that are unsheltered or homeless, those who are older or medically vulnerable, those with disabilities both visible and invisible, and people residing in our congregate settings across California. Earlier this week, we stood up a priority population task force with 21 state agencies, departments, and offices to support outreach, coordination, and integrated support to our local partners for response of these populations. The task force has been focused on sharing resources, including the Cal HHS Resource Guide, which is available in both English and Spanish at calhhs.ca.gov. We also continue supporting messaging around wellness checks, including a wellness check toolkit. We've held county-level meetings with 12 highly impacted geographies around response efforts for people experiencing homelessness to provide technical assistance, assess unmet needs, and also then engage county homeless service systems, social service agencies, and local emergency management to work together in their outreach efforts to support unhoused populations, especially in those areas like the creeks and rivers that were just shared. We are targeting additional expansion of shelters and warming centers to support populations, as well as hoteling and moteling for those who are able. The task force has also allowed us to coordinate our statewide effort to serve the priority populations, including work with the area agencies on aging and the integration of wellness checks in the meal delivery programs, as well as assessing for needs through independent living resource centers for people with disabilities who may have been impacted by loss of power. Our team at the Department of Social Services, in collaboration with counties and the American Red Cross, supported 697 individuals overnight across 26 shelters in 10 counties. In addition, these partners continue to work together to pre-stage shelters so they're ready to stand up quickly as needed, and there are 11 of those ready to go. The team at the Emergency Medical Services Authority has pre-positioned assets and staged ambulance strike teams to be prepared to augment local capacity. And the team at the Department of Public Health is proactively engaging with healthcare partners in areas that are most likely to be impacted. We want to continue to remind you it is not too late to prepare. Please do visit chhs.ca.gov and download your template for personal emergency planning. Please continue to check on your neighbors, connect with the older adults and persons in your life, and support those who might need additional help. And again, if you have a loved one currently living in one of those congregate settings, adult and senior care settings, skilled nursing facilities across the state, remember that the statewide long-term care Ombuds crisis line is available to you 24/7 at 1-800-231-4024. We have also posted temporary evacuation locations of any of those who have had to evacuate, and that's available at cdss.ca.gov. Again, want to remind you to take care of yourselves in this event. No judgment. If you need support or just someone else to talk to help you through this experience, we encourage you to call 1-833-317-HOPE or visit www.calhope.org. We will get through this working together. Thanks so much. And at this time, I will turn it over to Major General Matthew Beavers of the California National Guard.
Thanks, Director. To give you a quick snapshot of what the California National Guard is doing right now. So we have the 649th Engineer Company. They are rerouting a stream at the San Ysidro Creek, right at the Randall Road debris basin in Montecito. They began operations early yesterday. They worked through the night, and they expect to conclude that effort sometime today. If you recall, that is where the 2018 tragedy began. So we're trying to avoid that at all costs. We also have additional consequence management forces arrayed across the Central Coast to be ready to stay ahead of the storms as these move through. We also have vast heavy lift aviation and vast search and rescue aviation capabilities available at a moment's notice. So just so you know, the California National Guard stands ready, and we're prepared to execute whatever operations the state needs. That'll be followed by the Commissioner of the Highway Patrol.
Thank you, General. My name is Sean Dury. I'm the Acting Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. First, I just want to take a moment to thank all of our first responders and recognize them. They've been working several days into this now, working tirelessly. All the police, law enforcement, fire, soldiers, the utility service providers, the tow truck drivers, all of them. And just draw a little bit of attention to that. Many of them are doing this important work alongside our highways and roadways in very dangerous conditions. I would just advise motorists to slow down, give them a wide space cushion, and allow them to do that important work, but without what's important. As drivers, as motorists, we tend to become complacent. We tend to think things are okay because we're halfway through this and maybe it hasn't impacted me. Remain focused on the safety tips that we've given you. The roadway conditions are always changing, especially in these storm conditions. We've seen large sinkholes, we've had mudslides, rock slides, trees down, power lines down. The best thing you could do is, as I've said in the past, slow down, stay safe, keep a safe space cushion, and give yourself plenty of time to arrive where you're going safely. As we approach nearly 20 fatalities in this emergency, we look at those, and about half of them have involved motorists in vehicles, those driving or riding in passenger vehicles. Some of those were preventable if people would watch the road closure signs, avoid driving through standing water, and just don't gamble and risk your life. And avoid those situations. The CHP and other first responders remain fully staffed. We're committed to this emergency. We will be through the duration. If you need our assistance, call or text 911. And with that, I will turn it over to the Chief Deputy Director of Caltrans, Mike Keever.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to echo a lot of the same points that CHP is talking about. We're doing everything we can to keep the highways open, but the safety of the public is and will remain number one. And so we will be working with the patrol and close highways as needed in order to do that. We've obviously been hit pretty hard by the series of storms to this point. We had a little break in the action, right? But the next storms, as Weather Service and others have talked about, are right upon us again. But we were able to make some progress. And so we had in excess of 60 road closures on the highways around the state. We've been able to chip away at that, clearing trees and rocks and mud, dealing with the flooding, and we're able to get that down. The last report that I received was 32 road closures around the state. But we can't be complacent, right? We're coming up again on what for some will be a 3-day holiday. We know that there will be people out, but we do ask you again, if you can avoid travel, please consider staying home, watch some football, enjoy some time with your family. And We will continue to do everything we can, though, that those that do need to be traveling to do it and help you to stay safe. We're certainly very focused, as others have talked about, with the Monterey Peninsula. We're embedded with them, working very closely, coordinating with them on whatever needs they will have, but it is possible that we will need to close essential roads. And so please stay aware of your surroundings and what's going on in the area in which you are traveling. Also, we're talking a lot about the rain and the floods, but this is a major snow event as well. So if you're heading up to the Sierra, there's a major winter storm warning through this weekend. Please take those storm warnings seriously. Again, we recommend that for the latest information, access QuickMap. It'll provide notifications on the latest road closures. And again, a lot of people are out there working to try to keep you safe. Caltrans, we have 4,000 maintenance crew members that are out there. That's how we're making the progress, reopening the roads. They're working 12-hour shifts, 24/7. They've been doing it since before New Year's. They're tired, but they're dedicated. If you see them working, again, please slow down, move over if it's safe to do so, and protect their safety while they're protecting yours. And again, as we're doing our snow removal, please be aware of the equipment and the snow plows, and avoid being in a place where you're blocking them from doing the work that is essential to all of them. So thank you, and with that, I believe I will turn it back over to Director Lloyd.
Well, thanks to everyone. And I think you've seen through the briefs that we've done here today that we can't emphasize enough how the human factor and behavior can save lives. We knew that floods were something that California hadn't seen in quite a while, especially after 4 or 5 years of drought. And we can't emphasize enough how we can eliminate and reduce the amount of fatalities just by human behavior. Whether it's don't travel if you don't need to, watch out for the first responders, don't go around barriers, don't go into floodwaters, whether you're walking, standing, driving. It's just really, really imperative that you stay away from standing water. Don't drive around the barriers. It's critical. First responders use these barriers to redirect traffic away from flooding. It's imperative that we have folks who are cognizant of their area, who understand where they can go, most importantly, where they can't go. You can get those updates by plugging into your county emergency management alert system and staying really, really focused on the instructions that they're giving everyone in your area. And lastly, if you are asked to evacuate, even though, as Administrator Criswell said, you have not yet been impacted by these storms, you could be, and you could be at a moment's notice. So please, if you're asked to evacuate, please do so as soon as possible. And with that, we'll turn it over to questions.
Director Ward, or maybe this is a question for FEMA, but I just wanted to clarify, the major disaster declaration is still under consideration, or, okay. Okay, so that request is still pending.
We have received the request from the governor for a major disaster declaration, and we are going to review that as quickly as possible.
And is there an update on the cost estimate of the damage that has already been done by these storms?
Well, I'll tell you that we have asked our local governments, and keep in mind that they are right now continuing to do life safety missions, but we have asked them, and what is our normal process, to take some focus onto initial damage assessment data for their costs, as well as our state agencies to do the same thing. We have not really rolled those up yet, but we will be doing that in the next several days.
Madam Administrator, welcome to California. In the sense, you can only probably say so much of your conversation with the President. I understand there's private matters. To the extent you're allowed to say publicly, what was his message to you? What's his message to the people of California?
Yeah, the president's message to me is the same with any of these events, is to make sure that I am leaning forward as much as I possibly can, and that I'm making sure that Director Ward and all of California has the resources they need to continue these life-saving, life-sustaining missions. He's very focused on making sure that there are no barriers and that we don't let bureaucracy get in the way, and that we can move resources as quickly as possible.
Can you talk about in what areas there was flooding, but maybe not a lot of people with federal flood insurance, and also in what areas there was flooding outside of high-risk zones, and what you're planning on doing to help those people?
Yeah, I can speak specifically to the flood insurance. I could turn it over to Director Ward for maybe the high-risk zones, what can help, unless you're talking about high-risk flood areas. Are you talking specifically on flood insurance still? Yes. Yeah, and so we're monitoring, and we've done an assessment of all of the different flood insurance policies that are across the state. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but we've actually had just a very small percentage of people that have already submitted some flood insurance claims. But this is still a very dynamic event, right? And flooding is continuing to happen. And so as people experience damages, they will continue to submit any request for reimbursement through their flood insurance program. Specifically on the high flood risk areas, I think I did get a stat earlier today that in one of the areas that isn't a special high flood, I don't remember the exact place, and we can certainly get this, but it was like 80% of the homeowners had flood insurance, which is a great number. But we always have work to do, as insurance is the primary means of helping people recover from events like this. We want to make sure that if people are in a risky area, that they have flood insurance. Just because you're not in a special hazard area doesn't mean you don't need insurance. I say it in many of these places, if you're in a place where it can rain, it can flood. And that means flood insurance is going to be one of your best means to help you with your recovery efforts.
Do you want to reiterate the question that is still of mind?
Yeah, just wondering.
For those areas that are not covered by flood insurance?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens is we are in every local EOC trying to identify and determine what areas have been flooded, what may flood again. Again, most of the high-risk areas are going to see more storms today, tomorrow, Monday, Sunday, and Monday. So we will be identifying those damaged areas. We have a team out in the field in Merced County today. We will potentially be sending damage assessment teams into other counties, and it won't make any difference whether they have insurance or not. We'll be tallying all of that information to look and see exactly what programs need to be brought to bear and what resources we can provide.
Thank you. Yeah.
And Madam Director, I know we had in some parts of the state yesterday even some sun, so to people who are not paying attention to the forecast, whatnot, just your message on not getting complacent.
Absolutely. You know, again, we've been in 4 or 5 years of drought. While we've had storm after storm after storm, I will tell you, even here at the State Operations Center, a little bit of sun had people eating lunch outside. So people will become complacent, but the ground is saturated. It is extremely, extremely dangerous, especially in these high vulnerable areas, and that water can continue to rise well after these storms have passed. So our message is clear. Please know your surroundings and listen to your local officials about where, again, you can go and where, again, you need to remain away from.
Anyone else?
And just confirming that 19 is the death toll right now.
Yes, that's true. Let me just, I know there's some confusion with some of the reports out that are saying that there is one more death than what we are putting out. And it has to do with, we report the fatalities that we see and have confirmed by the coroner's office. With the missing 5-year-old in San Luis Obispo County, we consider that still to be a missing individual, not a fatality, until the coroner's office has reported and confirmed that fatality. So that's why there's a little bit of confusion with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was the latest from officials in California as they prepare for more bad weather, more rain to come in throughout the weekend. Fortunately, they got a bit of a break yesterday, but as we just heard them talking about there, it's not done yet. There's a lot more to come this weekend. At least 19 people have died in the wake of all of these storms. And here is a live look at Oakland, another gloomy day in California. We are going to take a 2-minute break. We'll have more of our top stories and headlines when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We do want to continue following this major weather story and bring you again some visuals out of California as they are expecting more rain out there after already getting hit so hard throughout the state. Residents there are expecting another soggy weekend, especially throughout the Bay Area as that storm re-energizes itself after yesterday's dry spell. The upcoming rainfall isn't expected to be as major as the recent weather that has battered the region, but it's still expected to produce moderate rainfall. And we also want to show you some images here out of the Los Angeles area. You could just see flooded buildings as people are dealing with those high water levels. And there's also a lot of cleanup underway throughout the state as well, as we've seen so much debris and trees down on the road, mudslides that we've seen throughout the state. Let's bring you the latest from Brentwood, California, where there's still more of that cleanup happening right now.
But that falling tree, it was a huge inconvenience for residents in this neighborhood. LADWP says it knocked out power to over 600 customers and likely fell because of all of that oversaturated soil.
On Bundy, which is near here, the lower hill was dry as a bone, and there was a river coming from the mountains that just flooded the entire upper part of.
Around midnight, LA fire crews responded to the tree down on Mandeville Canyon Road and Hollyhock Place. It took out power lines with it, causing an outage to over 600 LADWP customers. The entire roadway was blocked, with residents to the north left with no way out through most of the morning. Meanwhile, parts of the Southland are still cleaning up and repairing roads, like the one in Chatsworth that gave way to a huge sinkhole. More rain expected through the weekend to continue on and off for several days.
Tomorrow's a Saturday. Everybody rides on Saturday, but not tomorrow. So a lot of the Saturday riders are riding today because we have to anticipate the weather. You know, these things are slippery and it's not fun.
Although the storms aren't expected to be as intense as this week's earlier downpours, where some of our mountain communities recorded over 8 inches of rain, causing flooding and triggering mudslides, all helping to improve our drought conditions, according to water management officials.
We're certainly moving past where we've been, which was a drought emergency.
And so portions of our service area were under mandatory restrictions. These storms will certainly help us get past all that.
Experts say most of the trees that fall after significant rainfall show signs of dry and weak root systems from the ongoing drought, with these back-to-back rainstorms oversaturating the soil, and it's something we'll likely see more of in the days and weeks to come. Reporting from Brentwood, I'm Mario Ramirez, Fox 11 News.
And of course, we'll continue to monitor this weather story. And we just heard from officials in California talking about how everybody throughout the state should still remain vigilant, as that rain still is not done, and there's still so much cleanup that is left to be done as well. Also learned that at least 19 people have been killed through those severe storms in California. And of course, as we know, in Alabama, it's a very sad story there, as well as Georgia, where severe storms hit the South so hard yesterday. At least 9 people have died there, and the recovery, cleanup, and search efforts continue across the South today after those storms and tornadoes swept through the region. And it's led to a lot of damage. It's blown off roofs of homes, and it's cutting power to thousands. That storm damage was reported in 9 states, with Alabama appearing to be hit the hardest. The dangerous storms prompted the National Weather Service to issue a rare tornado emergency for parts of Alabama after forecasters said a large and destructive tornado was located outside of Montgomery. During the height of the activity, around 200,000 customers from the Ohio Valley to the Gulf Coast were without power, and a ground stop was issued at the country's busiest airport in Atlanta. Throughout this severe weather outbreak, National Weather Service offices across the region issued 221 severe thunderstorm warnings, 68 tornado warnings, and 3 tornado emergencies, which are saved for the most severe situations. For more on these deadly storms, here's Fox 9's Steve Harrigan.
A major storm system pummeled the South on Thursday, killing multiple people and leaving behind widespread destruction. Dozens of reported tornadoes swept through Alabama, Georgia, and Kentucky. The twisters tore roofs off of homes and toppled trees. Some of the worst damage occurred in Selma, Alabama, where a tornado cut through the historic city's downtown area. Collapsed buildings and debris line the streets, while downed power lines and trees block roads. Selma Mayor James Perkins says the severe weather seriously injured several people.
Selma is just one of the communities that was hit by this storm. I just want to let everybody know that we care about each and every community.
Here in Georgia, the storm system tore through communities just south of Atlanta, leaving thousands of homes and businesses without power. In Griffin, gusty winds flipped over cars and ripped the roof off of this Hobby Lobby store. First responders are now going door to door to survey the damage and check on residents.
Maybe a neighbor across the street sees the trees down on the house and not sure if somebody's home. Even one of the folks reported that fortunately the homeowner wasn't home because the tree landed on their bed.
A state of emergency has been declared for parts of both Georgia and Alabama. In Griffin, Georgia, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
So much damage. It's so heartbreaking to see what the communities both in Alabama and in Georgia are dealing with as they wake up this morning after those storms rolled through the Deep South yesterday. And we will have a live interview coming up to bring us an update from Alabama. That's going to be happening in the next 40 minutes or so. In the meantime, we do want to bring you our most recent interview that we did this morning out of Georgia with our LiveNOW's own Josh Breslow, speaking with our Fox 5 Atlanta reporter on the damage that they're currently seeing there. Let's bring you that interview now.
Damage that we're seeing here. This is about an hour and 15 minutes southeast of the city of Atlanta, Metro Atlanta. So we've seen damage not just here, but really south of the city of Atlanta. So I'll show you what we're seeing. We're in front of right now a fertilizer supplier which sustained heavy damage from what is believed to be a tornado that touched down here on the ground around 4:30 yesterday, where you can see the side of that building completely caved in, destroyed. You can see some insulation coming from the ceiling as well. We've got some workers that have just showed up here to discover a lot of this damage. You can see trees down. We've got power lines down. We've also got vehicles that sustained damage. And then some of this damage actually went all the way across the street. So we've just got a bunch of debris that's in this area as well. So overnight, we did learn that there was a 5-year-old child who was riding in a car with an adult when this storm blew through this area, and unfortunately a tree fell on top of their car and killed that 5-year-old. Not a lot of information about exactly where that happened. Again, this is developing. This just came into our newsroom overnight. That adult, we know, was taken to the hospital with serious injuries, waiting to get a confirmation about how they're doing here this morning. But you can see just from where we're standing, this is just a snippet of what we're seeing across the metro area, Metro Atlanta, sustaining some heavy damage. We understand that the National Weather Service will likely be here at some point today to survey all of this and then to ultimately confirm that this was in fact a tornado that came through this area and was on the ground for some time. So we were also just up the road from where we are now earlier this morning, and that's where we saw multiple trees down, trees and power lines. We had crews out working overnight to clear the roads and hopefully get them passable so that people who do have to be out and about on the roads can make it to work or school or wherever they need to go. So certainly a developing situation here, Josh, and we'll keep you posted as the cleanup efforts are really just beginning at this hour.
Yeah, I can only imagine. So I know that you're about an hour outside of Atlanta, and that Atlanta even had warnings and watches yesterday, sirens going off. On your drive down there, were you seeing, I guess, a lot of damage as well? Because it sounds like it's across the state.
Yeah, it is across the state. It's so widespread here in terms of just like our viewing area is so vast. So when we were driving, we were just on the interstate. I didn't personally see a ton of damage, but it's when we started coming into town here, we're probably about, I would say, anywhere from 6 to 10 miles from the interstate. And when we started driving here on these side streets, that's when we really started seeing all of the damage. We saw trees down, pine straw in the roads. It was really treacherous at times. So it's just, it kind of depends on where you go. But I know when we were in the metro area, when all of this was blowing through, we did have some active warnings, and it was certainly severe there as well, just not quite as heavy, and nothing confirmed in terms of tornadoes that we saw in the metros, mostly south of the city of Atlanta.
All right. Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
So that was the update from Georgia this morning. Our reporter there was about an hour outside of Atlanta. Just devastating to hear about the people who have been killed in these deadly storms. And that 5-year-old she was talking about, where a tree fell on the car that child was in, is just devastating to hear. We do want to remind you, you can always stay up to date with all things weather related by downloading our Fox Weather app. All you have to do is scan that QR code on your screen here. We are going to take a 2-minute break. We have lots more to get to. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. A very busy Friday here as we have a lot of news to get to. We want to bring you out to this story first. The current and former presidents, as we know, are both under investigation for their handling of potentially classified documents. Now another special counsel has been appointed, this time to look into President Biden. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
The Justice Department has yet another investigation on its hands, and it could shape the White House in the next election. Both the current and former presidents, the likely contenders in 2024, are under special counsel investigation.
We don't have to say that the cases are identical to say that they're both serious. The underlying crime remains the same.
Thursday, special counsel Robert Hur was appointed to look into President Biden's handling of classified documents from his time as vice president. A small number were found at both an old office he used in Washington, D.C. and his Delaware home. The Justice Department was aware of the office find back in November before the midterms.
I would subpoena Biden. I would subpoena the people at the Biden Center. I would subpoena Hunter Biden.
If this sounds familiar, it's because it is. Former President Trump is also under a special counsel probe for his handling of classified documents, hundreds taken by the FBI out of his Mar-a-Lago home. That case is being handled by special counsel Jack Smith, appointed back in November.
I think President Biden has handled this correctly. He's fully cooperated with the prosecutors. It's total contrast to President Trump.
The results of those investigations and if any laws were broken could impact the 2024 election. Former President Trump has announced he is running, and President Biden is expected to make a decision soon. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And the Pentagon says it's closely watching the battle in eastern Ukraine, with Russia claiming its forces have taken control of parts of the area. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more from Kyiv, Ukraine.
It's some of the most intense fighting we've seen since the start of the war, a fierce battle being waged over the town of Soledar, which could potentially determine the control over eastern Ukraine. Russian forces claim to have taken the town, but Ukraine says their soldiers are still fighting and inflicting heavy casualties on enemy soldiers.
It's close combat. We have gunshot, we have grenade shrapnel wounds and so on. This kind of wounds increased.
Friday's declaration came 2 days after a Russian mercenary group also claimed victory in Soledar, and 1 day after the top Russian general in charge of the war was replaced, signaling a possible rift within Russia's military command. And as the fighting escalates, the Ukrainians could be getting more help. The UK announcing it will send up to 12 main battle tanks, and German-made Leopard tanks could also be heading to Ukraine if Berlin signs off on the deal.
We're absolutely supportive of any type of defense capabilities that our international allies and partners can provide to Ukraine, to include tanks.
But regardless of what weapons arrive from the West, Ukrainian officials are once again vowing to liberate the entire country, rejecting the idea of a negotiated settlement while Russian troops remain.
We are not going to trade any inch of Ukrainian soil, and without having Russia's army out of Ukraine, we will not discuss any peace negotiation.
And we're expecting even more announcements of military aid during a Ukraine donor event in Germany next week. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And we do want to bring you an update from earlier today. We told you about a leopard, a clouded leopard that is on the loose right now in Dallas. It escaped from the zoo this morning. Let's bring you some aerials of what that scene looked like as crews have been searching for that leopard all morning today, all day today, and it still has not been found. These are some over-top aerials of some of that work and search efforts that were being done. And we also want to show you some images as well of what this clouded leopard looks like. Now, it's important to note that we did hear from officials earlier today that this clouded leopard isn't your standard leopard. It's about 20 to 25 pounds. It's not dangerous to humans. It's actually scared of humans, is what officials had told us. And it more so hides in trees. They're more harmful to things like squirrels and birds, and is most likely in a tree looking for that. So they're focusing their search efforts by looking upwards into trees in trying to find this animal that somehow escaped. We also want to pull up the latest information that we have from the Dallas Zoo. This tweet being shared within the last half hour or so. It says, we'll be sharing another update later this evening, but in the meantime, for anyone in the areas surrounding the zoo who may be curious or have concerns, the animal is an adult clouded leopard and weighs 25 pounds. Its habitat is a dense forest, and it's designed for life in the treetops. It's bigger than a house cat and smaller than most bobcats. If you think you see the animals, please do not approach the animal. We ask that you take a photo and DM it to us to set some minds at ease. If she has made her way off grounds, this animal isn't a greater risk for pets than animals native to North Texas that roam our neighborhoods. But if you do feel more comfortable bringing pets inside, please do. So kind of reiterating everything that we had just heard from officials in that earlier news conference today. Of course, we'll stay on top of this story for you here on Live Now from Fox and bring you the latest. Hopefully they will be able to find her and bring her back home to the zoo. We want to bring you out now to the State Department briefing. Let's bring you there now.
To those that celebrate that, it's a Friday the 13th in January, so I really don't know what that actually is evocative of. I have one brief thing at the top. So I want to address the possibly imminent execution of Iranian-British dual national Ali Reza Akbari. The United States echoes the British government's strong call for Iran not to proceed with this execution and to release Mr. Akbari immediately. The charges against Ali Reza Akbari and his sentencing to execution were politically motivated. His execution would be unconscionable. We are greatly disturbed by the reports that Mr. Akbari was drugged, tortured while in custody, interrogated for thousands of hours, and forced to make false concessions. More broadly, Iran's practices of arbitrary and unjust detentions, forced confessions, and politically motivated executions are completely unacceptable and must end. With that, Matt, if you want to kick us off.
Sure. Well, let's just start with that. I mean, other than this public call, are you able to do anything about this?
I don't have any specific actions to preview, Matt, but as we've said previously, we have a number of tools at our disposal to hold the Iranian regime accountable. We have done so and taken action at various intervals over the past number of months, whether it be sanctions, whether it be designations of entities and individuals, doing so in robust and close coordination with our allies and partners.
But you would concede that those haven't worked?
Well, Matt, what I would say is that the actions that we have taken have had an effect. They've had an effect in the sense that
repression or these executions.
I'm not trying to make the case that they have done that, but they have had an impact in further isolating the Iranian regime and making them more of a pariah on the national stage.
Okay, and then I just have one other which is completely unrelated, sure. And that is, and I realize you guys have been looking for this and you may not have an answer, but do you have any more details on this agreement that the Secretary is going to sign this afternoon between NASA and Japan?
Sure, Matt. Let me share what I do have. It is largely similar to what Ned said yesterday, in that today, Secretary... If you'll allow me, Secretary Blinken and the Japanese Foreign Minister will sign an agreement at NASA this afternoon that will build on our decades of cooperation and exploration and the use of outer space. This agreement underscores the commitment of the U.S. and Japan to safe and responsible outer space activities in Earth's orbit, on the moon, and beyond. The U.S. and Japan are two of the original signatories of the Artemis Accords, demonstrating our outstanding commitment to sustainable and transparent outer space exploration. Now, to your specific question yesterday on this, the signing of this and its potential impact on forthcoming Artemis missions and the makeup of a crew and so on and so forth, I will let our NASA colleagues speak to that. I just don't have any information on that piece of it.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Alex, go ahead.
Just before I dive into my questions, to follow up with what Matt asked, and based on your response, you don't say that you have exhausted your options, right? I mean, there are still tools in your toolkit, just you haven't used them yet.
There are always tools in our toolkit, and I certainly wasn't trying to make the case that we have exhausted our options. We continue to have tools at our disposal to hold the Iranian regime accountable, and you've seen this administration take action from this department, from the Treasury Department, from other entities within the executive branch. We have done what we can to hold the Iranian regime accountable, and will continue to do so through this government, but also in close coordination with our allies and partners as well.
Is sanctioning the supreme leader for gross human rights violations on the table?
I'm not going to talk about what's on or off the table. What I'm going to say is that we have taken action. We continue to have tools at our disposal, and we'll continue to do what we can and do it in close coordination with our allies and partners to hold the Iranian regime accountable for its egregious human rights violations, for its killing of its own people.
Thanks so much. Moving to Russia, the secretary yesterday mentioned...
Actually, can we stay on this subject and I'll come back to you? Go ahead, Kishida.
Thank you, Vedant. The European Parliament, members of the European Parliament are more and more calling for the EU to designate the IRGC as a terrorist group. Britain, the UK, is also agrees with this. In addition, a member of the UK Parliament today, for example, called even for more actions, like recalling ambassadors from, or at least the UK ambassador for Iran, to Iran, expelling Iranian diplomats, completely stopping the JCPOA talks, snap back, and similar actions in this line. Does the Biden administration agree with the above actions in downgrading diplomatic relations, or is it of the camp that things, at least one channel of communication, needs to stay open?
Well, let me say a couple of things, Gita. First and foremost, we have designated the IRGC, and that is because we continue to believe that the Iranian regime, and largely through the IRGC, it has taken part in malign and destabilizing activities, not just in the immediate region, but the world more broadly, activities that are harmful to not just the United States regional and national security, but those of our allies and partners. I will leave it to other entities to speak to their own determinations and the own designations that they make within their own foreign policy. Similarly, we'll leave it to other countries to make their own determinations on their diplomatic relations with Iran and anything like that. But what I would say specifically to your question about the JCPOA, Gita, is that for some time, and this is not something new that I've said, the JCPOA is not on the agenda right now.
Yeah, sure.
Janet, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. China has suspended visas to South Korea and Japan. On the other hand, there are reports that China and the United States will increase flights between the two countries. How do you view about China's differentiations?
Are you speaking in the context of COVID-19 or in public health? Understood. So I will. I'm not going to speak to the public health measures that another country takes. What I will say is that the United States has always made its decisions, and our colleagues at the CDC can speak to this more greatly. On they have based their decisions in science, and as you saw in December, in late December, we issued a mandatory testing requirement for flights originating from the PRC. I don't have anything else to preview in terms of the increase of flights or anything like that, but what I will say, Jenny, again, is that our decision-making has been rooted in the science, rooted in transmission, in the prevalence of various variants, and I will let the CDC speak to those.
So do you think the South Korean government response to COVID-19 based on scientific grounds was justified?
Again, I will let other countries speak to their own public health measures. My understanding of the South Korean effort was that it was a similar testing requirement, much like the one that the United States imposed. But again, I will let other countries speak to their own public health measures.
Lastly, what is the State Department position on the South Korean wants their own nuclear armament?
Well, I think you saw President Yoon speak to this earlier this week, Janny. To take a little bit of a step back, the United States and the Republic of Korea continue to pursue what we view as a shared objective, which is a complete denuclearization of the Korean peninsula. And the Yoon administration has been very clear that it is not pursuing a nuclear weapons program and that it is working closely with the United States through existing extended deterrence mechanisms. And in fact, it is the DPRK that is pursuing an unlawful nuclear arsenal, raising nuclear tensions in the region, and taking part in destabilizing actions. So the U.S. is going to continue to work with the ROK and will continue to work together to strengthen these extended deterrence programs in the face of the DPRK's destabilizing actions.
Yesterday, Pentagon and White House saying they want to be a denuclearization, complete denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. So it's the same page.
That continues to be our goal, and the Yoon administration has been very clear that it is not pursuing a nuclear weapons program.
Thank you.
Going back to you, Alex. Thank you.
Secretary yesterday met with Ambassador Tracy prior to her departure to Russia. Just wondering, how does the Secretary envision her mandate, her role during the next couple of months and weeks? This is not the business as usual, or I should say diplomacy as usual with Russia, right?
Of course, and I spoke to this a little bit when Ambassador Tracy was confirmed by the Senate. Look, Alex, Russia is a country that we have bilateral relationships with, and I know that Ambassador Tracy, for once she gets to Moscow, she looks forward to doing what she can to be an advocate for the issues that are important to the United States, and there are issues within the bilateral relationship that require the lines of communication to remain open, and we would like those lines of communications to remain open. That is equally true in quote-unquote normal times, but also true and perhaps more important in times of conflict like right now.
Yeah, Ukrainians.
Tomorrow.
I don't have a specific date. I don't have a specific date, but I'm sure she intends to get there very soon. I can check if we've got a specific, but I'm sure our embassy will be in touch on that also.
Speaking of diplomacy, Ukrainians claim that Russians are trying to reach out to European countries for some unfavorable deal, on behalf of Ukraine. What's the confidence level that Russia will not succeed in undermining European trans-Eurasian unity?
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
Russians are sending out their, diplomats to European countries and trying to fish some sort of unfavorable deal. That's based on Ukrainian intelligence assessment. What's the confidence level that they will not succeed in undermining your unity?
Well, we have been in lockstep with our allies and partners since the genesis of this in February of last year. Over the course and over the varying turns of this conflict, you have seen through the various multilateral fora and otherwise, the United States and its allies and partners be in unison about Russia's unjust, its barbaric, its unlawful infringement on Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity. You have also seen our allies and partners, including those in Europe, play in a vital role in supporting our Ukrainian partners through security assistance, through humanitarian assistance, through other measures, and I have no doubt that that will continue.
My last one on this, may I get your assessment on what's going on in eastern Ukraine in the past 24 hours, and how much this was a subject to today's phone call between the Secretary and his counterpart?
I don't have, and I assume you're speaking about Soledar. Yes, I don't have any additional anything additional to offer about Secretary Blinken's call with Foreign Minister Kuleba. But what I would say is that we've seen those same reports, just as we've seen the same reports from Russia, and just as we've seen Ukrainian reports that refute that say that the fighting continues. Broadly speaking, though, Alex, I don't want to get into specific battlefield assessments, but to widen the aperture, it is clear that Russia's months-long campaign appears to have come at extreme and tremendous loss of personnel. Thousands of Russian unprepared and poorly equipped conscripts have been killed, and the Kremlin itself has acknowledged that its decision to attack Soledar has come at a high price. So we are going to continue to consult closely with our Ukrainian partners and assess the situation. Saeed, go ahead.
Thank you. Switching topics.
Sure.
Okay, it's the Palestinian issue. There was a report today in the Washington Times about how Palestinian children are haunted by the nightly raids by the Israeli occupation army. I wonder if you saw this.
I've seen.
Have any comment?
I saw the article, Saeed, and what I would say to that is I would point you back to what President Biden said last summer on his visit to Israel, in that he made quite clear that we continue to support a two-state solution, and the president noted that the two states living side by side remains the best way to ensure the future of equal measures of freedom, prosperity, and democracy for Israelis and Palestinians alike.
Well, this is great, but in the interim, the Palestinian children continue to be targeted and haunted. I mean, since the beginning of the year, 10 Palestinians have been killed. 10 in the last 13 days, including one today. 13 and dozens more injured. You know, what can you do besides, I mean, talk about the two-state solution and so on. What can you do to provide protection for these Palestinian children that are largely innocent?
Saeed, we have been very vocal, not just from this briefing room, but in the various other engagements that the Secretary and other senior officials have done from this department about our continued support for a two-state solution and our opposition to policies that endanger its viability. This includes, and we have continued to have a deep support for the equal administration of justice for all of those who live in Israel.
Well, you know, your envoy to the Palestinians, Mr. Hadi Amr, was just there like a day or two ago. What does he tell the Palestinians and the Israelis in this regard? What is the message? I mean, he was meeting with all of I don't know if he met with any Israelis, but I mean, obviously that the Israelis greeted him with accelerated aggression against innocent Palestinians.
Saeed, whenever we engage with both the Israelis and the Palestinian Authority, we continue to be very clear that we have a continued support for two-state solution and opposition to policies that are going to endanger its viability. You have seen the Secretary speak to this. You have seen the President speak to this. It's something Ned and I have made quite clear as well.
Just bear with me.
Sure.
You know, the Palestinians are warning that Israel extremist policies and your ambiguity.
Okay, you are watching the State Department briefing. We are going to take a quick commercial break and go back to that as soon as we return from it. We'll be right back. I'm Lexi Petrovich. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take you back out to that State Department briefing and have it pick up where we left off, but want to let you know as well that in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, we'll also be having a live report coming to us from Selma, Alabama, after storms hit the South very hard yesterday. We'll have a live report coming up from there as well, but first we want to take you out to that State Department briefing.
A day or two ago. What does he tell the Palestinians and the Israelis in this regard? What is the message? I mean, he was meeting with all of, I don't know if he met with any Israelis, but I mean, obviously that the Israelis greeted him with accelerated aggression against innocent Palestinians.
Said, whenever we engage with both the Israelis and the Palestinian Authority, we continue to be very clear that we have a continued support for two-state solution and opposition to policies that are going to endanger its viability. You have seen the Secretary speak to this. You have seen the President speak to this. It's something Ned and I have made quite clear as well.
Just bear with me.
Sure.
You know, the Palestinians are warning that Israel extremist policies and your ambiguity toward these extremist policies just put the whole thing in peril. Are you ambiguous towards this government and its conduct thus far, the Israeli government?
I don't believe we've been ambiguous at all, Said. As we've said repeatedly from the beginning, we look forward to working with Israel to advance the interests and values that have long been at the heart of our bilateral relationship. I'll also point you back to what Secretary Blinken said in December, that our engagement and our judgment with the new Israeli government will be rooted in the policies they pursue, not based on personalities. And again, we have been clear, and I have just said now again that we've been very clear about our continued support for a two-state solution and opposition to policies that endanger its viability.
And lastly, I know maybe this is not your area or doesn't really fall under the auspices of the State Department, but Harvard nullified a fellowship for the former head of Human Rights Watch, Mr. Ken Roth, because he criticized Israel. You certainly would have a position if Harvard denied the fellowship for someone because he criticized China, the human rights violations in China and elsewhere. Do you have any comment on this?
Said, I'm just not gonna, I'm not aware of this. I'm just hearing of this now, and obviously Harvard is a private institution, so I just don't have anything to offer there. Go ahead.
Yes, do you have any comment on this report by the Wall Street Journal that the Biden administration is preparing to seek congressional approval? It says for a $20 billion sale of new F-16 jet fighters to Turkey, along with a separate sale of next generation F-35 warplanes to Greece. Any comment on this?
As a matter of policy, the department is not going to comment on proposed defense sales or transfers until they've been formally notified to Congress. But what I would say is that Turkey and Greece both are vital NATO allies, and we have a history of course, supporting their security apparatuses. But I'm just not going to get ahead of the process here.
Do you have sanctions against Turkey under CAATSA? Do you still have sanctions against Turkey? Have you checked?
I would have to double check, and we can come back to you. Sure.
The same article said that Turkey foreign minister is expected to visit Washington next week. Do you have any announcement about that and potential meeting?
As I just said, Turkey is a vital and important NATO ally, and Ned referenced this yesterday. We will have more to offer on the schedule in the forthcoming days, but I just don't have anything to preview at this moment. Shannon, go ahead.
Going off the announcement today that the government expects to begin taking extraordinary measures to avoid breaching the debt ceiling, I was wondering if you could address how defaulting on that might impact the State Department's operations and also the roiling of the global economy in general. What kind of ripple effect would that cause?
Well, on the impacts of the economy, I will let my colleagues at the White House and other agencies speak to that. We, of course, what I would say broadly, and speaking more specifically about our engagements with Congress, is that we engage with them on a variety of issues. I don't have a specific assessment to offer on these negotiations, but we engage with Congress on a number of issues. We've done so in the 117th Congress, and we'll look forward to doing so with this Congress as well. Go ahead.
Another topic, if I may. Just a couple of days ago, an effigy of the Turkish president was hanged across the city hall in the Swedish capital. Even the Swedish prime minister said that it's extremely serious and a sabotage of their NATO application. From the same podium yesterday, your colleague Ned Price said that Sweden is ready to join NATO. This is what the United States believes. But don't you think that with the recent developments that Sweden has still some distance to cover when it comes to eliminating terrorism on its soil?
Well, let me say a couple things, and I will echo what Ned said yesterday. It was that, of course, Turkey is facing a very complex security environment, and as we've said before, Turkey is one of our NATO allies that faces the most terrorist attacks. On this specific incident, I'm not familiar, so I'm gonna, it obviously is deeply troubling, but what I would say is I would echo what Ned said, that we of course look forward to the accession of both Sweden and Finland to NATO, and we're gonna let that process continue to work its way out.
I have a follow-up on that, sure. Because I want to learn what the United States believes at this moment, because it sounds like, obviously to the international audience, that as if Turkey is blocking it for some kind of entertainment. But as you're saying, even the Swedish government is acknowledging that they have, they have not completely done their homework. What do you think on that? Because they still say that it's extremely serious and there are terrorist activities on their soil, in their capital. What's the United States position? Like, are they ready to join right now, or do they still have some tasks to complete before they can join?
Our assessment is that we would want Sweden and Finland to join NATO as soon as possible, but of course the United States is just one of the member nations, and this is a process that needs to be worked through, and we'll let that process work itself out.
Can I ask a question on Cuba?
Sure.
There's a high-level delegation that's going to be visiting Cuba soon, U.S. delegation. Does that indicate that maybe relations with Cuba is becoming more normalized, or we're on the cusp of normalized relations with Cuba?
Are you speaking about the law enforcement?
Yeah, international law and
sure,
all that stuff.
Sure.
But I'm sure that they will probably.
Said, let me, if you let me offer some broader thoughts. So, for those that might be tracking, U.S. and Cuban officials will meet as part of the U.S.-Cuba law enforcement dialogue in Havana next week to discuss topics of bilateral interest on international law enforcement matters, increased international law enforcement cooperation, and this is an opportunity to enable the U.S. to better protect U.S. citizens and bring transnational criminals to justice. The Departments of State, Justice, and Homeland Security will co-chair the dialogue for the United States. And broadly speaking, Saeed, to your question, improved law enforcement coordination between the United States and Cuba is in the best.
We are going to take a break from this State Department briefing and take you out to a commercial break. But when we come back, we will have an update coming to you live from Selma, Alabama, where we are following all of the devastation there after severe storms swept through the South yesterday. We'll have that in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Cleanup is underway in the South after severe storms swept through, slamming both Alabama and Georgia. And we know that at least 9 people have died as a result of these storms. We want to bring you out live to Fox's Stephen Goen, who is in Selma, Alabama, one of the areas that has been hit the hardest. Stephen, we can see some of that destruction behind you. What are you seeing yourself at this hour on the grounds there?
We'll focus on the cleanup. There's still a lot of debris, like you said, on the ground right now, from trees to building materials. You can see the roof collapsed in this building behind me, along with several other buildings in downtown Selma. Now, just west of Selma, we're seeing a lot of damage in Autauga County. You can see in some of this video, the tornadoes yesterday just completely flipped this house upside down, ripped trees in half, and that's just part of the county. The devastation continues for miles and miles. A lot of people today are just starting to see this damage and deal with it. Now, at least 7 people are confirmed dead in Autauga County as a result of yesterday's weather. That accounts for all the deaths in the state of Alabama that we know of so far. Across the South, at least 45 possible tornadoes touched down last night, according to the National Weather Service, and that's left many communities just torn apart. Still, so many people I spoke to today are just happy to be alive. We spoke to one man who said that he was hunkered down in a gas station. When he got back home, he was shocked by what he saw.
I've lived here for 15 years, and just being here yesterday, it was hard to get a grasp of where I was at. It's a small community. We all know each other, and everybody, no matter if you've ever had any differences or not, you come together and wipe all that away and just get the job done. Everybody's been super nice and helpful.
Now, across the state, tens of thousands of people were without power last night, but we're starting to see some of that be restored. The cleanup process is going to be a long one, and we are still waiting to see if a federal disaster will be declared for the areas impacted. Lexi.
All right, Stephen Goen live for us in Selma, Alabama. We are wishing the best for everyone there as they deal with this devastating storm and all of the cleanup that comes with it. Thank you, Stephen. And we do want to bring you all out to the latest from the Georgia governor, who spoke on what is going to come next after these storms swept through, as we said, both Alabama and Georgia. Let's bring you the latest remarks from him.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. Let me just first thank you guys for being here last night. Appreciate the state team that we've had out on the ground. Obviously, Colonel Wright's with us, Director Stallings, Lieutenant Governor Jones, Speaker Burns, and Representative Crow with us this morning. We've got a lot of updates for you. Director Stallings will probably give you the meat of this and more details than I will, but I just want to give a quick overview. We know we've had multiple tornadoes across the state. The damage is, literally statewide in different places. This storm moved all across our state. Unfortunately, it's been a tragic night and morning in our state. We know we've lost 2 fatalities. We can confirm one of those is a state employee that was responding to storm damage. We'll have more details on that later in the day, and then obviously the tragic loss of something that has been reported, a 5-year-old that was killed by a falling tree on a vehicle. To the best of my knowledge, I know Director Stallings can give you more details. That was obviously in the representative and lieutenant governor's local community. I'd like to just ask all Georgians to keep those that have experienced loss in their thoughts and prayers, as the Kemp family and the rest of us will do. But also continue to pray for all of our first responders. We got a lot of state workers out there in dangerous situations, a lot of our private utility partners and others that are trying to restore power. It's a very dangerous environment, certainly last night and still is today. We literally have teams responding all over the state where there is damage. We've got the Georgia Emergency Management Agency. Obviously, the Operations Center's up and running and has been. Was last night. We got our teams out helping and assessing. Obviously, Colonel Wright, the Department of Public Safety, State Patrol, all their resources are out They've done everything to help with traffic control to get power companies down lines to getting kids home from school yesterday. We've also got DNR, Department of Natural Resources, and forestry chainsaw teams out across the state. Lots of roads blocked that are preventing crews from restoring power. So we ask everybody to be patient. We got every resource that we can possibly put on the ground. It's just going to take us a while because it's dangerous work and there's a lot of it to do. And then lastly, obviously DOT's out as well, doing the exact same thing, continuing to monitor traffic and other hot spots around the state. The Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker and I will be leaving shortly to take a helicopter tour of the damage. We are not going to go on the ground today because we do not want to disrupt the many operations that we have going on. Today is not the time for us to be pulling people off of clearing roads and still getting the individuals that potentially are missing out there. We're going to allow those folks to continue to do their work, but we will assess the damage from the air, and Director Stallings can talk a little bit more about what they're doing from the ground. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Colonel Wright for just a brief update, and then Director Stallings will come up and close us out, and we'll be glad to answer a few questions. Colonel.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, everyone. Obviously, we've been heavily involved in this situation since the very beginning last night. We've been assisting GEMA with law enforcement resource requests that have been coming in. We overnight, we helped transport students who were trapped at a middle school, trying to get them reunited with their parents. Those that we were unable to get reunited with their parents, we took them to the local Board of Education. We had troopers sit with them until we could get them reunited with their families. Overnight, we also brought in an RRT team from South Georgia. They helped with patrolling the streets to prevent any kind of looting, helping get power crews wherever they needed to get to, and we'll do the same tonight. We'll have that same resource overnight. We brought in additional resources for the early and the late shift. We have about 26 troopers and motor carrier officers that are on the ground now in Spalding County who are assisting Spalding County with all of their disaster recovery. Aviation has also been up helping the counties do damage assessment and reconnaissance missions this morning. And obviously DPS has committed any resource that we have, and we will obviously help and be with the counties and the locals until this is completed. So thank you.
Well, we'll let y'all hear from Director Stallings.
Excuse me. Thank you, Governor. Yesterday around 3 o'clock, we saw our first rotation develop on radar in Troup County. From that point all afternoon, we continued to see rotations develop. We have 4 confirmed tornado tracks as of right now in our state. Those areas hardest hit, as NWS described it, as a rapidly intense storm hit Spalding County. So if you're in that area today, we would ask you, stay where you are. There are teams that are still trying to cut through the debris. We have a lot of roads that are still inaccessible. We want to make sure our power companies and our cut teams can get there. Overnight, DNR, Forestry Commission have been out doing their job. And it's been extremely impressive to see how much they've been able to accomplish in just such a short amount of time. As the governor mentioned, we do have a couple fatalities, and that is a result of debris falling. But just because the storm has passed, don't be shocked to find out that more trees are going to come down, limbs are going to break loose. There's still some wind and a front moving through, so anything that's loose will still fall. As the governor mentioned, we have widespread damage statewide, so if you do have damage, make sure you're in contact with your local emergency management agency. They're going to be who helps you respond to that damage. They're going to take those calls, they'll start reporting that up so that we can be doing assessments. Our teams are out statewide doing assessments today, trying to determine what that damage does total up to. The National Weather Service is also conducting track investigations to determine the intensity of the storms that we saw yesterday, as well as the length of time that those were on the ground. We've got some reports that the one in Spalding County was on the ground for quite a long period of time, and at some points even as high as 5 miles wide. So it was an extremely powerful storm. And so I would just tell you today, be patient with us. We're doing the best we can inside the circumstances that we're working in, and we will get to you and help recover things as quickly as possible. If you're in those hardest hit areas though and you don't have power, Don't expect it to be back on quickly, but do not go outside and start messing with down lines. Unfortunately, we have 2 fatalities already. We do not need to add to that because we have folks that are untrained trying to assist. And we appreciate all that you're doing out there. Again, our state agencies, we couldn't do this without them. And with that, Governor, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, we'll open it up for questions.
Lieutenant Governor, can you talk about the nature of the damage or what you know that's happened back in Butts County and Jackson area?
Well, the damage is significant. You know, talking to people on the ground there, you know, obviously our thoughts and prayers are with the family, the young child who was killed, you know, earlier this morning. But the damage is significant. But thanks to Governor Kemp's leadership and our team, men and women from DOT to GSP to, you know, all emergency responders are trying to help the locals and assist and assess and everything. And so I will, after when I get the opportunity to do a fly around, but also have an opportunity to go home myself and assess it firsthand. But according to people on the ground there, it's pretty significant.
Yeah.
Can you talk some more about the public employee who died and what the circumstances were?
Yeah, I don't know that we want to say a whole lot right now. I'm not 100% positive. Next of kin has been notified, so I'd rather delay and just we'll update you as soon as we got more information, unless you got something else. Okay?
Are we able to say what agency? Or would you rather wait on that as well?
We can say that.
Yeah. DOT. Okay. Anybody else?
What do you have, Director Stallings? Is there any kind of injuries at this point?
Oh yes, sir. There's widespread injuries. I mean, in Troup County alone, there's one subdivision with 50 homes where, there are 50 homes that have displaced individuals. Last night in Spalding, we had a shelter that sheltered 130 individuals. There's a lot of injuries. The fatality of the 5-year-old had a critically injured parent inside the vehicle with them that was transported. So there's a lot of debris. We've got families that seek shelter underneath their home, and then the home crumbled around them. So we had rescue teams out trying to dig homes off of folks. So we've got a lot of injuries. Unfortunately, that's one of those, but it sure beats the alternative. Fortunately, the 2 fatalities is all we have right now.
And I know last night I was getting reports from the folks at Piedmont Spalding that they had over a dozen injured folks come into the hospital. Thankfully, none of those, I don't believe, turned into fatalities, but there's definitely some injuries out there. We know of people that were stranded in homes where literally the whole house collapsed and they were under the crawl space, and we're trying to get to folks like that right now. Still have individuals that are unaccounted for that we got to figure out where they are. I mean, they could be sheltering somewhere else, or they could be waiting to get cut out. So that's why we don't want to disrupt things on the ground today. We still have a lot of work to do.
Do you have an estimation of economic damage?
We wouldn't be able to tell that right now. That's a main priority of GEMA, certainly, but our first is life and safety issues and restoring power and those type things, necessities for people. So we'll do that, and then we'll assess the economic damage.
There was talk that the high school in Griffin had been hit. Is there any other notable public infrastructure that's been damaged?
Not significant. I mean, there's a lot of buildings that have lost roofs.
All right, the latest update there from officials in the states of Georgia after a number of tornadoes swept through overnight. We know so far at least 9 people have died as a result of the storms, not only in Georgia, but also in the state of Alabama. Well, we want to go ahead and keep things moving here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Shirley Discorbeth. Now we want to go ahead and bring you news out of Dallas, Texas. Take a look at this photo on your screen. Well, according to officials there is a massive search underway at the Dallas Zoo after a clouded leopard was discovered missing. The zoo activated Code Blue, which means a non-dangerous animal is out of its habitats. Now, zoo officials believe the clouded leopard is still on the grounds and hiding, well, according to the last updates, and they are calling the situation serious. Right now, we are getting an updates from officials. We want to go ahead and take you to the top of the latest updates happening right now. Here's that.
Take a picture, take that photo, direct message us on our social media channels or call us at 469-554-7510. As far as the operations of the zoo, we are planning to open the Wilds of Africa tomorrow with the zoo on a normal Saturday. We are not going to open the zoo north because we're going to continue to be looking. If status quo is what we have today, we will be continuing to look for the clouded leopard tomorrow. For a little more detail about the animal, I'm going to call Harrison Adele up and have him talk a little bit more detail.
As Greg mentioned, my name is Harrison Adele. I'm the zoo's Executive Vice President, Animal Care and Conservation. As we shared with folks earlier today, a clouded leopard is a small cat. She's only about 25 pounds. Nova's larger than a house cat, but smaller than most bobcats. And as Greg mentioned, they are elusive cats. Her native habitat in the wild would be dense tropical forest, and she's designed for life up high in the trees. So it's a really good likelihood that if she were out and is still on grounds, she's likely hiding out somewhere up high in a treetop. So we'll continue to survey the zoo and try our best to find her to bring her home safely. There are a lot of additional details I'm sure you have questions about, and at that point I am going to hand this off to Sergeant Warren Mitchell with Dallas PD.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Warren Mitchell, WAREN-MITCHELL, Public Information Officer with the Dallas Police Department. When we initially responded to the location of a report of a missing clouded leopard, we first dispatched our SWAT officers out here, not clearly understanding what a clouded leopard was. You know, we were thinking perhaps a big cat. So they started the initial search. But when we got an understanding what type of animal we were dealing with, we released our SWAT officers, and then we added patrol resources out here. We also dispatched our drone unit, and they have been out here ever since. They have checked all the areas, and so far we have been unsuccessful. Investigators had come out, and when they looked at the area where the leopard was, the clouded leopard, it was their belief, and it is our belief, that this was an intentional act. And so we have started a criminal investigation. And that's an ongoing investigation, so I cannot go further into it other than that.
So, Sergeant, you saying somebody on the grounds possibly could have took the cat?
Well, all that's a part of our investigation, so we don't know how it came up missing, but we do know that the fence that it escaped from was intentionally cut, and that's about as far as I can go right now.
Do you know if you've located any devices used to cut the fence, or can you tell what it was cut with?
You know, well, we did dispatch our crime scene evidence team out here, and so they collected some evidence. So at this time, I do not know, but it did look intentional.
Do you have any video of a suspect or anyone that is in the area or was in that area at the time?
We have reviewed some surveillance videos, but not enough for me to be able to give you information to what we have seen.
Are there any persons of interest, some suspects that you're looking at?
Not at this time, but we do encourage anyone who might have seen anything to definitely call 911.
Did it look like someone chose this clouded leopard, or just cut it so it could get out?
Well, if you intentionally cut it, you know, I don't know. It's not there. So when zoo personnel came in this morning and saw that the leopard was missing, and we came out and saw that it was an intentional act, you know, one can assume, but we don't like to assume during a criminal investigation. So we're just going to conduct our investigation, see what comes up.
It's evident that it was not the animal's doing. Is that right?
That is correct.
What is the going rate for a clouded leopard on the black market?
I do. This is not my area of expertise, so I do not have that answer.
Is this like trying to find a needle in the haystack?
Well, I mean, we have sophisticated technology with our drones to where we were able to calibrate the heat signature of that particular cat. So we've been searching all over. So we have technology, but just right now we're unsuccessful. We're hoping it's still here somewhere, but
right now it's still missing.
Is there concern as it's dark?
All right, an update there from authorities in Dallas after they discovered that a clouded leopard is on the loose. And as you just heard there from that official, they believe this was an intentional act and an investigation is underway. They say it appears someone may have taken that leopard. Of course, we will continue to stay on top of that situation for you here on Live Now from Fox. Well, we want to go ahead and continue to bring you more top stories across the country. Well, a growing number of universities are now banning TikTok, and this comes after a number of governors have restricted the popular social media app on government-issued devices. For more, we're joined by Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer. Hey, Aaron, tell us more about this.
Yeah, and down here in Florida, the University of Florida just asked the students and staff to stop using the TikTok app. And that had us wondering whether young people or folks around our area would actually take that advice. Some feel that, well, if they're safe enough, then they're really not at risk. But the cybersecurity experts we spoke with said, not so fast, that may not be the case.
It's move-in day at the University of Tampa. That's just the kind of thing students might post about on social media. For a lot of them, TikTok is their top choice.
It's like the best way to stay connected now.
It kind of gives you content constantly and kind of just feeds you what you want to see.
But users can't see what TikTok can do behind the scenes, according to cybersecurity experts. It's able to collect biometric information like face prints and voice prints and geolocation data.
Through an AI engine or something else, maybe even human intervention, they can figure out where people live, where they work, what they do.
And we're told that's concerning because TikTok is owned by a Chinese company. As a result, the University of Florida sent out a memo to students and staff urging them to delete the app because of security risks. Ron Sanders, who recently retired as staff director for the Florida Center for Cybersecurity, believes this is a good move by UF.
We do know that it's run by the Chinese, and they're not exactly our friends. So I think the rule here is to err on the side of caution.
Sanders says with TikTok currently the most downloaded app in the world, Chinese intelligence is likely sweeping for data that can be used now or in the future.
They're looking for nuggets. Some of those nuggets may be people who eventually have security clearances.
But despite that word of caution, convincing younger TikTok users to hit delete may not be easy.
As long as you're using the internet responsibly, like why is it like a school's choice?
Yeah, we also reached out to the University of South Florida to see if they're considering the same action. At this point, they said they're taking it into consideration. No decisions have been made. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thanks so much for bringing us that live report. We appreciate it.
You got it.
All right, we're going to take a short break. We'll have so much more for you in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're hearing from officials in Houston, Texas regarding human trafficking. They say it is a form of modern-day slavery in which individuals are bought, sold, and exploited for labor or worse. Here are some of their remarks.
Absolutely. Okay.
We did an interview part and all of the schools talked about the state.
Love it. Love it. Well, I'll tell you what I'm from because I was born and raised 6 blocks from here, and this is actually my high school that I graduated.
All right, apologies about that. Here's a beautiful Live Now look of the White House in the nation's capital. Time on the East Coast right now is 5:19. We want to go ahead and bring you what I just mentioned a few moments ago. Officials in the city of Houston making remarks today on human trafficking. Again, they say it's a form of modern-day slavery. Here are some of their remarks.
A few decades. We are here today because this is Dr. King's birthday celebration. I would say the eve of it. We're not there yet, but we're close. And Dr. King has given us reason to believe that his name should be associated with this event. He is the person who reminded us that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And we have a threat to justice that we have to give some attention to, as well as the injustice associated with the topic that I shall introduce in just a moment. I'm also very honored to ask that my colleagues and my friends who are with me give brief statements. We'll all give you statements, but I'd like for their statements to be brief because there is an event that we'll be attending in just a few moments. Today, dear friends, we're here on this day of service to address what many call modern-day slavery. Modern-day slavery is a term that has been defined in polite society as human trafficking. Human trafficking in polite society does not quite express what happens to people who find themselves caught up in what we call modern-day slavery. Human trafficking is the trade of human beings, especially women and children, for the purpose of extortion. Many persons are not aware that human trafficking involves extortion. Many of the people who find themselves victims of human trafficking are brought into the trafficking organization with things that they have done, willingly sometimes, wittingly, sometimes unwittingly, such that they can be extorted. Persons will invite them to do things online such that they will expose themselves. And they use that online opportunity to extort persons and get them to come into the human trafficking ring. It is also forced labor. Many people are brought into this country, brought to Houston, Texas, and forced to work. They are forced to work, and what they make as their wages, they have to either share or surrender to the person who is what I would call the enslaver, or the person who is extorting them. It is also rape. Many of the persons who are engaged in this process, forced into it, men, women, children, are raped. It's a sad thing to have to say. It's a sad commentary on our time, on the behavior of people, but it is a fact that what we call human trafficking in polite society amounts to rape of persons who, for reasons that sometimes are inexplicable, find themselves being trafficked. It is also sexual slavery. We've mentioned how persons are forced to engage in conduct that they don't choose to initially, but after they have been inculcated into this unfortunate circumstance by persons who have dastardly principles, they perform these dastardly deeds. They themselves are dastards. They find themselves being sexual slaves. It is also commercial sexual exploitation. There are some countries where persons are, by virtue of the state, forced into human trafficking. Many places around the globe where persons will come to a site to work and they can have their passports taken from them, they can't leave the country, and they're forced to work for less than honorable wages, if any wages at all. And finally, sadly, I have to say that what we in polite society call human trafficking can ultimately become the demise of a person. People have their lives taken from them because they desire to no longer participate, or they happen to be engaged with persons who find abusive things to be a part of the activity, and that activity can sometimes amount to a person losing his or her life. So today, let me share some statistical information that I believe will be quite important. According to the International Labor Organization, $150 billion in profits were generated from forced labor alone in 2014. $150 billion in profit. 21 million victims were trapped in modern-day slavery in 2012. 14.2 million, or 68%, were exploited for labor. 4.5 million, 22%, were sexually exploited. 2.2 million, 10%, were exploited in state-imposed forced labor. This is what I was speaking of when I indicated that there are states, nation states, that are exploiting people and bringing them into forced labor. According to the Polaris Project, a nonprofit that combats human trafficking, Texas has the second most reports of sex trafficking cases in the United States, the second most reported. There are some who rank Texas number one, depending on who you're evaluating, who's evaluating, it could be number one, but second most reports of sex trafficking cases. Houston has the highest number of reported child sex trafficking cases in the country. Houston, Texas, our home. And of course, we want to make sure that we do all that we can, those of us who are assembled here today, people of goodwill, in the name of Dr. King, in the name of eliminating the injustice that is occurring right here in our city. We want to do all that we can to eliminate sexual human trafficking. Eliminate it totally, completely, and absolutely. We're not interested in lowering it. Yes, lowering it is a step along the way, lowering the numbers of persons who are actually forced into this type of activity. But that's not the goal. Elimination is the goal. And our goal we take seriously, and we plan to do all that we can to eliminate sex trafficking. Earlier this year, there was a new law enacted in the state of Texas, and there's someone who will speak about this in greater detail, to increase penalties for sex trafficking offenses around schools. And this is called the No Trafficking Zones. Friends, this is why we're here at this school, because it is a no trafficking zone. But it's important for the people who are here to understand what a no trafficking zone is, how people find themselves entangled in this web of horror, this web of dastardly deeds. It's important for them to understand. And we have people here today who are going to explain to my constituents, to the mothers and fathers who may be here, and children, young people, how this can impact them and how innocent persons will find themselves engaged in something that they never thought they'd be a part of. This is a...
All right, so Houston officials there wanting to provide a full update regarding human trafficking, wanting to bring awareness to that issue. Meantime, we want to stay in Texas for a moment and bring you more regarding the Leopard that, again, is on the loose. Officials in Dallas saying they believe this was an intentional act. Take a look at this update here from reporter Lori Brown out of our sister station, Fox 4. Now, this tweet reads, Dallas PD believes the mesh opening in the Clouded Leopard enclosure was intentionally created. They have launched a criminal investigation. It is unclear if the Clouded Leopard was stolen or let out in the community. The cats does not pose a danger, but do not approach. So again, let me go ahead and show you a photo of that Clouded Leopard. You see there on your screen. Again, an investigation has been launched to find out where this leopard is and to look into who has taken that cat. We want to go ahead and just play out that full updates from officials regarding this cat that is now on the loose.
Don't approach it, take a picture, take that photo, direct message us on our social media channels or call us at 469-554-7510. As far as the operations of the zoo, we are planning to open the wilds of Africa tomorrow with the zoo on a normal Saturday. We are not going to open the zoo north because we're going to continue to be looking. If status quo is what we have today, we will be continuing to look for the Clouded Leopard tomorrow. For a little more detail about the animal, I'm going to call Harrison Adele up and have him talk a little bit more detail.
As Greg mentioned, my name is Harrison Adele. I'm the zoo's Executive Vice President, Animal Care and Conservation. As we shared with folks earlier today, Clouded Leopard is a small cat. She's only about 25 pounds. Nova's larger than a house cat, but smaller than most bobcats. And as Greg mentioned, they are elusive cats. Her native habitat in the wild would be dense tropical forest, and she's designed for life up high in the trees. So it's a really good likelihood that if she were out and is still on grounds, she's likely hiding out somewhere up high in a treetop. So we'll continue to survey the zoo and try our best to find her to bring her home safely. There are a lot of additional details I'm sure you have questions about, and at that point I am going to hand this off to Sergeant Warren Mitchell with Dallas PD.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Warren Mitchell, WARRENMITCHELL, Public Information Officer with the Dallas Police Department. When we initially responded to the location of a report of a missing Clouded Leopard, we first dispatched our SWAT officers out here, not clearly understanding what a Clouded Leopard was. You know, we were thinking perhaps a big cat. So they started the initial search. But when we got an understanding what type of animal we were dealing with, we released our SWAT officers, and then we added patrol resources out here. We also dispatched our drone unit, and they have been out here ever since. They have checked all the areas, and so far we have been unsuccessful. Investigators had come out, and when they looked at the area where the leopard was, the Clouded Leopard, it was their belief, and it is our belief, that this was an intentional act. And so we have started a criminal investigation. And that's an ongoing investigation, so I cannot go further into it other than that.
you saying somebody on the ground possibly could have took the cat?
Well, all that's a part of our investigation, so we don't know how it came up missing, but we do know that the fence that it escaped from was intentionally cut, and that's about as far as I can go right now.
Do you know if you've located any devices used to cut the fence, or can you tell what it was cut with?
No, well, we did dispatch our crime scene evidence team out here, and so they collected some evidence. So at this time, I do not know, but it did look intentional.
Do you have any video of a suspect or anyone that is in the area or was in that area at the time?
We have reviewed some surveillance videos, but not enough for me to be able to give you information to what we have seen.
Are there any persons of interest, some suspects that you're looking at right now?
Not at this time, but we do encourage anyone who might have seen anything to definitely call 911.
Did it look like someone chose this cotton leopard, or just cut it so it could get out?
Well, if you intentionally cut it, you know, I don't know. It's not there. So when zoo personnel came in this morning and saw that the leopard was missing, and we came out and saw that it was an intentional act, you know, one can assume, but we don't like to assume during a criminal investigation. So we're just going to conduct our investigation, see what comes up.
It's evident that it was not the animal's doing. Is that right?
That is correct.
What is the going rate for a clouded leopard on the black market? Anyone?
I do. This is not my area of expertise, so I do not have that answer.
Is this like trying to find a needle in the haystack?
Well, I mean, we have sophisticated technology with our drones to where we were able to calibrate the heat signature of that particular cat. So we've been searching all over. So we have technology, but just right now we're unsuccessful. We're hoping it's still here somewhere, but right now it's still missing.
Is there a concern as we get started?
Well, as concern meaning what?
Searching for this guy?
Well, I mean, the technology works the same at nighttime as it do during the daytime, but yeah, daylight does help a lot better. But as far as the behavior of the animal, that's something that zoo personnel will have to answer that.
Do you expect to scale back DPD resources, though, as we go on into the evening?
Absolutely. We have scaled back some. You know, we've left a few resources out here, and the drone unit continues to be out here. And so until we exhaust every avenue of this or every area, then we'll continue to be out here to assist the zoo personnel with whatever we can.
So the search is still on?
Yes, the search is still on.
How dangerous is the animal to the public and to other small animals?
I would rather zoo personnel answer that question.
Sergeant, before you switch, could you go over any consequences that could be applied legally to anybody who, with intent maliciously, did this and took it out, and to anyone who could house the animal?
I don't want to speculate on something we don't know just yet. But, you know, just like any crime, I mean, if you go out and you commit it and it's intentional and it does not belong to you, then there are consequences, you know, and there are repercussions. So we'll just kind of leave it at that.
Will there be repercussions for the citizen who just sees it, maybe puts a can of Whiskas out there and tries to lure it?
Well, I mean, it could be if the animal attacked them, those kind of consequences. But I don't want to speculate because, again, if anyone sees it, then they're asked to call 911. And so, you know, anyone who does that, it's not likely, if they have no involvement with the crime at all, that they would be in any kind of trouble. So we don't want to put that kind of fear. If you see it, then you might be. We want to make sure that if anybody sees it, that they contact their police department.
So let me just say something first, Jobin. Thank you, Sergeant Mitchell. And, you know, we're obviously cooperating fully with the Dallas Police on this investigation. We're letting them run the lead on that. And so there's not a lot we can comment as far as the investigation. Our main focus is really going to be about trying to find this animal. It's an important animal to us and to our staff and to the overall AZA population of animals. And there are some behavioral things that this animal will likely do that will help us kind of focus on we're right here at the zoo. We're hoping that it's still here on grounds. Harrison, you want to come up and talk a little bit about that?
Can I have a question?
Yeah.
If it's not here, should people worry? I mean, what does it eat? Is it nocturnal? Anything like that? Can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll address the question earlier too. What do I do if I see it in my neighborhood? The challenge for you is to gather a photo and share the photo with us, but do not approach the cat. This is not a house cat. They're not domestic, even though they grew up in a zoo setting. But at the same time, it's still a wild animal. And without knowing that animal really well and having a relationship, we don't want people to interact with her. But we do absolutely want a photo sent to us so that we can help to figure out how to get her home safely if she turns up in a neighborhood and not here at the zoo. I hope that kind of answers your questions.
People worried about their pets?
So we have a lot of native predators in Texas, including coyotes and bobcats and great horned owls. So if you are concerned about coyotes in your backyard enough that you want to bring your chihuahua or chickens inside, you should continue to do that. But I would not say that I'm any more concerned about a clouded leopard than I would be about a coyote in my backyard.
When we talk about the enclosures, I know like we think about them keeping the animals in. Is there also security present to keep people out?
Yes, yeah, we have security guards on zoo grounds around the clock. Overnight this evening, we have had zoologists from a couple of our departments on grounds overnight as well, and so this evening we have additional folks who are going to be staying to keep an eye out for her and continue to care for other animals also. And a lot of our barriers are designed to serve both functions, to keep critters in where they're safe and to keep guests away from those areas. And so we design them that way, but people who are intent on getting past those barriers are intent and creative. So I think that's what we're dealing with now.
And then just watching some of the videos about these cats and learning more about them, it doesn't seem like they are people pose something. It doesn't seem like they would be easy to like or snack.
Very correct.
Is that something you might have done this or?
Yeah, that is still a concern. To your point, they're elusive, they're very shy, they spend most of their life up in the treetops, so it would be really unusual for her to be down close to a person she doesn't know. So that's definitely something of concern that we're trying to understand at this point.
People have heard, I think, a lot about exotic pets and people that can't clearly take care of them, trying to buy and sell them on the market. Is this a pet that would be considered, like people maybe try and take or try? I know it's not confirmed that this is theft, but that this would be a type of pet that would be in that type of situation.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time interacting with our guests and trying to help people understand why wild animals are not pets. This is not a pet, but there are always going to be folks who are convinced that they want to give it a try. And in Texas alone, we have a lot of exotic animals that people keep as pets. Very seldom is that a good idea. So I know that it will be tempting to see this cat as a cat that's domestic, like my house cat at home. She is absolutely not a pet.
And is this something that would have a high value if someone was trying to sell?
You know, I don't have an answer to that. I'm not sure. It's hard for us to put a value on that.
If you can explain the rationale behind opening wilds in Africa tomorrow, in light of what's going on here.
Sure. For us, the investigation is very much focused on Zoo North, immediately close to her habitat. The wilds of Africa on the other side of the zoo.
You can start that one over.
We'll start that over. For us, this investigation is going to be very much focused on Zoo North, immediately adjacent to her habitat. We don't think that she is likely to take off and move in a direction. She's likely to stay close to home. Her sister Luna is still in the habitat, and the two of them are pretty close to one another. So we feel very confident that the zoo on the Wilds of Africa side is perfectly safe for guests, and we're going to continue to focus our efforts on the parts of the park where we think she is most likely to be.
Is there surveillance video of someone coming or going?
We have a lot of surveillance video in a lot of different parts of the park. At this point, we've shared a lot of that video with DPD, and we're in the process of reviewing a lot of it. I spoke with some of you guys earlier about what parts we had reviewed, and honestly, at this point, given that it's an ongoing investigation, we have a lot of homework to do in reviewing video.
If somebody has, what would you like to say to that person or persons?
I can't say that on camera. No, this is intensely frustrating. This is a cat of conservation concern that is not a pet. She's a critically important member of our family at Dallas Zoo. She means a lot to us, so I think before they realize what a bad idea this was, due to some injury, I would rather they find a way to get her back to us, I think.
Is she microchipped or have any identifier type information?
There are, yes. I don't know how practical it would be to rely on them out in a neighborhood or something like that. I guess for anybody in a neighborhood, if you find any clouded leopard, we'd love to hear from you. I don't care if it's ours or another one, we just want it back. So, any other last minute questions?
You made a mention this about being nocturnal. If she's still out in the wild or in the trees, do you expect her to be on the move more overnight?
Yes and no. They are very much nocturnal, so she's going to be much more active at nighttime after dark. However, they're also really generally attached to a home territory, a space that she knows, and for her, that's the space immediately adjacent to her habitat. Plus, her sister is still in the habitat. The two of them have grown up together, so they're attached at the hip. So part of the hope is that tonight, with additional staff on grounds, some camera traps set up, we'll get a sense of where she might be spending time, and that'll give us the ability to bring her back home.
To be clear, you're unsure whether someone has actually stolen her or if she's still out there.
We are working under the assumption that she is still here, and we're going to continue to scan the zoo for her. If she is still here, we're committed to bringing her home.
But if that was the case, we're helping Dallas PD lead the investigation on that.
Could you step closer to the microphone, please?
Yeah, I said if that is the case, that this animal has been taken from the zoo, we're giving the Dallas Police Department all the help that they need to lead that investigation and help us with that.
In addition to the exhibit having its hair, was there any other, perimeter around the zoo that you found damaged at all?
No.
I don't.
No.
Is this an endangered animal?
Yes, clouded leopards are considered vulnerable, which is one step away from endangered, so she is a species of conservation concern. Coming from dense forests in South Asia, habitat loss is a huge issue for them, and she's part of a species survival plan, which is a cooperative breeding program that we participate in with a number of other accredited zoos, and so she matters quite a bit, both individually and as a species. So.
Will there be another update today, or will it be tomorrow?
I think tomorrow at the earliest.
No more updates for today. We're going to be working on.
We got our hands full.
Yeah.
So.
How many cameras do you have set up out there?
Sorry?
How many extra cameras do you have set up there?
We have permanently installed security cameras.
All right, another update there from zoo officials, also authorities in Dallas regarding this missing clouded leopard. Here's a look at your screen at the photo of that clouded leopard. The 4-year-old clouded leopard is missing and a massive search is underway. And the latest updates is that authorities believe someone may have taken it intentionally by cutting the mesh enclosure that the leopard lives in. And again, this is under investigation, and the Dallas Zoo is closed today because that leopard is unaccounted for. Of course, as we continue to get updates, we will bring you the latest. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have more in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Shirley Discorbeth. Well, people continue to call for the resignation of Congressman George Santos after he's accused of lying about his background and accomplishments. He says that he will resign if he gets 142 people to ask him to. Well, our Live Now's Josh Breslow spoke with a political expert about this. Here's that conversation.
I do want to talk more about this ongoing case here with George Santos, who says he is not going to resign. Let's bring in Joshua Tucker, professor of politics at NYU and co-director of NYU Center for Social Media and Politics. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Josh. It's great to be here.
So first up, this whole situation seems to be going on for quite a while. Can you kind of help break it down? Because there's a lot to it. I know, of course, that he is accused of fabricating his resume and essentially making up what sounds like a double life.
Yeah, no, I mean, on the one hand, it's kind of a story as old as time, right? A politician exaggerates about their credentials in an effort to get elected to office, and then the politician gets caught, and then what's the aftermath of the politician having gotten caught? But I think in this particular case, there's a couple of really interesting features about this. One is how long Santos got away with this, having run for office twice, which you would think would lead to lots of opportunity for opposition research on him. You would think it would lead for opportunities for his own party to be vetting him at that point in time. The second thing is that, like, comparatively, this kind of feels like a case of it being on steroids to the extent of how much was fabricated on the resume. We've seen people fabricate things before a little bit. This one is kind of in a category by itself, it feels like.
And what's interesting is that you have not Democrats coming at him and saying you need to resign, but his own party has said you are not welcome inside of our building here in Nassau County. I can't think of anything like this that has happened in the past. Can you?
Yeah, I mean, there are times when candidates get too toxic for their own party and the party ushers them off the stage, right? And in some ways, it's kind of, you know, the interesting thing here is that, you know, 20 years ago, you might have thought that he would have resigned by this point in time. But you're right, the real development in the last few days has been this defection from the sort of national line in Washington, which has been one of just sort of trying to stand back, ignore the situation, and say, well, you know, it's up to the voters, and having this sort of active voice that's being heard now from New York Republicans, breaking with the sort of meh standpoint that you're getting out of Washington, and these New York Republicans now actively calling for him to resign.
Yeah, and so the question here becomes, we know locally it could have a big impact. You're hearing that Nassau County, the GOP there is saying, we want you out of office, we want you to resign. But it seems like nationally, we're not necessarily hearing as much about it. Why do you think that might be?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reasons behind this are fairly clear, is that it has to do with incentives. Like right now, Speaker McCarthy has a very slim majority in the House of Representatives. We watched last week as he had so much trouble getting elected. He went 15 ballots. It was the first time in 100 years we had seen anything quite like this. And Santos was a reliable vote for McCarthy. Now, the McCarthy vote was a sort of harbinger of things to come. The Republican majority in the House of Representatives is going to have to pass bills, and they have very few votes that they can afford to lose on any bill if Democrats are unified in opposition. So for the Republican majority in Washington, every vote counts right now. The second factor here is that the district in New York that Santos is representing is not a safe Republican seat. So in a weird way, I think Santos is quite lucky. If he was in a situation where the Republicans had a much larger majority in the House of Representatives, or that were not in the majority, and if he was in a district which was a safe Republican seat, I think you'd see more incentive to usher him off to the sidelines at this point in time. But that's where the Washington incentives differ from the local Republican incentives, because the local Republicans have to deal with their brand on Long Island and in New York State generally at this point in time. And to them, Santos can be a real risk.
Yeah, a real risk might even be an understatement, I guess. Do you think part of the reason that you are not seeing as much nationally is, and you kind of touched on this, but Speaker McCarthy and the hope that this seat wouldn't be replaced by a Democrat? That is a very likely scenario.
Yeah, there's absolutely no guarantee that if Santos if Santos resigns, there's no guarantee he's going to be replaced by a Republican. So that creates a very, a compelling set of incentives for Speaker McCarthy to try to drag this thing out as long as he possibly can. The question is, at what point does it become untenable for McCarthy? And as you noted earlier, the defection of members of his own party is a really big deal. In this current climate where we have a sort of hyper-polarized politics, it is increasingly easy for parties